Hello everyone, welcome to What If Deku Was the Infernal God and Went to Highschool DxD Part 2. Before we start, please go support Raquelme Ricky 1 for writing that awesome fanfic. Memories. It had been a few days since Tiamat, Ryu, Saphira, and Milan joined him at his home. After they moved in with Deku, they fainted when they learned that Ophis the Ouroboros dragon was with Izuku, and when she called him the Mad Dragon King. Although they moved in with Deku, Tiamat still technically worked for Izuku and her pride wouldn't allow her to break the contract. So, Deku allowed her to continue helping the Blue Mao at times. However, for Tiamat, Izuku's orders would take priority. It was really amusing for Deku to see Tiamat, Ryu, Saphira and Milan's shocked expressions upon learning that he was really the Mad King, Shiva's right-hand man. Izuku also shared his and his parents' true identity, as well as showing his true appearance to them. To say that Tiamat, Ryu, Saphira and Milan were pissed off was an understatement. She was totally pissed at Surzex and Grafia for what they did to Deku. From the looks of it, the underworld was told that Deku was stillborn because his body couldn't withstand the power of his parents, and was buried in a shrine created by the Gremory clan. Deku scoffed at that, as if that was something capable of killing him. How would someone who resisted divine flame die from something like that? The power difference between him and the Crimson Satan and the strongest queen was infinite, even without his true body. The body he was born in was amazing, not as much as his last reincarnation, but it was enough. Deku had to stop Tiamat, Ryu, Saphira and Milan from descending to the underworld as the dragons were extremely angry and wanted to kill Surzex and Grafia for what they did. Tiamat even said that if Deku revealed his identity, the entire underworld could turn into chaos, not only because of his power, but also because he was the son of who he was. The demons wouldn't like what the Gremorys did, and especially with Surzex. But Deku didn't care about that. We can currently see him in his subspace accompanied by Saphira, Milan, and Ryu, who had asked him to train them. He agreed with a smile to this request. Now we can see Ryu, Saphira and Milan seriously looking at him, releasing their auras. Deku smiled at their auras and also began to emanate his own, causing clouds of cosmic dust to form. The thunder of cosmic clouds rumbled strongly under subspace. The immense lightning bolts fell, releasing crackling dust on the subspace floor. That began to permeate the bodies of the three, who began to scream when the cosmic energy entered their bodies. The three passed out as the energy built into their body. Deku calmly waited for the three to wake up. After one, Ryu, Saphira, and Milan woke up feeling their bodies changed. Deku, what's up? How does it feel to receive energy from the universe? He asked in a serene tone, seeing the surprised look of the three. Ryu, energy of the universe? Deku, yes, cosmic energy is technically the energy of the universe. And now you have it in your body. The mouths of the three took the shape of, surprises. Deku, well, your growth potential is still limited, but depending on the type of training I give you, I can say that you would become as strong as Great Red. He said, making the three's eyes widen in shock. Deku, let's start training. Run 100 kilometers, do 100 sit-ups, 100 push-ups, 100 of everything. He said, leaving Ryu, Saphira and Milan pale. Saphira, you want to kill us? Deku, run, that's nothing, I've been training since the day I was born. You are very soft. If you want to master cosmic energy, you will need to put your body at risk, put your life on the line. And if you couldn't do that, the energy in your body is useless. What's the point of having power and your body can't handle that power? Ryu, Saphira and Milan clicked their tongues, annoyed since it was true. Ryu, we're not a monster like you, he said, studying the cheeks. Deku, haha, what a pity, this is just child's play for me. The training I had with my master was cruel and brutal. I doubt you would resist one day with that training, he said, shuddering as he remembered Rimura's brutal training. Well, he was simply thrown into absolute void to train, in constant contact with the primordial energies that were constantly consuming his body and leaving him worn out for training. This was unbearable. His master made him use only physical strength, without the use of any magic or chi, as he nullified these abilities. Rimura made him exhaust his body by expending all his internal energy, chi, mana, star energy, cosmic energy, etc. Rimura made him exhaust all the energy in his body even if it meant he died countless times. Mulan, we're not like you monster, she said, turning her face and pouting. Saphira, but Deku-kun, you said master, didn't you? Is he stronger than you? Deku gave them a nostalgic smile as he remembered his master/father who helped him when no one else helped him. Deku, he's a father to me. I'm very grateful to him for taking care of me and training me. And yes, he is stronger than me. Saphira and Mulan were thoughtful. Ryu, how much stronger? Deku looked thoughtful, placing his hand on his chin. Deku, my father is nicknamed the True Omnipotent. What now? How strong is he? Deku, well, I don't even know how to tell you, but I can say that the difference between him and me is infinite. I am infinitely weaker than the master. Ryu, awesome. She screamed with wonder in her voice. Mulan, I agree with Ryu, this is amazing, she said, smiling. Saphira, I really wanted to meet you. Deku, who knows, maybe someday, you perverts? He said in a teasing tone, making the three blush. Ryu, Saphira, Mulan, be baka, we are not perverts. They screamed very red because of Izuku's provocation. Deku, yes, they are very perverted. Veins began bouncing on their foreheads as they gnashed their teeth in frustration. Saphira, TSK, goddamn idiot. Deku, oh? So who were the people who always after me when I showered? Not only you, but your mother too? Saphira, Mulan and Ryu turned their faces to the side whistling, since it was true, they along with their mother always look him taking a bath. Since when the water splashed over his perfect body, running over those beautiful muscles trained and defined, giving them a rush of blood down his nose, while his lust was a million. Ryu, don't blame us being you be beautiful. Deku started laughing out loud and making Ryu realize what he said. Deku, so you guys really took over? Ha ha ha. Saphira, arg, but it's true, blame yourself for being hot. Mulan, you're the one who made us become like this, they said, throwing all the blame on Izuku. Deku, is it my fault then? You should blame yourselves for being lustful, not me perverted. Ryu, we are, who wouldn't have lust in full swing when they see a body like yours. Deku, you talk about me, but have you ever looked at yourself? The three began to look at her body. Mulan, yes, we know we make men lust, except for you. Deku smiled confidently. Deku, of course, since I don't care about a slender body. But now. He put a sadistic smile on his face that scared Ryu, Mulan, and Saphira away. Deku, now let's start your training. So Ryu's training, Mulan and Saphira started training under the supervision of Deku, who was looking at them all the time so they don't run away from training. Some time later, Deku was in the kitchen preparing something for Ophis. Saphira, Mulan, Tiamat, and Ryu to eat went to his room. Saphira, Mulan, Tiamat, and Ryu were already used to their lives with Deku. He was in his room sitting on his bed. He glanced over at the picture frame beside his bed and smiled a little before getting ready for bed. However, before he could finally let himself be carried away by the comfort of the bed, a glow took over his room. The Gremmy group's magic circle formed on the floor of his room. The circle made a great glow that lit up the whole room and revealed a person. A red-haired female silhouette. Deku Rias. He spoke as he looked at the heiress Gremry, who emerged from the magic circle, flushed. Rias continued to blush a little more than before. She approached Deku, so close that they were face to face. Her smile lit up her own face, while her eyes floated normally. Her hand touched her own breast, causing Deku to look doubtfully. Rias, Deku-kun, make love to me. Deku, what? He asked, not understanding what she meant. Rias, I said I've decided, make love to me, Deku-kun. Rias pouted, put her hand on her shirt and ripped it off. She didn't even unbutton it and throw it on the floor. Her eyes fluttered even more, baring her breasts to the Mad King, who stared with no visible emotion. Deku, what do you think you're doing? Rias' eyes squinted at her form. Rias, I want to have sex with you. Am I not good enough? Deku stared at her for a few seconds before an idea popped into his mind. Deku, very well, he said, causing Rias to look at him. Deku pulled Rias against him, causing the devil boy to develop madly. Rias lay down beneath him. He could feel the soft skin on her body. Even the feel of her bra and panties. No, Rias had even removed that too, feeling her leg threading into the girl's part, and her threading her leg into Deku's crotch. Deku approached her, slowly running his hand through Rias' thighs as he approached her lips. Rias closed her eyes, waiting for what was to come. She waited and waited and waited, but nothing came. When she opened her eyes, she saw that she was alone in bed and that Deku was sitting in a chair a little way in front of her with his typical indifferent expression. Deku, what are you trying to do, Rias? He asked, crossing his arms and looking with narrowed eyes at Rias. Rias, why couldn't you do things to me? Why can't I be enough? She asked as tears started to well up around her eyes. Deku narrowed his eyes even more, making Rias instinctively recoil. Deku, that's not something to do, Rias. This is only done when you have feelings for the person. I'm quite capable of knowing that you think that way, and even then, it doesn't happen that way, and even more in this desperate way. Are we in love by any chance? He asked, crossing his legs. Rias looked into her eyes and saw that he was genuinely curious for her answer. Even though she already knew the answer, she took a deep breath. Rias, I want you, Deku. Deku, are you sure? Why did you hesitate then? Rias didn't answer. Deku, although it's more like despair. You may be able to have a convincing voice and act, but I know perfectly well when a person is lying to me. I've dealt with it all my life. So if you're just going to lie and try to use me, something that would be impossible, you'd have to do a lot better. He with a serene expression. Rias ran her hand through her hair and inhaled a few breaths. Rias, this is something only you could help me with, Deku. Please help me. Deku rolled his eyes and said, Deku, what are you really doing here? What you want from me? He asked in an indifferent tone. Rias' eyes began to water, and she gently shed them. He is right. Everything he said, everything was true. And she hated that it was. If it had been someone else, perhaps someone with less knowledge on matters like this, what would have happened? Would she have gone all the way? And if she did, would she feel like he said? Many questions ran through your mind. She couldn't deny that he'd given her some thought-provoking subjects. Deku already knew about Rias' arranged marriage, and he didn't care what would happen to her. He took a long, frustrated breath. Deku, I'll help you. Rias looked at him. Rias, but you don't know what's going on. Deku, don't worry about it, I'll help you with whatever I can. He said, looking at the demon. Rias, Deku. Rias approached, while Deku's arms wrapped around his neck. He pulled her into a hug and she felt something. How willing he was to help her even without knowing. He really was a kind person. Rias felt her heart speed up. Even the way he hugged her was comforting. Something she's been missing lately, someone to comfort her and keep her warm. He was a man in her eyes, a man who would take care of a girl. Rias, I don't know what to do, that was my only method. If I don't then. Deku turned away from Rias as he looked at her. Deku, there's always another option, Rias. Don't let your despair take over your rationality, it's just a matter of perspective. He said, smiling at her. Before Rias could say anything, her eyes nailed to her side. It was a picture frame. It had a picture of the younger Izuku, probably 13 or 14 years old, and he had the biggest smile Rias had ever seen on him, the purest and most genuine. But what caught her attention the most was who was with Deku. Hugging Deku was a girl with long black hair like the night. Her face was beautiful and her eyes had a very light lilac hue. She had a beautiful smile. She was a beautiful girl. Even Rias had to admit that she was beautiful indeed, even by supernatural standards. Rias, Deku. She called out, making Deku turn his attention to her. Rias, who is she? She asked, pointing to the picture frame. Deku's eyes went to the picture frame when an unparalleled sadness could be seen in her eyes, as he lost himself in his worst memories. Deku's memory place was an immense battlefield, blood and body parts painted the ground. Deku's dragons devoured the remaining bodies. They weren't just human bodies, but they also had those of gods, dragons not Deku's, angels, fallen angels, demons. Deku was kneeling in the midst of all his dragons, his body bathed in blood, but not his own but that of all his enemies. The drops of water fell on the floor in front of Deku. In front of her was the almost lifeless body of a beautiful woman with long black hair. While her eyes reflected little life, she looked at Deku, who hugged her with all his strength, as if if he released her she would disappear. The drops of water fell on the girl's face, who looked up and saw that it wasn't rain, but the tears of the almighty Mad Dragon King, who was crying, begging for help. For even he with all his might could do nothing to save the woman in his arms. She looked at Deku as she used her remaining strength to reach out her hand and wipe away his tears. Because someone as powerful and important as he doesn't deserve to cry for an insignificant existence like her. "Hey, don't cry," the girl said weakly. Even with her weak voice, it was possible to feel in awe of her and feel the love and tenderness she deposited in her words. "Deku, why should you die? Why am I always late?" He begged that any being in this world could give him an answer, even though he knew it would be impossible. "You don't have to cry for an unimportant person like me," she said weakly, using her last strength to comfort the man she loved. "Deku, it's not true," he screamed like she'd said the dumbest thing in the world. "Deku, only you are important, only you are valuable. You were the only one who gave me a value to live in this world, please," he said with all his might as more tears streamed from his eyes. The woman in Deku's arms cried as if what Deku had said was the most important thing to her, as if that alone would make her happy. "Thank you, Deku, for giving a meaningless existence like me the opportunity to love," she said weakly as she looked at Deku before her arm dropped along with her now dead gaze to the floor when even her soul had disappeared so she could never come back. Deku shook her body as if he expected her to get up, as if this was one of the pranks she always played, and then she would laugh at him saying he was too serious. Let her smile at him. The same smile that helped him not to sink the entire dimension into absolute void. Because? Why he possessed so much strength and power but still let the person he loved die. If he had all his power, all the power, he could call his master/father here to revive his beloved. But unfortunately he wouldn't get it. He didn't have all his power and his body couldn't take it. He didn't care about his body, he just wanted to see her one more time, even if it means he will have his entire universal existence wiped out. Why didn't he focus on improving his healing magic? How could he forget something like that? As he couldn't go back in time because of the restrictions he would suffer. Sadly, that was the sad and harsh reality, that he realized that even with all his might and strength, he can't do anything about it. For the next few hours, all that was heard in the midst of his dragons that were massacring the rest was the cry of the Almighty King of Destruction, who even with all his power in the end arrived late to the point of not being able to save what was most important to him. The person he loved. When he finished crying, his rage took over his body. He was going to sweep away all the factions and pantheons involved in the death of his beloved. But Shiva, Parvati, Kali, Durga and Skathak appeared and stopped him from causing the destruction of the entire supernatural and human world. Out of memories. The silence that permeated Deku's room was uncomfortable, as Rias looked at the black swordsman who was silent. Rias had never seen Deku with such a sad look on his face. It was like he was a completely different person than the one she knew. Rias even considered that she had asked about something very personal, and would apologize. However, before she could speak, the Dragon King spoke. "Deku, she was a very important person to me," he said in a solemn tone. Rias had never heard Deku speak so affectionately about something like this. It was like he was talking about the most precious person in the world to him. But at the same time he had a deep sadness in his eyes, as if he was remembering something that marked him a lot. Rias had also noticed the way Deku spoke. "Rias, was it?" She thought from the way he spoke, and that might indicate one thing. Rias could feel the sadness in his tone of voice and in the look on his face. She can guess that she must have been very important to Izuku. Rias, she's very pretty, she said, looking at the picture. Surprisingly, Deku got a big smile on her face. It wasn't that fake smile of his, but a real smile when he looked at the picture. Rias was even surprised at the joy that seemed to radiate when he went to look at the girl in the picture. Rias even admitted that she got a little jealous of it. Deku smiled. Yes, she's very pretty. Rias, what was she like? She asked, curious. Deku gained a happy smile on his face and looked nostalgic. Deku, she was always very cheerful and happy with everything, always saw the bright side of everything and everyone, always very optimistic, he said in a nostalgic and loving tone. Deku, she always said that I was very serious and pessimistic, and she always made me laugh, and she managed to get me out of it with her happy and relaxed way. She managed to get along with everyone, he said, radiating happiness. Good. Rias can't help but smile too with the way Deku talked about the girl, the loving tone he referred to her, the nostalgia in his tone of voice, the joy that was clear on his face. Rias, curious, what was her name? Deku smiled as he remembered the woman he loved. Deku, Celine, her name is Celine, he said, smiling before looking at Rias with a happy face. Deku, her name means moon, or glow. I always thought it suited her, he said, putting his hand inside his shirt, pulling out a pendant. It was a relatively large place. It was extremely beautiful and looked like it had been made directly by the gods. It was a moon carved in silver and diamonds and a sun made purely of gold and almost golden yellow topaz. They were well fitted with each other, and in the center of them it was possible to open, and that revealed the same photo of the portrait frame. Deku, I always thought that name suits her very well, even with all the darkness and sadness around her. She always glowed beautifully. She always lit up the sadness of my life and was one of the reasons I didn't destroy this world, he said with a pure smile. Rias couldn't help but be captivated by the way Deku spoke of her. Rias, what happened to her? However, she soon regretted asking that question when she saw all of Deku's joy drain away and he was left with a sad look. Deku, she's gone, he said as his joy faded and he took her cold face again. Rias looked down, feeling the sadness in Deku's voice. Her little joy had quickly faded when before Deku's loving voice had become implacable, cold, and indifferent as usual. But before Deku could ask what was happening to Rias, the bedroom door was violently thrown open. Deku and Rias turned their gaze towards the door and saw Tiamat, Ryu, Saphira, and Milan standing at the door. Ryu, Master, what are you doing with that little demon? She asked in a cold voice. Tiamat. And to think the little demon was moving so fast, she said with a narrow look. Deku tried to say something to say they were wrong, but the situation wasn't helping. Fine, Rias was practically naked in Deku's bed with the Mad King, who was also shirtless. Anyone could, of course, understand this situation otherwise. Saphira, I won't lose to that wretched demon, she said angrily as she ran to her shirt and threw herself on top of Deku. Saphira took Deku's hand and placed it on top of her breast, giving him a smirk. Saphira, that will be more fun, she said, getting a huge blush on her face. Tiamat, Ryu, and Milan all fired along as they also landed on top of Deku, ending up pulling Rias along. Tiamat, our Master 5 at the same time, you're really fierce, she said maliciously, causing Rias to blush as the 5 of them were now lying on top of Deku with their bodies against his. Izuku was wondering how the exciting situation just now became this. However, before anything could be said, the 5 girls felt a shiver go through their spines as if something from beyond was threatening them. Everyone turned their gaze to the door and saw who was standing there. Ophis was standing there, and she didn't have a pleasant look on her face. Ophis, intruder, she said in her monotone voice as she raised her hand and created an all-black sphere of draconic power. However, the power she had created would not only vaporize Rias, but also Tiamat, Milan, Ryu, and Saphira if it hit. Ophis, die, she said, while Izuku widened his eyes and summoned her power of destruction. BOMM. The Phoenix Heir. Ko Academy. Currently at Ko Academy, it was possible to see dozens of students leaving for their homes. It was already the end time of school. Deku was walking calmly through the corridors of Ko Academy and drawing attention wherever he went. Deku was currently heading towards the Occult Research Club. After Izuku and Ria's conversation yesterday, and after Deku found himself forced to use his power of destruction to nullify Ophus's draconic power that would likely kill the 5 girls, and as they calmed down, Deku had a little talk with Rias. The heiress of the Gremry clan had asked Deku to come to the Occult Research Club so he would understand everything. In fact, Deku already knew about Rias' arranged marriage to the Phoenix Heir, but he didn't care. Deku approached the door of the Occult Club and felt several presences inside. In addition to the normal ones that were Rias' nobility, there was also a demonic presence that had an aura that was very reminiscent of fire. And he also had an immensely stronger presence than Rias and her nobility, a presence with an icy edge. So quickly Deku understood why he was there. When he opened the door, all attention turned to him. Standing next to Rias was a beautiful young woman who looked to be in her mid-20s with back-length silver hair that features a long braid on each side with small blue bows at the ends, while the rest is let down that ends in twin braids and eyes. Silver in the anime. She wore a blue and white French-made outfit with long sleeves and a white-made headband with red lipstick as a cosmetic accessory. Deku recognized who she was. Well, after everything Shiva said, it was logical that he would have to remember. Graphia Lucifuge, the queen and wife of Serzex Lucifer, as well as the strongest queen in the underworld, and her mother. Deku looked at her sideways and then turned his attention to Rias. Graphia turned her gaze to him. She clearly realized he wasn't a normal person. It wasn't much of a surprise to Deku. After all, Graphia probably noticed a small fraction of his power. When Deku met his parents, he wondered how he would feel. Of course, he didn't hate or feel love for them. It was pure indifference, and now looking at Graphia it was more evident. He felt nothing, absolutely nothing, no joy, no sadness or anger. It was as if he was looking at another stranger. Rias smiled minimally when she noticed Deku along with his nobility, who were standing in front of the window. Sitting next to Rias was a man running his hands through her hair. He was a tall, handsome young man in his mid-20s with short blonde hair and dark blue eyes. His outfit consisted of a burgundy blazer with gold embroidery on the right with matching pants and black dress shoes. Underneath his open blazer is a white dress shirt that is not fully buttoned, just a short button, giving a faint view of his chest. Deku didn't know who he was, as he didn't mind bothering to know the name of existences as inferior as he was. Deku saw all eyes on him. The King of Destruction crossed his arms over his chest as he looked at Rias. Deku, so Rias, I came as you asked? Riser, who are you? A servant of my lovely Rias? He asked arrogantly. Rias, he's Izuku Midoriya, a friend of mine. Riser, he's not a servant, he's part demon, she said while pointing at Izuku. Izuku wasn't too surprised that they thought he was a half-blood. After all, he never explained how he had the power of destruction of the Bale clan. Riser, just a half-breed? This is ridiculous. What is a worm like you doing here? He screamed in disgust at Deku's presence. All of Rias's nobility, including Rias, widened their eyes as they nervously sweated. Deku could be a calm person, but even he had a limit. Deku continued to keep his eye on Rias, ignoring Riser. He felt his dragons getting annoyed by Riser's insult, so in order for them not to cause destruction, Deku had to keep a calm expression, so his dragons don't understand that he's annoyed. Rias was nervous and tried to speak, but before she could say anything, Graphia spoke first. Graphia, are you the Black Swordsman? She asked seriously, as she knew perfectly well that the Black Swordsman was a mercenary who would kill as long as he paid enough for life. Deku turned his gaze to her, looking straight into the Silver One's eyes. Deku, yes, he said, turning his gaze to the window. Graphia, I see, she said, turning her gaze to Riser. Graphia, Riser-sama, the man in front of you is the Black Swordsman, famous in the supernatural world. Riser widened his eyes the slightest bit at that, before reverting back to his normal gaze. Riser, black swordsman? It doesn't matter, he's nothing more than a half-breed who doesn't even deserve to be in front of me, but I let him stay, bug. He said in a proud and arrogant tone. Deku didn't even care and continued to look at the window, not getting carried away by the futile taunts of a miserable ant. Deku just sat on the couch looking bored. Rias, stop it. Rias' angry voice echoes through the room. Rias got up from the couch and looked seriously at Riser. Riser, I said before I will not marry you. Riser, yeah, I've heard that before. But Rias, that's not going to happen, you know? I think your home situation is very serious. Rias, that's none of your business. If I am the next heir to House Gremory, then I will choose my husband, my father, my brother, and everyone in the clan are running. It was also a promise that I will be free until I graduate from the University of the Human World. Riser, you're right. You will basically be free. You can go to college and you can do whatever you want with your servants. But your Ota-sama and Surzek-sama are worried. They have their family extinct. We lost a large number of pure-blood demons in the last war. Even though the war is over, our rivalry with the fallen angels and God is not over yet. It is not uncommon for the pure-blood devil's successors to be killed in the futile battle against them, which leads to the extinction of the home. So, for a pure-blooded demon who is also a high-class demon, the union would be an obvious solution to the demon's forces. A devil of high purity. Even you know these kids will be important from now on, right? Rias and Riser got into a rant about their wedding while everyone had worried expressions. Except Deku, who was getting annoyed as he was called here to hear a couple's discussion. Riser, the newly produced devils, those as your servants, the reincarnated demons, are expanding in terms of strength, but that would make us, the high-class demons like history, lose our place. There are ancient nobles who approach reincarnated demons because they are very powerful. Well, that might be fine. The newly produced devils are also important for our future. But we can't allow pure-blooded demons to go extinct, can we? You and I were chosen to prevent the pure-bloods from going extinct. My house is safe because it has my older brothers. But there are only 2 brothers in her house. So there was only you, Rias, who could inherit the Gremory house. If you don't take a husband, the Gremory house will be extinct in your generation. Are you trying to crush the house that went on for so long? Because of the past war, there are not even half of the demons that were referred to as the 72 Pillars. This marriage has the demon's future in its hands. Rias, I won't crush my house. And I'm willing to have a husband, she said, making Riser have a big smile. Riser, oh, what is expected of Rias? So go. Rias, but I won't marry you, Riser. I will marry who I recognize. Even the demons of the old noble house have the right to choose. Hearing this, Riser suddenly become nasty. His eyes become sharper, and he even made a noise with his tongue. Riser, look here, Rias. I am also a demon who takes the name of House Phoenix after me. And I can't let that name get tarnished. I didn't even want to go near a small old building like this in the human world. On the contrary, I don't like the human world. The fire and wind of this world are filthy. For a devil like me, who dominates fire and wind, I can't take it anymore. Suddenly, flames began to appear around Riser and began to be released around the room. Riser, I'll take you back to the underworld, even if I have to burn everyone here, he said, although he clearly wasn't talking about Graphia. He glanced at Deku, who was sitting on the couch looking out the window. However, out of nowhere, all of Riser's flames went out against his will, which left him perplexed. Everyone's eyes widened at this, and they were snapped out of their thoughts as they heard a laugh. When they looked at the source of laughter, they saw Deku dying of laughter. Deku, you? Kill us? And does that include me? You can't even kill a fly, you're dreaming too big, he said without looking at him, but his tone was calm and angry. Riser was getting more and more irritated. It wasn't enough for him to ignore it, and now this half-breed dared to belittle him? Riser, you're just a mere half-breed, you didn't even deserve to be in my glorious presence. Deku simply stared at him with no visible emotion. He was well known in the supernatural world, particularly in the upper echelon. Deku turned his gaze to Riser, who froze when he saw the demonic heterochromatic glow in them. The air froze. It wasn't a metaphor, the air stagnated as the smell of death was permeating everything. The magic in the air seemed to freeze while the only thing visible was the glow of Deku's eyes. His eyes gleamed in pure bloodlust that made everyone paralyzed with fear. Deku simply extended his fingers so that the black flames he fired causing blood to spurt out. Everyone except Deku turned their attention to the source of this, and widened their eyes as they saw what it was. Riser was kneeling on the ground while spitting out blood in huge amounts. There was a big hole in his stomach that had literally been ripped apart. There was something like black flames around Riser's torso. They couldn't react when Deku was standing in front of Riser while his left hand was choking and cruelly squeezing Riser's neck, and it was even possible to hear the noise of bones breaking. Deku, well, let's see, I don't understand the feelings of a weakling like you. The law of the world is survival of the fittest. The weak are eliminated. Which means a simple-minded idiot like you must die, since he doesn't even know the difference between pride and arrogance. He said coldly, slightly increasing the strength in his left hand. Riser's neck began to be ripped apart as foam came out of his mouth. However, before anyone could say anything, a great wave of silver demonic power surged over the area, and its origin was Surzek's Lucifer's wife, Graphia Lucifuge. Graphia, Swordsman-sama, Riser-sama, please calm down. If you two continue, then I won't be quiet about it. For Surzek-sama's honor, I won't hold back. Deku started laughing out loud, which made everyone look at him. Deku, for the honor of blah blah blah, I won't hold back. What a joke. He continued to crush Riser's neck. Deku, would you also be willing to die for him too? Ha 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 ha, from the moment you point your magic at me, I will consider you my enemy. You've heard about me, haven't you? You know I don't have mercy on my enemies, right? Graphia didn't know why, but that threat hurt her heart so much. However, seeing that the black swordsman would not stop, she decided to attack, even knowing the difference in strength. Well, the black swordsman had already killed gods, and even the weakest god had the power of the Mal class. But before she could do the incantation, several holy swords were pointed at her neck, head, and heart. Deku, you know I don't feel sorry for killing you. But that already bored me. He let go of the Riser's neck and tossed him away, sitting back on the couch. Riser regenerated his neck, but his torso didn't regenerate no matter how hard he tried. Riser, spits blood, why isn't it regenerating? He screamed in shock and despair, for if he continued like this he would die. Deku, idiot. Everyone looked at him. Deku, the black flames negates any kind of regeneration, that is, you will die in 10 minutes if you don't convince me. Riser's eyes widened upon hearing this. Deku, TSK, I could burn you, Nugget. He snapped his fingers for the black flames to deactivate. Riser looked terrified at Izuku. He was lost in Deku's eyes, for at that moment he saw his death. In front of him was not Izuku, but a huge black and white dragon that looked at him with boredom, as if he were insignificant. Deku, be careful what you say, strongest queen in the underworld. Because I'm not kind, since I can kill you whenever and if I want to, he said with a sadistic smile. Even the static and Siri Graphia was feeling the fear coursing through her body as the pain in her heart increased. Riser hides your fear behind your pride. Riser, since the strongest queen is talking, even I would be scared. I definitely wouldn't want to fight the people of Surzek-sama's group, which is known to be made of monsters, he said when he got up fully healed. Deku just sighed and leaned back on the couch, looking out the window. Deciding it was best to change the subject, Graphia returned to her topic as she didn't want to see bloodshed, as the black swordsman was also dubbed the Bloody Man. Graphia, my master, Surzek-sama, and those of House Phoenix knew it would be like this. To tell you the truth, this would be the last discussion meeting. Everyone knew this wasn't going to be resolved, so they decided to make use of the last resort. Rias, last resort? What do you mean by that, Graphia? Graphia, Oju-sama, If you want to take your opinion forward, then how about you settle this in a rating game against Riser-sama? Everyone was surprised by Graphia's speech, except Izuku, who was angry that he was wasting time listening to this couple fight. Graphia, as you know, Oju-sama, only mature devils can participate in the official rating game. But if it's an unofficial game between pure-blooded demons, even immature demons can participate. However, in that case, Rias, when it involves family and domestic problems. She continued Graphia's speech as she sighed. Rias, in other words, Oju-sama and the others decided to have a game as a last resort if I were to refuse, right? To what extent do they intend to interfere in my life to feel satisfied? Graphia, so Oju-sama, are you saying that you would also refuse to participate in the game? Rias, no, I won't, since this is the last chance. Okay then. Let's settle this with a game, Riser. Riser smiles after Rias' provocative words. Riser, so you're accepting. I don't mind. But I'm already a mature devil and I've already played the official game. So far I've won most games. Even so, do you still want to play, Rias? He replied back with even more provocative words. Rias then sent him a fearless smile. Rias, I will finish you, Riser. Riser, well, if you win, do what you want. But if I win, you marry me right away. They both stared at each other, looking at each other with frightening eye expressions. Graphia understood. I, Graphia, confirmed the opinion of both sides. I will be in charge of the game between the two houses. How are you? Riser/Rias, yes. Graphia, understood. I will inform the two families then. After Graphia agreed with both Rias and Riser, they went back to arguing, as she sighed. Although Graphia didn't like that Rias had to marry Riser, she still held out hope that the girl would be able to break free of it. But what worried Graphia the most was something else, or rather, someone else. It was Izuku Midoriya. From the moment Graphia laid eyes on him, something said inside her to run and hug him, never to let him go, a feeling Graphia only had with her son Milikas. Sun had brought back bad memories for Graphia. Although she loved Milikas, she could never forget her first and beloved son. Her heart still clenched with pain and anguish as she remembered the horrible sin she and Surzex had done to their first child. There hadn't been a day since the event that Graphia didn't remember and blame herself for it, that she didn't cry at night remembering that day. Even her marriage to Surzex had been strained for some time until Milikas was born. Her youngest son managed to plug the hole in her heart, but it would never be the same. When Graphia noticed, she was looking straight at Izuku, but what made her surprised was that Deku was looking straight at her, and that scared her. But that wasn't what was scaring her, it was her eyes. They weren't black and pinkish red, they were another color. Her right eye was a bright blue-green like Surzex and Ria's eyes, and her left eye was pure silver as if it were the surface of the moon itself, similar to Graphia's. Graphia's eyes widened when she saw how Deku's eyes were. The strongest queen would never be able to forget those eyes. Your eldest son's eyes. Graphia's eyes widened even more in shock at what she saw. However, when she looked back at Deku, his eyes were already black and pinkish red and he wasn't even looking at her. Graphia, was that an illusion? She thought as she tried to regain her composure. Yes, it had to be an illusion in her head. After all, the boy in front of her could never be her son. She should have imagined it due to the feelings she was having. After all, her son didn't have green hair with black and he wasn't even a mestizo. While Graphia was lost in her thoughts, Riser and Rias' conversation continued. Riser, hey Rias. So these are your servants? He asked with a smile. Rias squints her eyes at what he said. Rias, so what? Riser started to laugh at what Rias had said, as if he found it amusing. Riser, so this match will be a laugh. Only your queen, the Thunder Priestess, can fight my lovely servants. Saying that, Riser snapped his fingers and a magic circle glowed on the ground. The magic circle had the phoenix emblem that Riser appeared. Then shadows appear from the magic circle. Just as the glow faded, Riser was revealed surrounded by 15 shadows of girls. Riser, well, these are my cute servants, he said arrogantly, making Ria's eyes twitch in anger. Issei cried on the floor when he saw the harem that Riser had. Riser snapped his fingers to summon his servants, but none of them responded. Riser turned around in annoyance only to see that none of his handmaidens were paying attention. All of them were staring at Deku while they had a huge blush on their faces. Riser, hey! Shut up, Oniai-sama, said a voice stopping the Riser from screaming. The girl who interrupted Riser was a beautiful young woman with dark blue eyes. She has long blonde hair tied into twin tails with large curls like drill bits and blue straps that hold them in place. The front of her hair has several bangs hanging over her forehead, with a V-shaped bangs hanging over the points of her nose. Her outfit consisted of a light purple dress with dark purple accents and a blue bow at the front. At the back, 3 feather-like extensions mimicking a bird's tail protrude from the dress, which, when combined with her fiery wings, give her a bird-like appearance. She was Revel Phoenix, the only daughter and youngest daughter of Lord Phoenix and Lady Phoenix, and the younger sister of Revel Fexex, an older brother unnamed and Riser Fexex. Revel, excuse me. She spoke as she approached Deku, making him look back at her. Revel, are you Izuku Midoriya-sama? She asked curiously while her face was red. Deku didn't surprise much that Revel seemed to know him. After all, he was very famous both in the human world and in the supernatural world due to all the songs he made and movies he participated. Deku, yeah, that's me, and you? He said, causing Revel to smile and the girls behind her to let out a joyful squeal. Revel, I'm Revel Phoenix. And why could you give me an autograph? She asked as she took a picture of Deku from a magic circle. Deku, of course. Revel smiled and gave him the photo. However, before Revel could do anything, Kaneko shook her head and stood up. She walked towards Revel and forcibly turned her. Kaneko, Senpai doesn't want chicken today, go away. Ravel's eyes flickered quickly. Revel, F chicken? Kaneko, yes, chicken. KFC is another way, don't bother Senpai. See your family at KFC, being catered for. Deku bit his lower lip to keep from laughing. It seemed like cats and birds didn't get along, while Revel turned to face Kaneko, who had a serious expression. Revel, KFC? Being served? Kaneko, that's right, KFC. Yakitori Heim. Revel took a deep breath, and flames gathered around his body. Kaneko didn't back down, and showed her willingness to duel too. But then Revel thought about what Kaneko said, and developed teary eyes. Kaneko looked at her with victory. Revel, if I'm a Yakitori Heim, then you're a flea-bitten cat that can't even make a good pet. Kaneko's eyes widened in anger. She took a step forward and shook the entire room. Even the place where she was dented by her foot. Kaneko, is that the case? At least Senpai and I know each other. Revel looked at Deku, and then at Kaneko. Seeing the opportunity to beat Kaneko, she turned her Oju-sama attitude back and put her hand over her mouth. Revel, Hojo, is that the case? Well, Izuku-sama. She spoke, catching Deku's attention, who looked at her. Revel, incidentally, I have tickets to an opera tonight, how about you join me? Her eyes shot to Kaneko in a high-class way. Revel, alone? Kaneko's eyes showed her anger towards Revel. Deku would confirm since he liked an opera. Kaneko took a step towards Deku, taking her hand, surprising the boy. Kaneko, Deku's senpai wouldn't like to go, opera is boring, besides, we have plans. She said, making Deku look at her with an eyebrow raised. Deku, do we? Kaneko, we have. She replied to him, but Revel didn't accept and approached Deku, taking his other arm and pulling him towards her. Revel, Fufu, don't worry, Izuku-sama, I won't let anything happen to you. Kaneko, Senpai is fine, he knows how to take care of himself and he never gave you permission to use his first name. Kaneko pulled him back, almost making Revel fall, but Deku caught her with his hand, making her blush slightly. Revel, well, that's good, so he can protect me from a brute like you. Kaneko, gross? I'm surprised the chicken knows it's a brute. A vein appeared on Ravel's head as she was doing a fighting Portuguese. Kaneko did the same thing and made a "Come get me" sign with her fingers. Ravel did the same thing too, while Izuku was still in the middle. Ravel, who needs a rating game, right, filthy cat? Kaneko, right, grilled chicken. Actually, I'm in the mood for grilled chicken tonight. Ravel and Kaneko went to attack each other, but Izuku quickly walked between them and put his hands out, pushing them away. Deku, okay, Oklahoma, there is no need for us to fight. Kaneko and Ravel fought him, but he still kept them away so they wouldn't kill each other. Then they gasped and looked hard. Kaneko, see you at the rating game, Ravel Phoenix. Ravel, that's if you get that far. I'll be waiting. Kaneko, I'll bring hot sauce for the grilled chicken I'm going to roast. Ravel, yes, and when all of you are lost to the Phoenix, I will take Izuku-sama for myself. Deku looked at her with an expression like, "What do you mean?" Ravel shot back at Kaneko, who glared at her. Ravel stared at Kaneko before each one returned to her seat. Riser, seeing that they had already calmed down, placed his hand on his chin, and it looks like he thought of something. Riser, Rias, how about a match in 10 days? We could do it now, but that wouldn't be interesting, Rias looked at him with an angry expression. Rias, are you trying to give me an edge? Riser, are you against it? Is this humiliating? Rating game is not something simple that you can earn with just your feelings. If you cannot use your servant's power to the fullest, you will lose immediately. So it's not strange for you to train with your minions for your first rating game. I've seen demons who lost without using their power to the fullest countless times, no matter how great their potential and power. Rias doesn't complain and listens quietly to what Riser said. When Riser directs his palm towards the ground, the magic circle begins to glow. Riser, 10 days. If that's you, then you should be able to improve your servants. Rias, the next time we meet will be in the game. Saying that, Riser disappears in the light of the magic circle along with his servants. Rias sighed after Riser was gone and looked at Deku. Swallowing her pride, she said, Rias, Deku-san, I need your help. She said, making Deku stare at her. The King of Destruction looked at her in false doubt. Rias, I want you to train us. She spoke to the Mad King. Deku, I refuse. He said quickly to everyone's amazement. Rias, but why? She asked, desperate. Deku stood up and looked at her. Deku, there are types of arrogance. The first is, when you're not up to the task, and the second, where your dreams are too big. He turned his face to the window. Deku, you got yourself into this and that's why you should get rid of it. Rias and everyone looked down at the floor. What Izuku had said was true. Rias got into this and that's why she should go out alone. However, before anyone could do anything, Deku laughed, snapping everyone out of their state. Deku, I was kidding, of course I'll train them. He said, letting out a laugh, while all the devils looked at him in surprise. Rias, really? Thank you so much, Deku. She said with a smile along with everyone. Deku, I'll just say, the training will be hell. If you don't want it, you better give up, because I'm going to break your bones only to heal them and break them again. I will do as I did with the nobility of Sona. Mostly with him. He pointed at Issei, who swallowed hard. Deku, since you are the bearer of Drag, you should at least be worthy of it. You're just a tittle-loving pervert, and they won't help you in battle. He said, narrowing his eyes. Rias and everyone else felt a shiver run through her body. Rias, I'll accept it anyway. She even said that something inside of her said she would regret asking Deku to train her. Deku, okay. Training. The next day. Rias, Haleowa, why am I doing this? She yelled after Deku. Currently all of Rias' nobility were walking along a mountain as they headed to where Rias' training house would be. Deku laughed a little further. After talking with Riser and his nobility and also having accepted Rias' request to train her nobility, Deku had returned to the house to warn Ophis, Tiamat, Ryu, Saphira and Mulan, and also warned Rias that they would be leaving early. So currently they were going up the mountain towards Rias' training house. Deku walked calmly ahead of everyone, while Ryu, Sapphira and Milan walked calmly beside him, and Ophis too. Tiamat wasn't with them as she had some business to deal with the underworld. Behind him came Kaneko, along with Akino and Kiba, and further back there was Rias, and what drew the most attention was that everyone was carrying large luggage. Kiba, Deku-senpai, I gathered some herbs. Let's use it for the meal tonight, he said as he walked and passed with a cool expression. He is also carrying a huge amount of luggage on his back. Izuku waved at him in acceptance. Rias, but why am I carrying? Of all the bags they were carrying, Rias had the most. Deku, that's training. Rias, but I don't need to train as much as they do, she said as she almost stopped because she couldn't take it. Deku, to have a weak king is to have a weak nobility. Nobility may be strong, but if the king is weak and well taken care of, it means his training is for naught, he said with a frown. Rias, but. Deku, don't complain, Rias. You wanted me to train you, and I warned you that you would regret it, but you accepted. So, for that, shut up and do it, he said, narrowing his eyes at Rias, who froze. Akino, era he got you bucho, she said while panting a little and also carrying her luggage. Rias, you should be on my side, Akino, he screamed as fake tears streamed down his face. Deku, you too, Akino, he said, getting the attention of the girl who looked at him. Deku, your pace is slowing down, faster, he said, narrowing his eyes with an authoritative tone. Akino, yes sir, she screamed as she got a robot in the face from Izuku's sadistic manner. Rias, masochist. Deku, faster, Rias, he yelled, making the boy widen his eyes. Rias, yes sir, she said as she advanced a little. Deku couldn't help but sigh. Their resistance was pathetic. They looked like they'd never pushed hard in their life. How the hell did she call herself a high-class devil with such pathetic strength? He even thanked his parents for abandoning him, as he didn't want to be spoiled like Rias, who doesn't even know how to use her power properly. Izuku only saw advantages in being abandoned. He was able to fight Shiva, then Scat-Hack, and then Great Red and bathe in blood, which was what he most enjoyed doing. Ophis, are you tired, cat? She asked as she walked side by side with Kaneko. Kaneko, I can go on all day, lizard, she said, narrowing her eyes at Ophis. Both Ophis and Kaneko had the biggest baggage of all. The moment Ophis had seen that Kaneko was carrying her luggage, the Ouroboros dragon insisted on carrying her own. As soon as Kaneko had seen this, she took Asia's luggage to carry and Ophis took Izuku's. It felt like the two were in some kind of competition. Deku just stared in amusement, as he listened to Rias complain that it was too heavy. Honestly, for the first time in his life, he regretted accepting the service. Scene change. The vacation home in front of Deku was a typical log cabin reminiscent of Europe, but its size made him think it was for the super rich and famous. A patio place, a grill nearby, what looked like an outdoor hot tub, if the steam Deku was looking at was any indication. This mansion made of wood belongs to House Gremory. Normally she is hiding, blending in with the scenery of humans using demonic powers, but she has appeared since they will use it. It was possible to smell the way after entering. Deku went to the living room to store the bags, and the girls went upstairs to wear clothes where they could move more easily. Sometime after everyone had gone to change clothes and went downstairs. Deku, now let's get started, he said, snapping his fingers. Scene change. Right after everyone had put on different and better clothes for training, they went outside. There Izuku stood calmly in front of Rias and her nobility with Ophis, Sapphira, Mulan and Ryu by his side. Akino, so what will the training be like? She asked Deku. Deku smiled. Well, we'll do individual training. I'll train you individually because we don't have much time. What he said was true, they only had 10 days of training, and Deku doubted that just that amount of time would make them strong. Kiba, how are you going to train us individually when it's only you? Deku looked at him with a raised eyebrow. Deku, the Ryu, Sapphira and Mulan will help me. The rest I do like this. He snapped his fingers so that from his shadow figures appeared. Rias, What is it? She asked upon seeing the two clones. Deku, it's a cloning spell. It allows me to make clones of myself. Although they're not as strong as I am, that should be more than enough for training. He said so they could understand. Deku, so I'll quickly explain what we're going to train. He looked at Rias. Deku, for Rias it will be a physical training and also better control over her magic. After all, you waste a lot of magic in a single attack. He said, causing Rias to agree. Deku, for Akino it will be a magical training and also to improve her stamina. For Kiba it will be to improve his control over his sacred gear and also his stamina. For Kaneko it will be about your speed. For Asia it will be training to control her sacred gear as well and to increase her stamina. And for Issei, I train him myself. He said, causing everyone to wave. Only Issei who wasn't very happy. Scene change. Kiba had a sword in hand, waiting at one end of the testing ground that he would train with Deku. Deku, I think we can start now, he said, approaching. Deku had placed himself in front of Kiba. His clothes hadn't changed, it was the same shirt and pants, but what drew the most attention was the sword he was wielding. It was a sword of Chinese origin. It had a wonderful appearance. The first had its guard with a golden dragon coming out towards the blade, and its handle was wine red. The blade was gray, but on its edge was a pattern of shimmering blue waves that glowed and gave off a light. Izuku quickly assumed a relaxed posture looking at Kiba. Kiba frowned at the amount of openings in that posture. But there was something wrong with that position. It was like he was begging someone to attack him at these points. And still, why did he feel that going to those obvious openings would mean certain death? He shook his head to get rid of unnecessary thoughts and readied his stance. Rias Gremmery's Knight knew that this was probably part of Deku's stance. Even when Deku had never used a real sword, he always beat Kiba. The boy knew that Deku was a renowned swordsman. After all, he had a weapon that killed gods. Kiba quickly cleared his mind and jumped on Deku and swung a Nova blade into one of the openings, only to have his skin deflected a few inches by the sword in his left hand. No surprises in that. Kiba accelerated and tried another opening on his side only to be blocked again by the blade. Clearly that attack did little to upset Deku's balance, except that it seemed to have helped. Deku used an awkward position that was in his will, generating over his heel, lightly poking Kiba in the cheek before planting his feet firmly on the ground. Kiba quickly returned to his starting position and drew his sword in sword stance similar to Deku's and slowly moved to keep him in his sights. He had some doubts about this, but it seemed like Deku was using a suicidal style of fighting to deal with his opponents by giving them false openings to exploit them, using this to eliminate. That was illogical, it was totally insane. However, Deku wasn't called crazy for nothing. Kiba only privately speeded around Deku a few times before aiming for the neck and, like the last time, had his blade deflected just a few inches away and nearly landed one on himself. He threw his back and the men surged away from Deku, landing a few feet near the trees. Honestly, he was having a harder time than he'd expected. He didn't think Deku's fighting style could be that effective. It was a bit harmful and pride. And still, Kiba couldn't help but have a gruff smile adorning his face as he ran to attack Deku again, exchanging slashes and blade swipes, which barely dodged each other's attacks. This was strangely exhilarating. Not even the other times he fought other swordsmen made his blood and his sword sing aloud. Clank, 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 clank. Scene change. Deku admitted that Kiba was a good swordsman. Obviously, he didn't even come close to his feat, but Kiba had talent in the art of swordsmanship. As they traded blows with their swords, Deku hadn't even hit her. He was just letting Kiba attack to gauge his skills perfectly. Deku had several fighting styles that he learned from his master/father Rimuru. And with the help of his eyes, he can copy the spear techniques that Skathak had, the skills and powers that Shiva possessed. He copied all skills from both enemies and friends so as not to use the fighting styles he learned from Rimuru that were highly destructive and dangerous. The style he was using to face Kiba was one he created himself. It was a suicidal style that left several openings in vital points, allowing the enemy's attack only to counterattack and win. A style created for him to have fun. However, Deku used it usually to measure the abilities of his enemies. He left just the openings for the enemy to attack and end up having his blows nullified, to see how he would handle the pressure. Kiba was doing very well, but even with all his skills, Deku already knew how to classify Kiba. With all that said and done, it was a shame to have to label him average. Kiba was being too reliant on his speed to perform any fast attack that would be a little too weak to finish anyone off with a single blow. He was also somewhat direct with his intentions of hitting certain parts of Deku's body, even if he tried to use a feint to confuse him. His preference for attacking from the front seemed to be more related to his ideal of a knight, always facing the opponent from the front and never attacking from the back. Nice concept, but terrible for a real fight. Deku didn't have pride as a swordsman. For him it was just swinging the sword, and whoever lived, lived. He didn't care about this honor or chivalry bullshit. It doesn't matter if it was the most honorable victory or the dirtiest there is, a victory was a victory, the rest was all the pity of losers. Another thing was Kiba's misuse of his sacred gear, Sword Birth. It was a sacred gear that allowed the user to create demonic swords based on the user's imagination. Swords with the most diverse properties and powers. But obviously to do that a good amount of mental stamina would be expended, but with training it would be easy. Also, they would have to get strong as soon as possible. After all, Riser's nobility has 16 members and Rias's only 6, so each one has to defeat at least 2-3 opponents. Deku again parried Kiba's blow while applying a little more force and sending the devil flying backwards. Kiba quickly positioned himself in the air and landed panting a little. The fight had already lasted more than 5 minutes and Kiba was already panting. He had already used all the techniques he knew and used all the preferred types of demon swords he had. But even so, Izuku didn't have any scratches on his body, not even his clothes were wrinkled, he was standing there calmly. "Deku, get ready, Kiba," he said, pointing his sword at Kiba. Kiba prepared for Deku's attack and raised his sword, and then Izuku lunged forward. And just disappeared. Kiba couldn't even react when in an instant Deku had already appeared behind him. Before Kiba even moved, dozens of cuts appeared all over his body, and he spat blood as he kneeled down. "Deku, so that's it? I expected more." Rias Gremry's knight staggered to his feet as he raised his sword to attack, but it was in vain. Deku in an instant appeared in front of him, and kicked him in the chest. Kiba tried to use his swords to defend himself, but they were totally shattered the moment Izuku's kick connected to his chest. The reincarnated devil was sent flying backwards. Kiba spat blood as he was sent flying and crossed before crashing into a tree, while the sound of his bones breaking was audible. Kiba spat a huge amount of blood on the ground as his sword broke as he couldn't keep it. "Kiba, kick," he said with difficulty as blood leaked from his body as he couldn't believe Deku beat him with a kick. "Deku, I admit your swordsmanship is good, Kiba, superior to any member of the Riser nobility. However, you focused so much on me that as I advanced you lost your composure. Besides, you are very honorable, and in a battle you must use everything in your favor. No people you are going to fight will not be honored as much as you. Think," he said, walking calmly towards Kiba. "Deku, also, your stamina is mediocre. Only one kick from me has knocked you out, and also you can't use your sacred gear properly, and you haven't even reached balance breaker," he said, stopping in front of Kiba. "Deku, honestly, you're so mediocre it makes me sick," he said coldly, causing Kiba to widen his eyes. "Kiba, take your words back," he said angrily, trying to get up and summon a sword. "Deku, make me." Kiba screamed in rage and summoned another sword and swung it at Deku, who simply raised the sword in his right hand and swung it at Kiba, breaking the reincarnated demon's sword, before giving him another kick that sent him into another tree. "Deku, feel this anger, Kiba, this is only happening because of your weakness. I'm sure after these 10 days you will be stronger than you are now, while I have to break your body every day," he said in a deathly cold voice before his eyes flashed in a demonic tone, making Kiba shiver. "Deku, and understand, you will really wish you had died after this," he said as the blade of his sword gleamed in its power. With Kaneko. In a place further away that was once a beautiful forest, now it was nothing more than a wasteland with several craters everywhere. In the midst of the explosions was Ryu standing calmly with his arms crossed. In front of her leaning against the tree was Kaneko, who was breathing heavily, as she had multiple wounds all over her body. Since Kaneko's training began, she still hadn't landed any attacks, while she had several injuries, and Ryu hadn't even used his sword given by Izuku or magic, only brute force. Kaneko knew that Ryu was strong, though she only knew that she was the daughter of the Dragon Queen of Chaos and Karma, Tiamat. Even with her defense enhanced by being a tower, she made no difference when Ryu's blows hit her and left serious wounds. "Ryu, so that's it?" he asked, staring at Kaneko. "Kaneko, strong," she muttered, spitting blood on the floor. "Ryu, why don't you accept your true power?" he asked calmly, causing Kaneko to widen her eyes. "Kaneko, how?" she asked as she tried to understand how Ryu had found out. Ryu snorted in response. "Ryu, before we started, my master gave me all the information about you. And of course he told me about you being a Nekishu," she said, causing Kaneko to freeze. Ryu calmly waited for Kaneko's answer, to which with a bitter and sad voice she replied. "Kaneko, Senjutsu is evil, it corrupts those who use it and drives them mad." Ryu put his hand on his head and said, "Ryu, if you don't accept this power, you won't be able to fight the Riser nobility, and without it you won't be able to save Rias. Do you care about this idiocy more than your master?" she asked calmly, looking at Kaneko. "Kaneko, not true. Bucho saved me and gave me a purpose," she said, still with her sad expression. Ryu smiled at her and said, "Ryu, exactly, she gave you a purpose. If you have no reason to be alive, it's the same as being dead." Ryu couldn't help but sigh over the way Kaneko refused to use her power. Ryu could train her, but for her to stay strong, she had to accept that power, and that was something even Deku couldn't make Kaneko do. She had to overcome your trauma alone. Ryu pondered for a moment. She knew some Yukai magic arts that didn't require Senjutsu to use but magic training. These arts she learned from Izuku. So there were some things Ryu could teach. "Ryu, I think it's time for a different approach." Ryu knew that dialogue was not always the solution, that's why there was violence. If a conversation doesn't work, a good punch in the face should do it. And of her sisters, she was the one who most turned to violence, and was easily irritated. But with Izuku, she managed to soften a little, so Ryu understood that there were other ways to resolve matters other than violence, even if it's not a bad idea. Hitting someone until he learns by hard work was a philosophy she learned from her master Izuku. "Ryu, Kaneko," she said, getting Nekishu's attention. Ryu pointed to the mountain that was behind her. "Ryu, even from that mountain there's one with the biggest sweets in the world that Master Izuku prepared," she said, smiling at Kaneko's dreamy expression and the babysitter that dripped from her lips. Although she couldn't blame Kaneko, as the pastries made by her master were really magnificent and succulent, that always gave her the feeling of wanting to eat more and more. "Ryu, if you can get past me and get there, it's all yours," she said as Kaneko's eyes gleamed with desire. In an instant, the cat girl advanced with the fastest speed she had ever used in her life to go to the mountain. Ryu smiled seeing this. It looked like Kaneko was now quite motivated. However, before Kaneko was even past Ryu, the redhead appeared next to her and kicked Kaneko's body, who spat blood, as he was sent flying into a tree and his bones snapped. Nekishu spat more blood and tried to get up. "Ryu, I never said I would allow you to pass, Kaneko. You must try everything you can to get past me. And if you want some advice, I suggest you do it as soon as possible, because Fies will soon find the sweets." Kaneko's eyes widened before narrowing, and she stood up as she would never lose to another loli. Ryu couldn't help but smile as he watched Kaneko advance. It looked like this training was going to be a lot more fun than she'd expected, plus she'd have a great chance to see Deku's naked body. With the Kino. In a distant part of the forest, far from Kaneko and Kiba's location, it was possible to see immense explosions of magic occurring from all sides. Flying in the sky, the hybrid of fallen angel and human, and the queen of Rias Gremory, Akino Himejima panted heavily as she felt her magic reserves being rapidly drained. On the floor it was possible to see Deku standing calmly while looking at her board. Akino raised her hands and cast her lightning and ice spells at Izuku, trying to hit the Mad King. Deku didn't even average how much magic circles appeared behind him and fired the same amount of elements, and the same power level, nullifying Akino's. Akino was panting heavily because regardless of which spells or techniques she used, Deku would nullify them with the same power. Deku admitted that Akino had great power for a reincarnated demon. She has great demonic potential for where she is at the same level as her king, Rias. Her prowess is considered the strongest among the nobility behind Rias herself, with Riser recognizing that only Akino could fight on an equal footing with her nobility. Her overall demonic power and magic are increased from the bishop aspect of her queen tile. Currently, Akino was the only one who had any chance against Riser and his nobility. She would even manage to beat Riser's queen. Akino's biggest problem by far was the fact that she didn't accept her fallen angel side. If she accepted her fallen angel power and uses her holy lightning, she would have a much better chance of victory. And Izuku sincerely doubted that Rias and her nobility had any chance of victory. Akino raised her hand, creating storm clouds that rained down multiple lightning bolts against Izuku, who simply raised his hand and a shield formed, nullifying all the lightning. Akino gasped heavily as all her spells were nullified. She prided herself on her mastery of magic, but regardless of what magic Rias' queen used, Deku would simply nullify it. She didn't even imagine Deku had talent with magic like that, and he didn't even seem to be trying. "Deku, why don't you use your fallen angel power?" he asked, causing Akino to freeze. "Akino, why you know?" she asked apprehensively. Izuku couldn't help but huff. It looked like they were really underestimating him for thinking he wouldn't get something like that. Although Deku found this to be kind of refreshing, in the Hindu pantheon and generally wherever he went, everyone was immensely afraid of him for his fame as Shiva's right-hand man and for being the Mad Dragon King. Although Rias and Sona's nobility along with the two knew that he was the Black Swordsman, neither of them fully understood what that name and his fame meant. If this had happened in the past, it was likely that Izuku would kill anyone who underestimated him. The Mad King admitted that in the past he was much more brutal and cruel than he is today. But it was something he liked to do, bathe in blood, hear the screams as he destroys. It was music to his ears. It's like Shiva always said, Selene's presence had changed him a lot. "Akino, don't you hate fallen angels?" she asked apprehensively as she didn't want Deku to hate her. "Deku, why should I? I don't care what you are, regardless, you are still you," he said calmly, causing Akino's eyes to widen. "Deku, and why do you hate them?" "Akino, because it was their fault that my mother died, all because of my father being a fallen angel," she said with disgust in her voice. "Deku, so shouldn't that apply to me too?" he asked, causing Akino to freeze. "Deku, I was born with the power of a demon, one of the bloodlines of the pillars of the underworld, and because I was born with very low demonic power, I was abandoned when I was born," he said, causing Akino to lower his head in sadness. "Deku, I've been struggling to survive since I was abandoned. I thought every night if I would be alive tomorrow. I bathed in so much blood that it became normal in my life, and it was thanks to this power that I lost many important people in my life. You know Akino." He paused, mentioning the name of Akino, who turned to see him. "Deku, I don't blame my father and mother for abandoning me. Whatever their reason, I don't care. This world became just an empty shell and unimportant to me. My eyes have no life, that's why I always wear a lens," he said, surprising Akino. Izuku took out his lens and showed his eyes to her. Her eyes didn't reflect anything, they were totally dead, there wasn't even a sparkle in them. What she could see was just chaos, destruction, deaths, killings, massacres, and all the cruelest things. Akino froze, she felt her blood freeze too. Her expression was horrified to see those dead eyes. It wasn't eyes that anyone would have. "Deku, don't feel sorry for me. You know, even with a life like that, I never rejected that power and I trained and mastered it, so I never had to go through that again." He put his lens back on. Akino just looked at Deku with a very sad expression. She had never seen him act like that, and the way he spoke, it was indifferent. He didn't show any emotion while talking about his life. It was as if he didn't care about anything. Deku, I can't force you to accept this power, but you must understand that without it, you won't be able to defeat the Riser nobility. But even so, I will teach what I can, he said, being answered with a smile from Akino. Both returned to exchange more magic blows as Akino's determination was heightened by Deku's words. With Rias. In another part of the forest, it was possible to see it destroyed. In fact, it looked like it had simply disappeared. In a large clearing, it was possible to see Rias on one side. She was totally panting as she had several injuries all over her body and felt a great tension in her muscles due to she was expending much of her demonic power. On the other side was Saphira standing calmly as she looked bored. Rias tried to fight back. In fact, if anyone saw it, they would doubt that Saphira was in combat due to not even her clothes being dirty. Rias raised her hands as her demonic power manifested and a crimson-red energy formed. It was the power of destruction of the Bale clan, one of the 72 pillars of the underworld. Rias gathered all the energy that had accumulated in her hands, forming a large crimson-red sphere, and launched it at Saphira. The energy shot up as it advanced towards Saphira, destroying everything in its path. Fulfilling its purpose, the crimson energy approached Saphira. Saphira only raised her finger and pointed at Rias' condensed power of destruction, which simply disappeared. Rias widened her eyes as she saw her power of destruction being nullified so easily. Since the training began, Rias continued to use her power of destruction in all her attacks, which continued to drain more and more of her demonic power. Saphira couldn't help but sigh as she expected more from Rias. Rias had good demonic power. She knew for others it would be a great deal. But for Saphira, who is already used to seeing Izuku's demonic power, this is just a mere ant. However, compared to every other demon Saphira had seen, Rias's was exceptional. With training, she could become a high-class demon in the future. But even so, it was disappointing. Saphira saw that Rias had a lot of confidence in her power of destruction and depended a lot on it. She didn't have any other kind of offensive magic. Saphira has seen her master use the power of destruction, but he was not dependent on it as he had several other spells, both offensive and defensive. In addition to being very dependent on power of destruction, Rias spent a lot of energy in few attacks and thus ended up wearing out very fast. In a battle against Riser, she would lose. Her demonic power would be drained much faster than Riser's. Also, Rias had a low physical stamina, as just a few attacks would be enough to knock her down, and she wouldn't even be able to physically fight back. Saphira, so that's it? She asked in her usual cold voice. Saphira, honestly, you have good demonic power, but very mediocre control, she said, causing Rias to widen her eyes. Saphira, if you were to fight this Riser guy and his nobility now, you would lose. Rias's eyes widened wider and wider as Saphira spoke. Saphira, power of destruction is a truly powerful skill, but it all depends on who uses it. You spend a lot of power in a few attacks and it wears out very quickly. You wouldn't last long against that Riser, she said, looking at Rias, who was on the floor. Rias tried to get up to counterattack Saphira, but she was surprised to see that the albino was already in front of her. Saphira, in one swift movement, kicked Rias in the stomach, who was sent flying like a rag doll into the trees. Rias collided with one of the trees while spitting blood as she fell to the ground. Saphira, see? Her resistance is extremely mediocre and ridiculous. A kick has already left her like that. It seems like she had never been hit in her life. To be honest, you are so ridiculous it makes me sick. You want to be free, but you are not even able to buy your freedom in a fight. Clan Gremry must be really ashamed of you, she said in a cold tone, approaching Rias. Rias tried to get up, trying to stop spitting blood, and she looked at Saphira with her eyes filled with anger. Rias, remove what? Before she could finish speaking, the albino kicked her face, sending duas flying into another tree. Saphira looked at her rhetorically. Saphira, why should I? You are not even able to stand in my presence, she said calmly, looking at Rias, who was writhing in pain. Saphira, you pride yourself on being a high-class devil, on being the Crimson Satan's sister, on being the heir to Clan Gremry. But really, you're so ridiculous it makes me want to throw up," she said with great mockery in her voice. "Saphira, but what did you do to be able to speak so proudly, Rias?" she asked, seeing Rias get up. "Saphira, you are the heir of the Gremry clan because your brother became Mao. You gained your nobility simply by being a golden-blooded devil. The same goes for your high-class devil title. Even your power of destruction was given to you and you didn't even train to master it, until your territory was given to you. From what my master told me, Sona said it's been 8 years since your engagement was announced, and what did you do? Nothing, absolutely nothing. You were playing house and co. If you had trained at least an hour a day in those years, you would have been able to beat Riser. However, you preferred to find a strong servant because you are pathetically weak." She looked at Rias with an angry look. "Saphira, in addition to being a terrible king, you left every member of your nobility to their problems and tried hard to help them. Kiba with his idiotic hatred for holy swords. Akino and Kaneko are angry at using their own power, and Damper you can't even use it because you didn't teach him how to control his sacred gear, and he is now sealed. In other words, you're a failed idiot who can't even get out of an arranged marriage, and when you have a problem you run for your brother's skirts," she said while mocking Rias, who gritted her teeth in anger. "Saphira, if all the new generation of underworld demons are like you, I'm even sorry to see what the future will be like." "Rias, why are you saying all this?" she asked, gritting her teeth in anger and frustration. She had never been so humiliated by anyone, not even her brother, father or C, and the worst thing was that she couldn't even deny it, because everything Saphira said was true and she knew it. "Saphira, because I want you to understand your insignificance, how you're just an insect that anyone can squash whenever they want. That your pride and arrogance is useless before the world. There are monsters out there much bigger than your brother. And understand, they won't be as kind as I am." The heiress of the Gremry clan should understand that her pride was useless. Rias was extremely proud of things she didn't even earn but were given, and that any of her idiocies would result in her death someday. "Saphira, I didn't even want to spend my time with an insignificant being like you. But my master asked, and he made a very tempting offer, lick lips. So I accepted. Now enjoy it, because you won't always have someone to guide you." "Rias, let's continue," she said, taking herself as she tried not to succumb to the pain. Saphira smiled minimally. It looked like Rias had grit, after all. With Issei. In another part of the forest, it was possible to see a vacant field. On one side was Issei with his whole body injured, very serious injuries that could kill him, and in front of him was Deku, stepping on his face. "Deku, you're so pathetic it makes me nauseous." He increased the strength of his feet a little, causing Issei to scream loudly. Issei's appearance was hideous. Blood was pouring from every orifice. His face was deformed, with multiple purple spots and burns. On his body there were several wounds that revealed broken bones. Deku, an idiot who thinks of becoming the king of the harem, who dreams of being more of an asshole and idiot. You are a disgrace to the draconic race. A mere pervert who luckily has a Longinus, the boosted gear. He took his foot off Issei's head. Issei looked at him with a mixture of anger and bitterness. "Deku, change that dream, I can train you. But for that to happen, you must change your dream, for if it continues like this, you will tarnish Drake's name with your lines and manners." An aura formed over Issei's body and began to heal him. Issei glared at Deku. "Issei, never, I will be the king of the harem and there would be a lot of hot and busta women and my dream is to catch Bucho's breasts." He screamed with all his strength recovered. Drake, who was looking at everything inside the sacred gear, couldn't help but sigh and huff angrily. His new wielder was a damn pervert who, without a shadow of a doubt, would tarnish his name wherever he went. And it made him more and more angry. Why does its wielder, the wielder of the Red Dragon of Domination, have such a perverted wielder? It's a fact that every man appreciates a woman's body, but Issei's obsession was too big, and it was surprising. Since the day he abandoned Tiamat to continue his fight against Albion, his former lover has been killing her bearers only as a means of revenge. And now she was with what the entire supernatural world dubbed the strongest existence ever. The Izuku Midoriya who already defeated Great Red at just 7 years old, and at 5 years old defeated Shiva in a battle. What would be impossible for a child? The so-called king of the Mad Dragons and the first to talk to Izuku's real body. Drake already knew that Izuku was strong, but the point of destroying Upper Outerversal was unrealistic. But when Deku explained, he could perfectly understand who Izuku was. There was so much information at once that his mind almost exploded. The fact that Izuku says that his master, or who he often refers to as his father, is called the Absolute God or the Primordial Entity. It was the most shocking news for Drake, even though he doesn't know who this person called Rimuru Tempest was. Just one of the visions he saw made him tremble in fear. The friends Izuku called best friends. They were insanely strong, especially one called Tanjiro. The titles that each one had was also surprising. One called Subaru held several titles, and among them were the First Human, the Emperor of Humanity, the Strongest Human, the Transcendent Human, the Human God, the First Emperor, the God of Creation and Light, Son of Absolute God, Son of the Goddess of War and Swords, God of Origin. One called Tanjiro held several titles as well, and among them were the Strongest Demon, the First Demon, the Demon God of Destruction, Chaos and Disorder, Nuclear Chaos, God's Slayer, the Demon King of the Rising Sun, the Mad Demon, the Primordial Demon, the Incarnation of Chaos, Destruction and Disorder, the Demonic Ancestor, the First King of Demons, Son of the Absolute God, Son of the Goddess of the Abyss and Void, God of the End. A calling of Sung also held several titles, and among them were the Monarch of the Void, Son of the Dragon King, Son of Isis, Prince of Dragons, God of the Abyss, the Smiling Fool, the God of Death and Life, the Representation of Death and Life, King of the Dead, Black King. And that for Drake was too scary, and when he heard about Rimuru's titles, his mind couldn't resist and he fainted. Rimuru held the titles of the Creator and the Destroyer, God of Absolute Void, Supreme Entity, Primordial God, Primordial King, King of Kings, God of Gods, the Creative Chaos, God of Dragons, First of all races, above all and all, Supreme Deity, Primordial Entity, the True Omnipotent, Sultan of Chaos, the Lord of the Ancients, Leader of the Outer Gods. And Izuku Master was simply someone omnipotent. Returning to reality, Deku let out a big annoyed sigh. It looks like he wouldn't be able to change Issei's mind. Deku, well, since that's your answer, there's nothing I can do. So the noise of screams, explosions and bones being broken was audible. With Asia. Asia would be seen with Mulan. Asia was very nervous about being alone with Mulan, someone she doesn't know, but being friends with Izuku, she trusted. Mulan, you need more control over your magic, she said while peeling some vegetables. Asia felt a little confused, but she listened and started doing the exercise happily. It was easy, although she realized that she was wrong because she had to concentrate a lot to be able to do the training. Scene change. Deku, we're done for today, he said in a neutral tone. It had been several hours since the training had started, and now it was getting dark, and so Deku decided to finish the test. Office brutal, she commented upon seeing the result of the training. The training ground behind Rias's vacation home had turned very much into something similar to a battlefield, with huge cracks in the earth, swords stuck in the ground, trees broken into pieces and burn marks from the explosions that had taken place. Even some mountains had disappeared. However, what drew the most attention was all of Rias's nobility, including her spread out on the floor as if they were rag dolls, while they were individually healed by Asia. Kaneko had some bruises on her body and her clothes burned from the previous explosions, as well as several broken bones. Kiba had one of his arms almost splitting there halfway and his legs were broken, and he had deep cuts all over his body. A little further away, Akino and Rias were lying on their backs with multiple bruises and fractures and completely out of energy. Issei by far was the worst. His face was totally disfigured. His bones had punctured some organs, and if Asia delays too much he will die. His arms and legs broken. And all this due to the training of Izuku, who was calmly looking at everything as if it was just another normal day. Deku, it's not true, they're still alive and that's what matters, he said, getting a nod from Office, who was eating the chocolate cake Izuku had made to motivate Kaneko. Kiba, where the hell did you learn to train someone like that, he asked weakly as Asia healed him. Deku looked at Kiba like he was completely wrong. Deku, that wasn't a training, that was just for me to find out your strengths and weaknesses well so I could apply the real training. Ryu, Saphira and Mulan have already given me their results, he said, causing everyone to pale. Almost all, WWH what? Deku, you should be grateful, that was just the pre-warm-up I did before the real warm-up, so then the training started with my master, Skathack. That while I was already used to continuous torture, her training was really interesting, he said, remembering the training he had with her and their good battles together. Somewhere in a land of the dead, the burgundy-haired god slayer wielding a demon's spear took a breath and muttered something like, "Destruction brat," and, "He should come visit me or I'll finish him off," among other things, while you had a cruel smile on your face. Deku felt a shiver go down his spine as something told him he had gotten himself into a big trouble. Leaving that aside, Izuku turned his gaze to Rias's nobility, who was already standing. Deku, well, I already prepared the food for you, so eat and shower and go straight to bed, because tomorrow we start at 5. He said, causing the devils to pale and freeze in place. Deku laughed as Ophis turned her gaze to him. Ophis, you are brutal, she said monotonously until feeling a little sorry for the demons. Izuku just laughed at that. Gremory vs. Phoenix. 10 days later. In the underworld. 10 days had passed since Izuku had started training Rias nobility, and the training time had come to an end. The training had been extremely intense and arduous. The devils trained from 5 in the morning until 11 at night without stopping to rest or eat. Deku pushed their body and mind to the limit when they couldn't even move after the battle, and their evolution was visible, but it wasn't sure of victory. And that brings us to the underworld today, when the rating game between Rias Gremory and Riser Phoenix was going to start. Rias and all of her nobility were currently sitting on sofas in a replica of the occult research club created for the rating game. The entire nobility of Rias was silent as they reflected and waited for the announcement that the rating game would begin. Then, while they waited, Graphia's voice came through a magic circle, not only to all of Rias's nobility, but also to Risers and everyone who was following them in the game. Hello everybody. I Graphia, an employee of the House of Gremory, and today I will be the arbiter of the rating game between House Gremory and House Phoenix. In the name of my master, Sirzex Lucifer, I will keep an eye on this game. Using Rias-sama and Riser-sama's input, we created this battleground that is a replica of the school, the Ko Academy, which Rias-sama attends in the human world. The battlefield was an identical replica of Academy Ko, the only difference was that the sky had a purple hue. The location where both teams were transported will be their base. Rias-sama's base will be the Occult Research Club's meeting room, located in the old school building. Riser-sama's base will be the Student Council room located in the new building. For pawns to use, promotion, please head to the enemy base to do so. Akino, all of you, please put this transceiver in your ears, she said while offering everyone a headphone-like transceiver. Rias, on the battlefield, will be using this to communicate with each other. Now it's time for the battle to start. Furthermore, this game will continue until the dawn of human time. So the game starts now. Ring ring. The school bell rings. This was the signal that signifies the start of the match. Thus, the rating game begins. With Deku. As Rias and Riser's rating game began, all the nobles who were watching were present in the party hall. However, Izuku was currently in the student council room alongside Sona and Tsubaki, who had invited him to watch the rating game from there. There were several screens made of magic that broadcast the battle as the three watched. Tsubaki, looks like it started, she said while pouring Deku a cup of tea. Sona, yes. Who do you think will win? She asked, turning to Izuku that he was sitting calmly. The Mad King just drank his tea and looked at the screens. Deku, It really depends. Individually, Rias' nobility surpasses Riser's in abilities, however in number Rias's is far surpassed. Each of them has to defeat Riser's nobility 2-3. The most viable plan would be for them to exterminate the entire nobility of Riser first, and then go confront himself. Even if they got tired, Riser wouldn't be able to face them all together. He said calmly to Sona, who nodded. Sona, I agree, but what's stopping Riser from leaving his base and going after him? Deku, your arrogance. Riser relies too much on his regeneration, and so he won't feel threatened even if his nobility is wiped out. Sona, yes, but the situation is not looking good for Rias. She said, getting a nod from Izuku. Deku, yes, Rias is at a disadvantage. To win she must use her wits and formulate a good plan. If she could at least take away Hayata's perversity, at least in that fight, the victory would be big. He said, drinking the floor while getting a wave from Sona. They both turned their attention to the monitor that showed Ruas and his nobility at their base. With Rias. Rias, first we have to take down Riser's pawns. It will be problematic if everyone promotes themselves to queen. She said, sitting on the couch very confident of her victory. Meanwhile, Akino starts to prepare the ground. Rias, Yuto. Kiba, yes. Kiba spreads a map on the table after Rias asks for it. The entire school map. It is divided into grids and there are English alphabets and numbers. It is broken into a large one resembling a chessboard. Rias draws a circle around the old school building and the new school building with a red pen. She marked her base and the enemy's base. Rias, there's a forest near our base. It is safe to say that this is also our territory. In other words, the new school building would be Riser territory. It is quite possible that there will be an ambush when you enter their territory. The school field is visible from the new school building, so it's dangerous to pass. She said as she explained and pointed to the map. Hearing the explanation, Knight Yuto Kiba of his opinion. Kiba, Bucho, it's about the gym near the old school building. Shouldn't we occupy that spot first? If we capture it here, we'll have a route to the new school building. The gym is a gateway to both buildings, so we can also restrict enemy movements. Rias nods at Kiba's opinion. Rias, yes, I also have the same opinion. First, let's capture the gym in terms of location. The opponent can have their tower positioned there. As it is inside a building, it would be better to use a tower with destructive power rather than a knight with mobility. Yuto and Kaneko. You two set traps in the forest. Take another map with you and be sure to mark the places where you have placed traps. I'll make a copy later and give it to everyone. Kaneko/Kiba, yes. Kaneko and Kiba leave the room immediately and take a map and toolbox with them. Rias, everyone else will be on standby until they finish setting the traps. Oh, Akino. Akino, yes? Rias, after Yuto and Kaneko return, can you cast illusions and fog around the forest and sky? Obviously a trap that only reacts to Riser's group. This is how the start of the match will go, although it looks like this battle will become intense in the middle of it. So I'll leave the matter of mists and illusions to you, Akino. Akino, I understand, Bucho. She said as she prepared. Some minutes later. It had already been a few minutes after Rias gave her orders to Kaneko and Kiba. The two returned to the room as Rias prepared to give further instructions. Rias, okay, so Kaneko. You won't be able to avoid the battle once you enter the gym. Move accordingly as we discussed. This location will be an important place and as a precaution, I will send Issei with you as well. She said as Kaneko waves at her. Rias, Yuto, move accordingly as we discussed. Kiba, understood. She said and Rias turned her gaze to Akino. Rias, Akino, I trust you to move when you think the time is right. Akino, yes, Bucho. She said with a smile on her face. Rias, Asia, you will stay here with me. If you go with them, even if you can cure them, they can capture you. Asia, understood, Rias Bucho. Rias, now, my lovely servants. Are you ready? We can't go back now. Our enemy is Riser, who is said to be a genius from the immortal House of Phoenix with a promised career. Now then, let's crush it. All yes. Scene change. with Kaneko and Issei. After receiving Ryu's instructions, Nekashu and Security advanced towards the gym. As the main entrance is connected to the new school building, it was not possible to enter there. That's why your intrusion will be caught by them. Kaneko and Issei needed to go through the other door located on the opposite side of the gym. They both went there and turned the door handle. It was open, entering the back platform. But before taking another step, Kaneko's eyes narrowed as she realized. Kaneko, presence. Enemy. She told Issei, who waved. We know you there, servants of Gremory. We watched you come inside. Seeing it was useless to hide, Kaneko and Issei came out from behind the stage and came face to face with 4 of Riser's servants. The first was a well-endowed young woman of Chinese descent with shoulder-length black hair and blue-green eyes. Her hair is in 2 Chinese-style buns on either side of her head, while the front features bangs that form a slight V shape on her forehead. This was Xiaolan, one of Riser's towers. Beside her were 2 twins. They are 2 very young girls with turquoise hair, which they keep tied to one side of their head with a yellow ribbon opposite to their sisters, and their blue eyes. Era Alinel, Dois Pios de Riser. And beside him was a young woman with blue hair and light brown eyes. Her hair is styled into 4 short ponytails, with 2 of the 4 pointed up and the remaining 2 pointed down. The front of her hair features a fringe parted across her forehead, with a side fringe framing her face. It was Mira, one of Riser's pawns. Xiaolan, why? Only 2? They must really be underestimating us, she said with a mocking tone. Kaneko narrowed her eyes, but hadn't spoken as Riser's handmaidens mocked her and Issei. Xiaolan, stay away, I'll take care of her, she said as she stepped forward and took a kung fu stance. Kaneko, you take care of the twins, I take care of the ones that are left, she said, getting away from Issei. Kaneko took a deep breath as she made her demonic power begin to circulate through her body. Her skin had taken on a darker hue for a moment before returning to normal as she activated one of the skills Ryu had taught her. One of the favorite defensive techniques passed from Izuku to Ryu, a technique that granted its user a skin as strong as steel, capable of rivaling and surpassing the hardness and cut of a sword. Hiero, the iron skin. It was one of the many abilities copied by Izuku's eye. A technique he went on to teach Ryu for his great compatibility. It was a technique that made his power circulate inside his body while strengthening his skin to increase his defense and even attack. However, even though her defense is nothing compared to Ryu, as she has been training for a long time. So to make up for that, to increase her stamina even more, Kaneko had another ace up her sleeve that Ryu taught her. Kaneko took another deep breath as another energy enveloped her body, but now it was the outside. The energy enveloped Kaneko's entire form, enveloping her like a second skin, enveloping her and protecting her like armor. And what stood out the most was how the energy seemed to taste alive to everyone's senses, glowing like green leaves bathing in sunlight. It was Tuki. It wasn't a power you could receive, it was something that could only be earned only through hard and exhausting work, training to the point of praise, continuous effort in a school beyond what most people could imagine, let alone achieve. Someone could get it. Although it was a power most used by Yokai due to the need to use senjutsu, it wasn't something exclusive. Tuki can be utilized by those who have trained in senjutsu, controlling their base of life, in other words, creating an aura of life force around their bodies. As such, it results in a tremendous increase in your attack, defense, and speed. Riser's handmaidens instinctively recoiled when they felt the massive aura emanating from Kaneko's body. Meanwhile, Nekashu was getting ready, keeping so much Tuki, which was a technique that released life force along with Hiero that manipulating the energy caused Kaneko to run out quickly, so she should finish it fast. Xiaolan, see, let's go, she said as Mira behind her got ready too, as she realized she couldn't win alone. Mira positioned herself as she raised her staff and Xiaolan lifted her foot, which was absorbed by flames. Riser's tower charged forward with its burning foot, while attacking Kaneko from all possible sides, and Nekashu was forced to dodge. In one of these strikes, Xiaolan lifted her foot and brought it down directly against Kaneko's head, who crossed her arms in front of her body to defend against the attack. The whole floor cracked as Xuelan had a smile on her face. However, the smile on Xuelan's face soon died as she saw that Kaneko was calmly holding her kick with her hands, although she had a grimace. Kaneko quickly grabbed Xuelan's leg and spun around and then sent Xuelan flying into a gym wall. Xuelan slammed into the gym wall as he spat blood and fell to his knees on the floor, breathing heavily in pain. Mira took advantage of Kaneko's moment of distraction and advanced, swinging her staff in a lunge at Kaneko's chest, who crossed her arms and grabbed the stick, breaking it. Mira didn't even have time to be stunned when Kaneko punched her face and sent her flying into another of the walls. With Issei, he was watching the twins start their chainsaws and run towards him. Issei jumped a few meters away and shouted, "Issei, let's go, Drake!" He screamed as his sacred gear activated in his hand. "Drake, let's go, boy!" Boost, 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 boost. Drake boosted Issei's power 4 times as Issei saw the twins charge at him. Issei, dragon shot. Issei shot towards the twins a bullet of demonic power. The twins managed to dodge within seconds of the attack hitting them. "Drake, come on, Issei, enjoy it while they haven't evened out yet." The red dragon warned Issei, who nodded and advanced towards the twins, who were taken by surprise. "Drake, let's use it!" Drake screamed in his mind, making Issei place his 2 on the twins' heads, who didn't have time to react. "Issei, are we really going to hurt beautiful girls?" Drake didn't answer. He took a long, irritated sigh. "I'll idiot." She didn't finish when Issei threw her against the gym wall with dragon shot. Issei approached them. "Issei, did they die?" he asked, kneeling down and seeing them with no reaction. "Drake, I don't think so. But that's what happens when you mess with the dragon," he said with a proud tone that got a drop of sweat from Issei. In that he saw that the 2 girls were moving their hand minimally. "Drake, dodge Issei, it was a distraction," he yelled, causing Issei's eyes to widen, but when he tried to dodge it, it was too late. The twins punched him in the face, sending him away. Stopping a few feet away, Issei stood up as if nothing had happened. "Issei, was that it? What a disappointment. A punch like that would never hurt me. Well, after having my bones broken every single day until I get good stamina," he said, making Drake laugh. Issei looked at Kaneko and saw that she was panting. With Kaneko was panting when she saw that she still hadn't defeated the recovering Xuelan and Mira. Even for Kaneko, it was still too complicated to use Tuki and Hiero at the same time. Kaneko's body was wasting away the more time passed. Even though they are 2 amazing techniques, for someone who has only been using them for a few days it would be impossible to keep them for a long time. Kaneko was wondering what Ryu's training with Izuku was like, to be able to use his Hiero unconsciously and keep it always activated. "Kaneko, can you hear me? It is me." "Kaneko, yes," she said while taking a deep breath. "Akino's preparation is also complete. I want you and Issei to move according to plan." Kaneko, understand what was necessary, deactivated Tuki as she ran out of the gym, accompanied by Issei, who also received a message from Rias. Kaneko and Issei quickly left the gym, ignoring the screams of Riser's handmaidens. So an instant flash. Diolo! A huge bolt of lightning struck the gym with a thud. When the lightning stopped, the gym that was supposed to be ahead was annihilated. "Akino, take this." Akino's voice echoed across the battlefield. Turning around, Kaneko and Issei saw Akino with a smiling face flying through the air with her black demon wings spread out. She has her right hand raised up, and her hand is glowing with electricity. Riser Phoenix Sama's 3 pawns and 1 rook retire. Graphia's voice echoed on the battlefield. "Kaneko, Issei, can you hear me?" Akino, who made a perfect attack and finished. "With that, the first phase of our plan is complete." Ria's plan was to destroy the gym, which was one of the main points of the raiding game. Kaneko and Issei had been the baits to lure Riser's minions to the gym, only for Akino to destroy it with lightning. This raid takes time to charge to use a second time after use, so using it continuously is impossible. Though the enemy still outnumbers us, we'll also leave once Akino's demonic power recovers, so I'll leave the rest to you. So please move on to the next phase. Kaneko/Ise say yes. They said as they watched Rias walk past her heading towards Riser's base. However, before Kaneko and Ise can do anything, an immense explosion rains down on them, causing Nekishu and Sekiryutai to be thrown against the wall while spitting blood. Kaneko spat out blood as she slowly got up. She had only given up the blast as she managed to activate Hiero at the last minute. Unlike Ise, who, due to her training being much more brutal, her body resisted by itself. What a surprise, you guys survived. A voice above Kaneko said, causing Nekishu and Ise to look up. In the sky flew a voluptuous woman with long wavy purple hair that fell down her back and matching eyes. In the front, the right side of her hair falls over her breast and covers her right eye, while the left side falls near the top of her skirt. She was the Queen of Riser, Yubelina, and the strongest member of her nobility, also known as the Bomb Queen. Yubelina, Fufufu, when you hunt prey, the best time to take you down is when the prey accomplishes something, because that's the time when the prey is most vulnerable. It's enough for us to sacrifice many of our pieces in order to take down one of you. Your group has a small number of members to eat. That alone will be enough to cause giving to your group, right? Even if you defeat us, you cannot defeat Riser-sama. It is useless to resist, she said while laughing. Issei stood up as if nothing had happened, and with a big smile he teased Yubelina. Issei, you talk too much for someone so stupid, you bitch. He started laughing uncontrollably, just like Drake. Taunting the enemy is a good way to read their moves. Issei learned this from the training she had with Izuku. Provoking your enemy, especially the proud ones, will always lead that proud to anger, and their movements have become fury-driven, that is, they will be easy to predict. Riser's queen extended her staff, looking annoyed at Issei, and prepared to attack again. But Issei fired a dragon shot before she could cast her spell, which made Yubelina unable to release her spell. Issei, it's a pity, but I'll leave it to my dear friend, he said, making a slight reference and pointing at Akino with a perverted face, only to get punched by Kaneko. Kaneko, pervert, she said, annoyed even though her expression doesn't look like it. Akino, Era, thank you, my kohai. She turned her attention to the Queen of Riser. Akino, Era, I will be her opponent, Queen of Riser Phoenix-sama, Yubelina-san. Or should I call you Bomb Queen? She said as she stood in front of Issei and Kaneko. Yubelina, I don't like that name because of her bad taste, Lightning Priestess. Although I was hoping I could fight you, she said angrily. Akino turned to look at Kaneko and Issei. Akino, Issei-kun, Kaneko-chan, meet with Yudo-kun. I'll take care of here, she said, getting away from both of them, who left the place. Soon a golden aura of lightning covers Akino's body, while Yubelina covers herself in a purple aura. Right after that, a violent roar of lightning and explosions echoes as the battle of the two queens began. Scene change. Kaneko and Issei were walking towards their objective when they heard Graphia's voice. 3 pawns of Riser Phoenix-sama retire. Kaneko and Issei made a momentarily surprised face before realizing that Kiba did this. Kiba, Kaneko-chan, Issei-kun. A voice called to Nekisha and the Sekiryutai. Kaneko and Issei looked to their side and saw Kiba, who was approaching. Kaneko, did you defeat the pawns? She asked, getting a nod from Kiba. Kiba, yes. The club room located on the sports court is an important location, so it is natural that there are many enemies. I somehow managed to lure the pawns that were keeping their eyes there and knock them down. But the person in charge of this place is quite calm and did not respond to my provocation. Well, it looks like you used the pawns to watch my attacks. It seems that Riser Phoenix likes to fight by sacrificing his minions. It's something only he is able to do because of his immortality and the number of servants he has, he said, smiling, but his eyes weren't. Kiba, the enemies that are responsible for here are a knight, a tower, and a bishop. 3 pieces in total. Kaneko, that's a tough defense. Kiba, well, that's how much they're keeping guard for this place. Against our intrusion here, that is. Since we eliminated the gym, they're going to put more force here. The two routes that went back as a way to the bases. The gym route and the sports court route that is behind the new school building. Rias chose to destroy a truck, so the only place they needed to keep it is this sports court. So it would be natural for them to increase strength here. Kaneko, Kiba and Issei walked as he advanced for a while longer before being stopped by a woman who stood in front of him. She was a young woman with light brown hair and green eyes. It was Carmine, one of Riser's knights. Carmine, I am Riser Phoenix-sama's knight. Carmine, I got bored of trying to sniff out each other's strategy. Knight by Rias Gremory, I challenge you to a duel. Kiba, since she introduced herself, I can't hide as much as a knight as a swordsman. He muttered, then he exits from behind the storage room. He then walks straight to the baseball field. Kiba, I'm Rias Gremory's knight, Kiba Yuto. Kaneko, Tower, Kaneko. Issei, I am the pawn, Issei Hayadu. The female knight then makes a happy face. Carmine, I'm glad there are warriors like you three in Rias Gremory's group. Coming out here directly from the front. This is something that sane people don't normally do. But I love idiots like you three. Now let's get started. Carmine took the sword from its sheath. Kiba also prepares to draw his sword. Kiba, the match between knights. I was waiting for this. Personally, I would like to fight an intense sword fight. Kiba's aggressive words made Issei and Kaneko pull away as those said he didn't want help. Carmine, well said, knight by Rias Gremory. Carmine starts to cut like she's dancing. Jin. The swords hit each other, making sparks. Both have immense speed because they are knights. They started the battle. Sword exchanges that mundane eyes cannot follow. Both keep appearing and disappearing due to their lack of speed. You look bored. A voice said, calling Kaneko and Issei's attention. She was a woman with short light brown hair and gray eyes. Her hair has 3 red streaks, and she wears a plain white mask that covers the right side of her face. It was one of the towers of Riser, Isabella. Wow, this just looks like a mud fight since the two of them only think about swords, thick and swords. Carmine was making a sour face when the pawns were being sacrificed. So does she hate the battle strategy devised by her master, who happens to be hers king? Also, I can't stand it. Another voice said. Approaching them was Ravel, who was calmly walking. Ravel turned her gaze to Kaneko and smiled defiantly. Ravel, it's been a while, filthy cat. She said with a big smile, causing Kaneko to narrow her eyes. Kaneko, Yakitoriheim, you're here. She said, putting her hand on her skirt. What Kaneko took out of her skirt surprised everyone. It was hot sauce. Ravel, that's? She exclaimed in surprise. Kaneko, sauce for the chicken I'm going to grill. She said while having a smug look. Ravel's eyes popped at what he saw and at Kaneko's words. Ravel, Isabella. She screamed angrily, and Isabella took her front and prepared to face Kaneko. But when she was about to hit Kaneko, Issei put her hand in front, preventing Isabella's fist from hitting Kaneko. Issei, oops, but we have to let the cat and the chicken solve their problems, he said, pushing Isabella away. He winked at Kaneko, who looked at him with a very small, almost invisible smile. Kaneko, thank you, she said in a low tone, making Issei's eyes widen in surprise. Issei, hey, Drake. Drake, yes? Issei, am I dreaming by chance? Is Kaneko, who always hit me, thanking me? Drake, I don't know, boy. But I can deduce that we are not in a dream. Issei scratched his chin. Issei, well, you're welcome. You're the one who has a rivalry with her, not me, he said calmly, advancing towards Isabella. Issei and Isabella launched themselves at each other as they collided in the middle of the battlefield. Issei and Isabella collided as they hit each other with immense force, causing the entire ground around them to break apart as they lunged at each other. However, Issei was gaining the upper hand the longer the fight dragged on. He had more speed, strength, and stamina, in addition to having the boosted gear, and only one hit could be cool. Buzz. A sharp wind sound caught everyone's attention as they returned to Kiba and Carmine. Kiba had in his hand a sword made of darkness that was dispersing. Holy Eraser, A sword of darkness that devours light, and its blade is swallowed by darkness, but it looks like part of it was taken by the enemy knight. Carloman, unfortunately, your sacred gear doesn't work for me. Carloman's sword is covered in flames. Then the sword of darkness was nullified by the flames. Kiba knew that if it was a true sword of darkness, the flames would never contain it. But even so, Kiba doesn't seem bothered, and instead smiles. Kiba, then I'll tell you that too. Unfortunately, that's not all of my sacred gear. Carloman, what? Absurd Knight of Gremory, it's unpleasant for a swordsman. Kiba freeze. When he said that, there's something gathering in the bladeless sword. As everyone started to shiver, Kiba's sword started to freeze. The eye starts to build up and take the shape of a sword. Break. At the same time, with the sound of the ice breaking, Kiba's sword forms into a blade of ice. Kiba, in front of this sword, flame delete, all types of fire will disappear. Carloman, and absurd, are you telling me you have two sacred gears? Carloman swings his fiery sword to the side. She had an impatient look. Break, break, break. Carloman's instant sword touches Kiba's sword, the flaming sword starts to freeze and turn into a solid. Then it makes a sound and breaks. Then disappear. But she couldn't attack. As soon as Carloman throws away his sword and takes a short sword from his hip. She then raised her sword and shouted. Carloman, we are members of the mighty House of Phoenix that rules fire and wind. Try this, the whirlpool of fire. Biolo. There is a fiery wind around the baseball field with Carloman and Kiba in the middle of it. The hot wind is burning everyone's skin. Isabella, that Carloman, did she forget that her allies are here too? She said while using her arm to shield her face. Kiba's ice sword started to melt after receiving the center of fire. And even then, Kiba still doesn't seem bothered. Kiba, I see, you're trying to burn us with the whirlpool of fire, but... Kiba placed his bladeless sword in front of him. Then he says in a strong voice. Kiba, stop. S-E-C-K. The wind is being sucked in by Kiba's sword as he makes a big noise. The wind stops in a few seconds and the baseball field is silent. Kiba, replenish calm. It's been a while since I last showed more than 2 demon swords for a battle. There is a unique-looking blade on Kiba's sword. There's a mysterious whirlpool in the middle of the blade. Carloman, multiple sacred gears. Are you a sacred gear wielder who takes the weapons of other sacred gear users and makes them your own? Kiba shook his head at Carloman's question. Kiba, I don't have multiple sacred gears. I also don't take other people's sacred gears and make them mine. I created this. Carloman, created this? Kiba, yes, sword birth. I can make any kind of demon swords. That's the name of my sacred gear, and its true ability. Several swords appeared on the ground as he put his hand down. There are swords with different shapes. Even the blades are different. From Kiba's words, they must all be demonic swords, and they rushed towards Carloman, piercing her. A knight of Riser-sama retires. Isabella, no. She screamed, getting ready to end up against Kiba. However, before that, Issei took the opportunity and lunged at Isabella and punched her face and sent her flying away. Riser Phoenix-sama's tower retires. After Graphia's announcement, Rias Knight stood next to Kaneko and Issei and faced Ravel. Ravel, damn, we seem to underestimate the pervert and the knight, she said while gritting her teeth and snapping her fingers. Shortly after this, the other 4 members of the Riser nobility appeared around Ravel. The first was a young woman who was most notably seen wearing a kimono with a pattern of purple, orange, and pink colors with her hair tied back on the opposite side. Another of them was a tall young woman with long black hair with a dark blue undertone and brown eyes. Her hair features 5 thin ponytails around her head, which are held up by a golden hair accessory on top of her head. The last 2 were twins. They were 2 teenage girls. Because they are twins, they require similar appearances, with the main difference being Ni's blue eyes and hair, in contrast to Li's red eyes and hair. Also, Anai ties her hair into a ponytail, while Li secures it in a braid with a pink bow tied at the end. They were Anai and Li, two pawns of Riser. Kaneko and Kiba knew they wouldn't be able to fight them all these days. Both were already considerably tired, especially Kaneko for having used up so much of her stamina. The only way now was to trust Issei, who out of the three seemed the least tired. No, he didn't even show any signs of tiredness. Issei, let's use the Kaneko plan, Kiba, he said, getting a nod from both of them. All of Riser's servants stared doubtfully until they saw Kaneko raise her right hand and concerted his and Tuki's entire aura and punch the ground. The entire floor cracked as the entire court was destroyed and Riser's handmaidens were flung into the air. Revel, your wings, she shouted to all of Riser's handmaidens as they spread their wings, and Revel spread her wings of fire. However, before they could react, Issei advanced at great speed and using Dragon Shot with greater power and energy, he shot at Riser's minions. The two pawns, one knight and one bishop of Riser Phoenix Sama retire. Issei landed on the ground when he had totally wiped out part of Riser's handmaidens. Revel, damn! She screamed, managing to escape because she had spread her wings before. Kaneko, you're next, Yakitori Haim, she said with a smile to Revel, who narrowed her eyes. Issei, DDRAIG. Drake, very well. Boost, 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 boost. However, just as he was about to shoot, an announcement that Rias nobility could not believe appeared. Rias Gremory Sama's queen retires. Silence permeates the place for a moment. Issei, Kiba, Kaneko, what? Issei, Kaneko, and Kiba all made perplexed expressions at what they had just heard. But before they could get their thoughts back together, they were shot at. BANGGG. The ground vibrated violently as an immense explosion covered the entire floor of the court. As the smoke cleared, it was revealed Kiba and Kaneko on the ground as blood leaked from their bodies, mostly from Kaneko, who hadn't been able to keep her hierro. Before Kaneko and Kiba could even realize what hit them, their bodies were enveloped in blue energy, and they disappeared. A tower and a knight from Rias Gremory Sama retire. Amidst their disappearance, Revel chuckled happily, but it seemed she didn't notice that Issei was still there. Revel, looks like you lost, filthy cat, she said as she laughed and went back to her side and saw Yubelina floating beside her. Revel, did you use it? She asked, getting a nod from Yubelina, who took a bottle of phoenix tears from her cleavage. Yubelina, yes, that queen was stronger than expected, she said, smiling tired. Issei, hey, it looks like I've been forgotten, he yelled, causing Revel and Yubelina to look at him, who was flying in the sky. Issei had his balance breaker activated and flying he shouted. Issei, once again Drake. Drake, alright. Boost, 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 boost. Issei, Dragon Blaster. Neither Revel nor Yubelina had time to defend themselves when the attack had already hit them. The bishop and queen of Riser Phoenix Sama retire. Issei started to fall. Issei, fall, but fall shooting, he said with a proud tone in his voice, making Drake laugh his ass off. So he passed out. Rias Gremory Sama's pawn retires. With Rias on top of Riser's base, waves and waves of demonic power were sent out in all directions. In the middle of the battlefield were Riser and Rias, who were fighting their duel, and both were panting. Riser hadn't expected Rias to have this much power after training. Not only was Rias' demonic power greater, but also her control over it was much better. She wasn't simply creating a huge sphere of power of destruction and shooting it at Riser. Instead, Rias would create multiple smaller spheres, and she would shoot at Riser. Due to their quantity and speed, they would attack in quick succession, and while they didn't have that much destructive power, the quantity was what suppressed the most when Riser's demonic power was drained quickly. Even when Riser tried to attack, Rias used the orbs as protection, and if one wasn't enough, she used two or more. All this mastery she acquired after training with Saphira and receiving several tips on how to improve her use of power of destruction. However, even that wasn't enough, as Rias felt her demonic power being quickly drained. Even with Riser out of his prime, Riser still hadn't recovered from Izuku's blow that destroyed his stomach. So much demonic power of hers hadn't fully recovered, and also Izuku had used black flames which damaged Riser's soul a little. Although I didn't kill him, that was enough to weaken him forever. In a way, Deku had helped Rias indirectly. But all that was gone when Rias heard Graphia's voice. Rias Gremory-sama's queen retires. A tower and a knight from Rias Gremory-sama retire. Rias stopped her attack when her blood froze at what she heard, but soon she remembered that there was Issei and Asia still. Meanwhile, Riser gained a huge smile, and in an arrogant tone he said, "Riser, see this, my dear Rias, all her servants have been wiped out." Riser was expecting Ravel and Eubelina to appear behind him, but none of them did. The bishop and queen of Riser Phoenix-sama retire. Graphia announced, causing Riser's eyes to widen. "Riser, impossible," he said in pure shock. "Rias, my little pawn made it." Rias Gremory-sama's pawn retires. Rias' hopes dashed when she heard that her pawn, Issei Hayadu, had been eliminated. "Riser, give it up, Rias." Rias couldn't believe what was happening, even after all her effort and training hadn't been enough. "Rias, never." She screamed as she concentrated all of her power of destruction into her hands, causing her body to gain a crimson aura and her hair floating, and she fired all of her power of destruction. Suddenly, a magic circle appeared beneath her and absorbed much of Rias' power of destruction energy. Riser also concentrated all of his demonic power and fired at Rias. BOMMM. In the midst of the explosion, only Graphia's voice could be heard. "Rias Gremory-sama has retired, Riser Phoenix-sama is the winner." With Izuku, Sona, and Tsubaki in the student council room, in fact, it was possible to see Izuku sitting next to Sona and Tsubaki, and the silence that surrounded the room. "Sona, she lost," she whispered, perplexed by it. The battle was totally in favor of Rias, who had managed to overcome all the nobility of Riser, but it was only Eubelina defeating Akino that everything went up in the air. Sona turned her gaze to Deku and saw the King of Destruction staring at everything with his indifferent expression. Deku couldn't help but sigh. The battle was in Rias' favor, but what took away their victory was that none of them had any idea that Riser would bring a Phoenix tear, something Rias should consider due to Riser's family. It was only Akino to lose for everything to turn against them. He saw that a magic circle appeared beneath Rias and quickly disappeared, but not before it had absorbed a good portion of Rias' power of destruction energy, which weakened and was overcome by Riser's. Deku already expected something like this coming from the demons, from that old device. Izuku got up from his chair at Sona's gaze and headed towards the door. "Sona, what are you going to do?" she asked, fearful that Deku would do something crazy. However, what he replied took her by surprise. "Deku, I'm going home," he said calmly. Sona and Tsubaki widened their eyes at this. "Sona, won't you save Rias?" she asked, perplexed. Deku heaved a sigh before shrugging his shoulders. "Deku, Rias lost, that's it. She wanted to be independent and must bear the consequences of her actions, and this is one of them. There is no reason to interfere in something that is no longer my problem," he said in an indifferent tone, and he disappeared from the spot. Sona and Tsubaki were speechless for Izuku's reaction. They were hoping he would help Rias, not that he was as indifferent as he is now. But they couldn't do it, as Izuku trained Rias and all her nobility, and yet they were weak to fight the Riser nobility. So that alone was enough. And Sona also knew it was Rias' blunder, as it was likely that Riser would have a Phoenix tear. Some time later, at Deku's house. It had been a few hours since Deku got home, and he was currently sitting on his couch and reading a book. Ryu, Saphira, and Milan were lying on his lap while watching a movie. Ophis had returned to the Cow's Brigade, as it looked like she had some issues to resolve, and Tiamat was not currently there, as she was the ratings game's supervisor, and so she was overseeing Rias and Riser's battle. Deku looked at his watch and saw that it was already quite late, and wondered if it would take too long. Soon after that, a crimson magic circle appeared in front of Deku with the emblem of the Gremory clan, and when the light disappeared, two people were revealed. Mulan, Saphira, and Ryu were annoyed by this, as these two figures simply broke into their house and were now in front of the television. But they calmed down due to Izuku's caresses. One of the people was Graphia, who was standing next to a handsome man who looked to be in his 20s. He has shoulder-length crimson-red hair and inherited blue-green eyes equal to Rias's. In fact, he was like a male version of Rias. That man was Surzex Lucifer, formerly known as Surzex Gremory, was Satan Lucifer in charge of domestic affairs. He is the former heir of Clan Gremory, the eldest son of Zeoticus Gremory and Venelana Gremory, and older brother of Rias Gremory. Surzex is also the husband of Graphia Lucifuge and the father of Milikas Gremory. Known as the Crimson Satan, he is the leader of the four great Satans who rule the underworld with the title Lucifer. His nobility is considered the strongest group in the underworld. And also he was Deku's father. Surzex, sorry for the intrusion, he said with a smile as his eyes fell on Izuku. Surzex widened his eyes at the sight of Deku, more precisely inside the immense power he was containing, although Surzex only realized a part of it. However, another feeling had also arisen in Surzex's heart, a feeling similar to the one he had when he was with Milikas. Deku didn't even look at him and continued to read his book, ignoring Surzex and Graphia. Deku, if you can get away from the TV, I'd appreciate it, he said, still reading his book peacefully. Surzex and Graphia's eyes widened at the boy's tone, but they did as he asked. Izuku continued to read his book, not bothering to talk to Surzex, which made both he and Graphia a little uncomfortable. The Mad Dragon King took a long breath until he closed his book and looked at Surzex with his eyes totally relaxed. Surzex's expression was shocked for a moment. For an instant he had seen his son's beautiful heterochromatic eyes. It made him feel a great pain in his chest for what he had done with his firstborn son. Deku, to what do you owe your invasion of my house, Crimson Satan? He asked calmly, placing the book on Mulan's belly, and then running his hands through her hair. Mulan blushed slightly at the touch of the person she loved along with her sisters and mother. Izuku's voice snapped Surzex out of his stupor, and he turned his gaze to Deku and gave him a gentle smile. Surzex, I assume you are the Black Swordsman, Izuku Midoriya, he said, getting a nod from Deku. Deku, exactly. So what do you want? He asked without further ado, didn't want to waste too much time. Surzex was a little surprised by the frankness of the way he spoke and laughed a little. Surzex, okay, you don't want to ramble on. I would like you to save my sister, he said seriously. Deku accidentally grabbed Ryu's breasts and started groping. He tried to get the book and ended up missing the way. Ryu moaned softly, audible only to his sisters, who were pouting, annoyed that the redhead had stepped forward. Deku turned his attention to Surzex. And as with Graphia, the Demon Supreme felt nothing when he looked at his father. Neither love, nor sadness, hate, or anger. Really, it was like Celine said. He was really emotionless. But he couldn't quite understand. He always loved his wives, and so why now he can't feel anger or hate? If it was him from before, it was very likely that he would have killed Surzex and Graphia because of his revenge. Yet he could not feel this hostility directed at them. Although he found the situation amusing. After all, in front of Surzex was the very last person he would ever believe. Deku, why should I? He asked in a nonchalant tone, causing Surzex to widen his eyes. Surzex, but aren't you her friend? He asked, as he hadn't believed what Izuku said. Deku nodded his head slightly. Deku, yes. But Ria said that she wanted to be independent, and so she must answer for her deeds and actions, and that was the consequence of her defeat. Why should I meddle in something that is of no concern to me? He asked with complete indifference, and in a cold tone, which made Surzex and Graphia widen their eyes. Surzex tried to speak, but couldn't formulate anything until he had an idea. Surzex, you're a mercenary, right? He asked, getting a nod from Izuku. Surzex, if I paid you, would you do that? He asked, causing Izuku to appear in front of him and take his hand. Deku, why didn't you say that before, my friend? He asked with an amused smile on his face, which got a drop of sweat from Mulan, Ryu, and Saphira. Deku, but my services are expensive, Crimson Satan. he said with an amused look, releasing Surzek's hand. Surzek, I'll pay whatever you want, he said seriously, for that was the only way to get his dear sister out of this damned engagement. Deku, we have a business then, he said as he shook Surzek's hand. The invincible warlord had a big smile on his face. It looked like he got a job, and it was also about time he revealed himself to the world. And everyone will remember that day forever. Revelation. Gremry territory, underworld. When the word underworld was typed, many would instantly think of a dark, scary, vile place where fire and molten lava burned with every turn and the air was full of toxic components, and whatnot. In fact, it was an apt description for a place known as purgatory. However, it was not true, as the underworld was very different from what many believed it to be. Therefore, those who had not been to the underworld would have been incredibly surprised, perhaps even shocked, to find that the place mentioned was nothing like what they thought. Instead, it was very similar to Earth, the human world, with the exception of the sky, which was purple in the underworld. The underworld was huge, easily the size of Earth knows sea, just wide lakes to make up for the sea. Contrary to popular beliefs, it was situated in a different dimension, not underground, as its name suggests. Their lands ranged from cities to pastures, fields to farms, forests, etc. Although one thing that many were correct in thinking was that the underworld was home to the demons, the dark race of beings that had been greatly misunderstood by many as nothing more than evil beings. Demons, however, were just like normal humans, but with the addition of bat wings on their backs and a variety of different abilities that could be used for good or bad purposes. They also have enhanced physical abilities such as strength, stamina, speed, and senses. They can even live for thousands of years and maintain a youthful appearance. This made demons an almost perfect species. They had many enemies, but their greatest enemies were the angels of heaven, known as the fallen angels. The three factions of angels, demons, and fallen angels we go to war against each other over the heritage of the biblical God, the four great Satans, and the organization of the fallen angels. Grigori, led by the fallen angel Azazel, in a conflict that became known as the Great War. When the war finally ended, each side suffered heavy losses, leaving the three factions in a state of conflict. However, with the three factions losing their main strength, none of the three sides wanted to continue fighting. Therefore, while there was no peace between the factions, direct battles also did not take place. Many years later, after the death of the original four dates, the underworld descended into civil war. On one side were families of Satan who wanted to continue their fight against the angels and the fallen angels. In the meeting on the other side were the rest of the devil's houses, but prominence known as the 72 pillars, which have been reduced to 34 now, who wanted peace and a new request. Conflict lasted a few years until, finally, 4 demons from 4 different houses banded together, pushed the old government faction, and secured the war in favor of the new government faction. The government that hoped that the new generation could live in peace and harmony, without the horrors of war. These 4 demons being Surzek Gremry, Izuku Astaroth, Seraphal Citri, Falbium Galagia Labilas. Though young, each of them possesses incredible strength that left many trembling where they were and could decimate entire countries if they wanted to. Each had their own set of skills and powers. While individually they were undoubtedly powerful, together they were nearly invincible and quickly became the spearhead in the battle against the old government. The civil war took its toll on every living demon, but eventually the new government faction prevailed. With that, the old government faction retreated and went into hiding, and the underworld quickly began to change under his new stewardship. With the departure of the leaders of the underworld, the 4 most powerful individuals took responsibility for the underworld, that is, to protect each and every one of the citizens who lived and breathed in their homeland. The 4 heroes in the Devil's Civil War took on the mantle of the ancient Satan and became the new 4 great Satans, with Surzek being the leader of the 4 and taking on the mantle of Lucifer, while Izuku took Beelzebub, Seraphal took Leviathan, and Falbium took Asmodeus. Sometime later, Izuku created the evil pieces. With so few pure-blooded demons left and half of the 72 pillars now extinct, they needed to repopulate the underworld somehow, which eventually led to the creation of the piece of evil system, a system that allowed humans and other creatures/beings to reincarnate and transform into demons, with the exception of extremely powerful beings with a Buddha or dragon god. And in this same call, more specifically in Gremry territory, there was a big party going on in one of the halls. It was the happy marriage, at least on the part of the groom, between Rias Gremry, the heiress of Clan Gremry, and Riser Phoenix, a member of Clan Phoenix. Everyone was gathered in a beautiful and large hall where several golden blood demons were there to witness the events. Rias's nobility was there too, but everyone was looking downcast. Then a magic circle caught everyone's attention. Turning to the stage and in a pillar of flames reveals Riser wearing a white suit. Riser, dear underworld nobles, please give me a minute of your attention. I would like to make an announcement on behalf of my family, the Phoenix clan. I invited you here today because I, Riser Phoenix, am going to marry the heiress of House Gremry, Rias Gremry, and I would like you to share this historic moment with me. Now I will introduce my wife, Rias Gremry, he said with a huge smile as he pointed to the stage. With a large crimson magic circle, Rias was revealed wearing a luxurious bridal attire. However, before anyone could do anything, the hall doors were blown open. One of the doors was ripped off its hinges, flying forward and nearly crushing some high-class demons before finally skidding to a stop a few feet from the door. The other door slammed into the wall, drawing the attention of everyone in the room. Deku, well, it looks like I wasn't invited to my friend Rias's wedding. Walking through the dust, a person was revealed and everyone's eyes widened as they felt the immense power he exuded. He was a tall young man, with green to black hair that reached his shoulder length. He had a long ponytail that went down his back. His eyes were heterochromatic pinkish red and the other black that exuded endless power and authority. He wore formal attire that highlighted his perfect muscles. The being that stood in front of all the nether nobles was Izuku Midoriya, the king of the Mad Dragons. The entire hall was silent as Deku had a smile on his face. Riser, you! He roared in rage at Izuku. Deku, hey Riser-kun, how are you? He asked in a sarcastic tone. Riser, how dare you interrupt my marriage? Guards, arrest him. He yelled angrily, looking at Deku. He would never forget that humiliation. All the guards quickly followed Riser's order and advanced on Izuku. Izuku stared calmly and took a breath. A breath that froze all the guards that were trying to attack him. The demons stared at that perplexed. Those guards had the power compared to high and ultimate class demons, and yet they were killed so easily. Deku, hey Rias, you didn't invite me to your wedding, he said, smiling slightly. Rias blushed at this as she had a relieved look on her face. What is the meaning of this, Riser? Hey, Lady Rias. What does that mean? Relatives and authorized persons were making shaky faces and were panicking. It was an event I organized, a voice said, calling everyone's attention. When everyone looked in the direction of the voice, they couldn't help but widen their eyes. There was Surzex Lucifer, one of the 4 great demon kings, along with his wife, Graphia Lucifuge. Rias, Oniai-sama. She screams towards her brother. Surzex, allow me to introduce you, ladies and gentlemen. This is Izuku Midoriya, the famous mercenary called the Black Swordsman. Everyone's eyes widened even more and they turned to Izuku with a whole new feeling. Greed. Everyone was wanting him in his nobility. So Surzex was going to continue, but was stopped by Riser, who shouted, Riser, I dare you. Everyone looked at him in surprise, except for Izuku. Izuku stared at him without showing emotion. It seems that Riser has forgotten the fear he felt the last time. Deku, interesting. But what would I gain if I accepted this duel? He asked, looking at Riser calmly. Riser, whatever you want. He looked at Deku seriously. Deku can't help but smile. Deku, so I want deliverance. No one had understood his question until he continued. Deku, I just want to get my friend Rias out of this marriage, he said calmly, causing Rias to form little tears in her eyes. The nobility of Rias was happy with this. They no longer had a downcast look. BB, but why you can't do that? This is to strengthen the devil's forces. two of the demons said, stuttering in bewilderment. Izuku turned his gaze to the demons and, at the same moment, the demons were face down on the ground being crushed by the pressure of gravity. Deku, I never said you could talk, worms. And I think you are idiots to think I care about your race, he said in a cold tone. The demons couldn't even speak anymore, even under the effect of gravity's pressure. Deku, well, I also have to give something, don't I? He looked at the riser. Deku, how about immunity to the light element and the sacred? The moment he said that, all the demons widened their eyes in bewilderment, and to prove his point, Izuku took a holy weapon out of his safe and touched his skin, doing no damage. The demon's expression was totally perplexed and shocked by this. If this is true, then the demons would lose their biggest weakness and become more powerful. If he could actually do something like this and grant Riser such power, it would greatly benefit the devil race, and they would not hesitate to offer the young devil several marriage proposals. Surzex, very well. Since you want a duel, you will have a Riser-kun duel. Riser smirked. Now he could get revenge on this damn half-breed who doesn't know his place. Riser, I'll crush you, mere half-breed, he said angrily, looking at Deku, who was looking at him calmly. Shortly after this, a large magic circle formed around Riser and his nobility, causing him to disappear. Then one appeared under Izuku. Scene change. Rating game. Izuku was sitting in a room. It would probably be the waiting room, as it would take a while for the battle arena to be ready. Ladies and gentlemen, I am Graphia, maid of House Gremory, and I am here as the arbiter of the battle between Riser Phoenix-sama and Izuku Midoriya-sama. Izuku crossed his legs and put his hand on his chin board. Now that both parts are ready, I'll recap the rules. Both parties will be transported to one of several pre-assigned locations where the battle point will begin immediately upon arrival. The battle will last until Riser-sama and Izuku-sama are defeated. Both parties will be given a castle to serve as their territory. Be aware that both castles have been reinforced with magic and are much tougher than their mundane counterparts. Both the terrain and the castle are random, and neither party has been told its layout. Both will be blind. Pawns will be able to promote as soon as they manage to penetrate at least 15 meters beyond the outer walls of the opponent's castle. That is all. Graphia paused to take a moment to absorb the information. Are there any questions? Izuku didn't say anything. After 10 seconds of waiting, Graphia spoke again. As there is no doubt on either side, I will continue. Wait for the teleport. The exam will start in 3, 2, 1. The magic circle that was in front of Izuku came to life, the lines that made it up burning like liquid fire. Closing his eyes, Izuku patiently waited for the light to go out. A few seconds later it happened, and when Deku opened his eyes, he found himself in a completely different room. In a quick glance, Deku looked around. He was in what appeared to be the castle's war room. There was a long wooden table in the middle of the room with what appeared to be a pair of maps and several headphones on its surface. 3 of the walls were lined with stripes of a design he didn't recognize, while the last wall had a large open window that gave a clear view of a green panorama. Deku was already moving before he had a chance to see everything. Ignoring the maps on the table, instead he ran to the window and jumped out to start floating. As soon as he saw the other castle, his target, Izuku raised his hand to his side with the palm facing the sky. A golden orb descended to stop in his hands. When the orb disappeared, it was revealed to be a weapon in Izuku's hands. It wasn't a sword as detailed and ornate as the others, but just from seeing by the aura it looked more like a katana than a sword. The sword's aura released purple rays wildly. Deku looked at the weapon and did a few swings as if he was trying out the sword. But he was wondering why he would use purple ray against insects like the Riser and his nobility. Deku, if I'm going to reveal myself to the supernatural world, let it be in style. He said, get rid of your thoughts. Purple lightning flashed around Deku's katana as he flashed a maniacal, bloodthirsty grin. Deku, well, regardless of the circumstances now, I like to do one thing in particular. The sky was filled with thunder and lightning that rumbled wildly. Well, even if it was to defeat the opponent, he didn't want to kill him, so he reduced the power as much as he could. Izuku made a vertical cut, causing the lightning to fall uncontrollably on the castle where the Riser and his nobility would be. Even the devil's medical skills had their limits, and while the phoenix probably lived, the Mad King wasn't sure about the rest of his nobility. If they were hit directly, it was very likely that the wounds could never be healed again. Deku didn't want to stall. He knew perfectly well that all of his enemies would normally be there. In the one of each raiding game, all the opponents, every single one of them, would be gathered in a single location, all in one small room. And there they stayed, long enough for Deku to take them all down. Almost every match Deku saw started in one of two ways. The first was for the nobility to rally around the maps to examine them while they collected and distributed the communication devices. The second was that the nobility would dismiss themselves immediately, quickly exploring and securing the castle while they set their traps. Nobody ever left the castle. Not in the first few minutes at least. The purple rays fell without any shame. They completely erased the trace that should be a castle and everything that was behind. The mountains have all been erased. A large crater formed with the streak of purple rays. The castle had disappeared as if it had never been. Izuku kept a calm look. Once again Graphia's voice appeared, originating from somewhere in the sky instead of the hidden speakers. And unlike the last time, when she spoke in a polite, well-trained but bored voice, this time she sounded confused. Are the Queen of Riser Phoenix-sama, 2 bishops, 2 knights, 2 rooks and all their pawns, have they retired? With the audience. Meanwhile, the entire audience that was watching was totally silent, as they watched the result of a single blow that Deku delivered. It was thanks to years of practice at hiding her emotions that Sona kept her mouth shut. The rest of his nobility did not share this particular advantage. Momo that. Her eyes were wide as she looked at the screen, where a certain green-haired boy with black could be seen conjuring a familiar-looking sword. Momo, is that what he showed in training? Sona absently nodded in agreement with her bishop, also acknowledging the sword's appearance. During Sona and her nobility's training with Izuku, the Citri clan heiress had asked Deku how he managed to create weapons, as he had shown during training when he created a Naginata for Tsubaki. Sona had asked how he had created that weapon and Deku only replied that he had a skill capable of creating weapons. She remembered the power she felt in the blade, the overwhelming amount of magic, all of it crammed into a tiny metal shell she could hardly believe. Afterwards, whenever they thought of that sword, she couldn't help but wonder if she had really been that powerful, or if she just imagined it all. Once again Sona remembered why Izuku's name caused so much fear in the supernatural world, why he alone was able to exterminate armies and destroy gods, why his name alone made gods tremble. She watched the sword release rays from the blade uncontrollably. The sword seemed to have a life of its own. As far as Sona could see, the sky was covered with clouds and thunder, and lightning rumbled loudly. She saw him just doing a simple vertical swing, and the lightning strikes and pulverizes the castle where Riser and his nobility were. Simply everything that was around the castle was erased, leaving only a bunch of craters. Are the Queen of Riser Phoenix-sama, 2 bishops, 2 knights, 2 rooks and all their pawns, have they retired? When her mind finally reset with the shock, she found herself gaping at hell ablaze, where once a formidable fortress stood alongside her nobility and the other demons in the room, but she managed to mind the slip. Izuku didn't even seem to have made an effort to unleash that massive amount of lightning. Then a question came to his mind: did that mean he could rain lightning more than once? How many more of these could they shoot in a row? Sona can only stare in amazement at how someone so young could be so powerful. All the other demons were having the same reaction of bewilderment and fear to see that. Surzex was totally surprised by what he saw and the attack power of that weapon. An even more powerful attack that could be made by a Mao. In that moment, Surzex understood why Deku was so feared around the world. With Deku, Izuku fell to the hard earth without any vegetation or grass. He knew that his attack would be destructive, but he didn't expect that much, and he limited himself as much as possible. Or at least he thought it was empty, before giant chunks of stone fell into it. You were the largest remaining pieces of the castle and the mountains. The Demon Supreme looked towards the crater and waited calmly until flames erupted from the midst of the rocks. Coming out of the rocks and rubble, Riser was revealed to be just a shadow of his true self. His body was fully covered in burns as his regeneration healed him, and in his hand was a video of Phoenix tear. Even with his intense regeneration, Riser had taken immense damage and was on the verge of defeat when his sister, who was disappearing due to the attack, gave him a Phoenix tear and Riser managed to survive, but he still used up more than half of his power. Demonic to regenerate. Riser looked at Deku with dread in his eyes, unable to believe what just happened. But he didn't want to let that show. Then he soon returned to his usual self, but the fear would not be extinguished so easily. Riser, I will kill you, you son of a buck! He screamed, charging his demonic power that circulated even without disabling his regeneration. Riser created an immense sphere of fire and shot it at Deku. Riser, I'll show you the power of a high-class demon, you half-blood buck! He screamed as a storm of flames brewed. For the first time, Izuku's expression changed. It wasn't his neutral and indifferent face, now he looked annoyed. His expression was annoyed, but before he could do anything, hundreds of colossal-sized dragons appeared in the sky, roaring furiously. Everyone looked annoyed with something. The attention of all the dragons turned to the Riser, and the biggest one said, Draco, you wretched insect, how dare you insult the king? The dragon's voice was so thick, it sent chills through everyone. But one thing came to mind, King? All the colossal dragons lowered their heads quickly when they saw Izuku. They were scattered across the sky. Deku, sorry for my late introduction, Riser-kun. Nice to meet you, Izuku Midoriya, king of the mad dragons. The one dubbed as the strongest existence. Everyone's expression couldn't be other than pure shock and disbelief. Well, who wouldn't be like that to learn that the person Riser insulted was actually the king of the mad dragons? His blood froze, his body didn't want to react or move. Cold sweat trickled down her back, while only her heartbeat was heard. Deku bowed slightly as his clothing changed and took the form of a suit of armor. The firestorm that Riser sent towards Deku was nullified by the great dragon named Draco. Draco, sir, please allow this faithful little servant to kill this insolent being. The great dragon lowered his head to the ground. Deku just raised his right hand in refusal. Draco, but sir, we can't get your hands dirty with an existence like him. The great dragon said, a little desperate, just like the others, thinking that their mighty king would kill a simple existence. Deku, no, let me handle it. He walked calmly towards the Riser who was trying to get away. The dragons landed on the ground in a row with their heads down. Nobody could believe what they were seeing. Dragons, beings completely proud and who would never bow to anyone, not even if you were stronger. He would continue to fight until the end. Were you bowing your head? It was an amazing sight for anyone to see. But nothing too surprising for anyone who has heard of the Mad Dragon King, as they know he defeated the Great Red, the god of destruction Shiva and Ophis. It was said that the Mad King serves the god of destruction Shiva even though he is stronger than the god of destruction. Nobody really knows the reason for this or why a superior existence like his served Shiva. It was not wanting to belittle the Hindu faction god of destruction, but the difference in power between the king of destruction and the god was huge. Deku walked calmly towards the Riser. Deku, was that your fire? He asked, terrorizing the Riser. He asked as the dragons overflew under them. Deku, my dragons show them what true power is. When he said that, the dragons raised their heads and released their breath. It had all kinds of elements. Izuku looked at this with a big smile on his face. Deku, it's beautiful, isn't it? That glamorous glow that covers the purple sky. That's the reason for my existence. Destroy. The dragons stopped using their breath weapon when they heard what their king, the king of destruction, the god of hell's black gates, the god of hell, and many other titles he won. Since the day he entered the black infernal gates, his life has changed drastically. Your way of thinking, acting, and your power, everything has changed. Your indifferent and playful way. And it was thanks to the wars he had inside the black gates that his power increased. He, even before entering the 7th floor, was already considered the strongest existence. The black infernal gates are like a universe, no, an infinite multiverse that Izuku has complete control and power. Deku, if that was really your fire, devil, then I must say I'm disappointed. You said you were a demon who had control over wind and fire, but you are pathetic and a great disrespect to 2 of the 4 great elements. I think I should show you what fire really is," he said as his arms reached out. Soon an immense explosion of flames erupted around Izuku. The eruption that immediately followed felt like it was in the heart of a sun. Everything around Deku disappeared, swept up in a sea of flames, leaving him surrounded by it. The flames emanated in such quantity that they seemed to have no end. Crimson fire was like an ocean with a ridiculous amount, and meanwhile the riser stared in bewilderment and fearful of having his life snuffed out. The clouds around him were vaporized, the air itself was superheated to the point that if Riser stayed there any longer, he would be dead from the temperature. The scorching heat emptiness becomes nothing more than dust. That was the sea of crimson flames. It was a skill that Izuku had developed so that he wouldn't be using it black infernal flames. Although it's a simplified version of black hell flames, sea of crimson flames wasn't a weak power at all. Only the activation of this power causes the entire surroundings to be erased without any hint of its existence. It was really a frightening power that was a mixture with Izuku's power of destruction dramatically increased the skill's capabilities. An ability capable of erasing your target's soul and completely destroying their body composition. Not even a single particle will be left if your body is hit by sea of crimson flames. Deku approached Riser as everything around was incinerated. Looking at those flames, Riser could only think of one thing. Run away, run as far away as possible. There was no other option, there was no way he could beat that monster in front of him. If those flames hit him, he would no longer be alive, and Riser felt it. However, his body couldn't move due to the fear and horror he was feeling. "Riser, monster, what kind of monster are you?" he yelled as he tried his best to get away from the damn monster in front of him. However, it all came crashing down when Riser fell to his knees as Deku looked at him, and his legs gave way. Izuku held out his hands, while a huge smile crossed his face. "Deku, I am Izuku Midoriya, the king of the Mad Dragons, the king that everyone has, proud right-hand man of Shiva, the destroyer himself, the one who holds the titles of Invincible Warlord, God of Calamity, Supreme Demon, and also..." He paused while smiling. A crimson light took over Izuku's entire body, forcing Riser to close his eyes. And when the light disappeared, something was revealed that would forever be etched in everyone's memory. The being in front of Riser no longer looked like it used to. He was a few inches taller, his skin a paler shade as if it were made of silk, his hair once green with black had turned a deep crimson as if it were made of blood, descending over his back like a fiery flame flowing like fire. In a scarlet red hue deeper than blood. His eyes were no longer black with pinkish red. Now he had 2 colors. His right eye was a blue-green shade like Rias and Surzex, and his left eye was a silver shade like the moon. His eyes shone like stars that made everyone around him wither, possessing a perfect body created through of years and years of pure training and battles. A tall and extremely handsome man who gives a sense of pride and grandeur. An unparalleled beauty that emanates pride and loneliness. An unparalleled beauty that exuded the aura of grandeur of a true superior. From his back came 12 pairs black bat wings, darker than the deepest night, and larger than any demon ever had or could have. His presence conveyed so much authority that it could not be ignored even by the gods, as if that were possible. It was the beauty and power of a being that could drive the gods mad with his presence, and angels falling from the sky with his smile. The presence that made all the supernatural tremble. The presence of a true demon lord. This was Izuku Midoriya, the king of destruction. A smile appeared on Deku's lips as his eyes shone a silver that dazzled the stars and made even the most arrogant of them kneel. His very presence already made his position clear. If Surzex and Izuku were so powerful that only Mao's position would be worthy of them, that didn't apply to Izuku. For not even the position of Demon King was worthy of him. He was truly a god among demons. Izuku couldn't help but laugh. If Tanjiro or Sung were there, it was very likely that they would laugh at him for his long and ridiculous presentation. Speaking of them, Izuku was thinking how much Tanjiro and Sung, even Subaru was suffering at the hands of their wives, especially Yumi. However, Yumi nor their mothers could do something against Rimuru, as he didn't hold the title of the Absolute God for nothing. And when Rimuru wanted something, it would happen, even if it was against what all his wives said. Coming out of his thoughts, Deku felt the wind hit him, making his hair dance to the touch. His beautiful hair danced in the wind. It didn't take a genius to figure out who Izuku was looking like this, and Riser realized that. Riser, that appearance. He spoke totally perplexed. Deku just got a smile on his lips. Deku, looks like you've noticed. Exactly, I'm the supposedly dead son of Surzex Lucifer and Graphia Lucifuge. He said, causing Riser to widen his eyes in total disbelief. Deku, so you pride yourself on your pathetic immortality. He started laughing at Riser like what Riser was proud of was just a joke. Deku, there truly were immortals. They shit this land as real as you and I, and they could be found in every land. Gods who have existed since the beginning of time, and would be here at the end. Supreme beings who would never die, primordial, entities who knew no pain, nor omnipotent, suffering demons who could not bleed. They were plentiful, those immortals, who never needed to fear the touch of death or understand the meaning of an end. Then, one day, they simply ceased to exist. He said soothingly to Riser, who simply looked more horrified at him. Deku, and do you know why? He asked in an amused tone, before continuing. Deku, because not even the most powerful ancient gods or demons, or even the mighty dragons can escape death, all for one simple reason. Deku calmly raised his right hand as a black sphere of pure power of destruction materialized towards her, seeking to destroy everything in front of her, and shaped itself into the shape of a scythe that could reap the lives of gods. Deku, for not even these beings can escape me, he said with a huge smile, logically not referring to higher existences like Rimuru. Well, at least this one he knows perfectly well that it's impossible to kill himself. Darkness began to roam the entire space around Deku and began to unravel as dozens of weapons appeared behind the King of Destruction. Majestic weapons, all radiating overwhelming power, the likes of which Riser and the demons had never seen before. They came in all shapes and forms, swords and spears, daggers and axes, the conventional and the exotic, they were all there. Deku, because in this world there is nothing. Even more weapons came, all capable of killing immortals, each. These are the weapons Scathach saw when he entered the vault where Deku kept his tools. All guns were pointed at Riser. Deku, there's nothing I can't kill. For the immortals, for those arrogant few who believed they could live forever, there was nothing they feared more than death, true death. And as the immortal Phoenix watched death come to him, he learned to fear. He felt his skin slowly unravel as Izuku gently hooked the scythe to his throat. He managed to look away from the gun and looked at whoever was holding it. And he found himself looking into eyes that danced with madness. Was it pride or anger that twisted one's soul to that extent? It didn't matter, for now Phoenix knew what was before him was not a man, but a demon. One as dangerous as those who sat in their drills aloft and ruled them all. No, it was something far beyond them. The devil who was his death looked at Riser patiently. Deku, would you like to see how an immortal dies, Phoenix? He gave a smile that made Riser think. Then death smiles. And it was a beautiful thing, without malice, a promise of salvation, but at the same time of endless suffering. Deku, or do you prefer to take this opportunity to resign? Riser Phoenix Sama gave up. The winner is Izuku Midoriya. Scene change. Shortly after the announcement of Riser's defeat, both he and Deku were transported to the hall. Deku walked calmly through the hall as all the demons walked away and some knelt down. It wasn't out of his own desire. It was because his body could not stand in the presence of such a being. Deku finally turned his eyes to whoever was standing a few feet away from him. Surzex and Graphia were completely still. Surzex's face was white and he was holding his wife's hand. Graphia looked like all the blood had left her face, and she held her husband's hand like it was a lifeline. Both were looking at Izuku, their gaze didn't waver for a second. Deku just smiled at that. Deku, what happened? Looks like they saw a ghost, father and mother. He said in an amused tone as his body became a crimson light. Those were Deku's last words before he disappeared. Gremory family? In the underworld. After Deku leaves, Rias Gremory sat at a long table with her family. His brother and his wife were seated at one end of the table. They sat opposite them. Milikas was near the door. The revelation of Izuku's lineage clearly stunned everyone. Rias still couldn't believe that that boy who trained and helped her was actually the strongest existence in the world and also her nephew. And worst of all, she was pretty sure she had a crush on him, and he was her nephew. Rias honestly didn't know what to think about it. After some time of silence, it was Venelana who decided to speak. Venelana looks a lot like her daughter, with shorter brown hair and violet eyes. Due to her demonic bloodline, she appears to be around the same age as her daughter and son, who appears to be in his mid-20s. Venelana Gremory née Bael is the current mistress of Clan Gremory. She is the mother of Rias Gremory and Surzex Lucifer, the grandmother of Milikas Gremory and the wife of Zeoticus Gremory, as well as the half-sister of the current clan chief Bael, Lord Bael, and also the grandmother of Izuku. Venelana, now wasn't that an interesting combination? I especially found the last part extremely revealing. Surzex cringed while Grafia just started cringing. Venelana, Izuku Midoriya, that was the boy's name, wasn't it? He appears to be about 17, roughly born around the time you lost your first child, Grafia. Grafia didn't react and Venelana's gaze hardened. Venelana, what happened to my grandson? Surzex, we had no choice. He was born without any trace of demonic energy. The pillars would have torn him to pieces. He answered his mother in a desperate way. Venelana simply scoffed. Venelana, no trace of demonic energy? So I must have gone blind in my old age, for I can swear I saw that boy spreading 24 wings and possessing more power than I've seen in any other child of that age, in fact, more demonic power than any demon in history. And what do you mean no choice? I would have taken care of that boy without hesitation. Surzex, and don't you think the other demons wouldn't have figured it out? I couldn't risk it. I took him to the human world to keep him safe, mother. Venelana, and what you left there for 17 years? She accused her son. Venelana, you didn't tell me or your father about him. And you clearly didn't take care of him. You couldn't even recognize your own son until he was forced to reveal his lineage. Surzex sank into his chair. Surzex, I couldn't risk telling you. You all know it would be a risk to my son's safety. Every time I uttered words about his survival, there was a chance it might be answered. It is we do not hear. I don't ever intend to see him again, but when I went to check on him at the orphanage was gone and I thought he was too. We couldn't know where he went. So I thought it best if we didn't. I don't know where he was, and no one else could. Venelana, oh yeah, it worked too, didn't it? That's why Milikas informed me that he is apparently the god of destruction's right-hand man. Milikas seemed to shrink as almost everyone looked at him. Venelana, and what do you think about that? He is not only Shiva's right-hand man, but also the king of the mad dragons, and the strongest existence, surpassing the red dragon god, Great Red. Much stronger than you. She accused, causing Surzex to cringe even further. Aquino, that explains a lot. She whispered behind Rias. The pieces in her mind seemed to fall into place. Rias, what do you mean, Aquino? She asked, turning her attention to Aquino along with everyone else. Aquino, while I was training with Deku, he told me several things. She paused while everyone looked at him expectantly. Aquino, he told me that when he was born, his parents abandoned him because he was weak, and that he struggled to survive. Saying that he bathed in so much blood that it became a routine, but what scared me the most were his eyes, those opaque and lifeless eyes. She said bitterly, while everyone's eyes widened. Grafia started to cry. Rias looked at her with a scared expression. After all, it was the first time she saw her sister-in-law break like that. Surzex hugged his wife, but she cried even harder. Rias let herself sink into her chair, looking around the room. She had no idea what to do. Until she realized something. Rias, where is Milikas? With Deku. Izuku had just come out of his bathroom. He still had his real appearance. He put on a shirt and pants and went to the room where Ryu, Saphira, and Milan were. Even though he didn't like to wear that look, Deku was wearing it at the request of Tiamat's daughters, who said they wanted to continue to see her crimson beauty. Deku rarely used his appearance, even when he was with Shiva and Parvati. The only person who always saw Izuku with his true appearance, as he insisted, was Selene. Right after the battle and the revelation, Izuku returned to his home as he didn't want to stay in the underworld, and he knew the Gremlins would come after him. Deku walked to the room where Milan, Ryu, and Saphira were, who were looking at him as drool dripped from his mouth. Both of Izuku's appearances were truly divine, most notably his green hair with black. But his crimson appearance was really amazing. To be honest, they didn't even know which one to choose. Deku walked calmly towards them, until he heard the sound of the campaign playing, and when he opened he saw a handsome boy with short crimson-red hair inherited from his father, Surzex, and blue-green eyes. It was Milikas Gremry, younger son of Surzex Lucifer and Graphia Lucifuge, and younger brother of Deku. Milikas, good morning, my name is Milikas Gremry. Smile, nice to meet you, Oniai-sama. Deku just looked at him with his neutral expression. He had no negative feelings against Gremrys, especially against Milikas, who were born after Surzex abandoned him. He even thanked him for being abandoned, as he didn't want to be spoiled. Deku, come in, he said, walking away, letting Milikas in. After all, he wouldn't antagonize his little brother. Deku headed to the kitchen, being followed by Milikas. Deku, so, may I ask what you're doing here, Milikas Gremry? Milikas stirred a little and gathered all his determination. Milikas, you really are my big brother, aren't you? Deku shook his head and then replied. Deku, yes, we have the same parents, he said calmly, looking at Milan and Saphira, who were following them. Deku expected a lot of things from Milikas at that moment: denial, questioning, anger. He expected any of these, but he didn't care. But he was taken by surprise when Milikas ran and hugged him suddenly. Milikas, I'm glad you're alive, Oniai-sama, he said, hugging Deku in a cheerful tone, while Izuku raised an eyebrow. Milikas, I always wanted an older brother. Deku agreed that kids would like an older brother, but Milika's reaction was a bit over the top. Deku, we've never met before, you know? Milikas, so. He released Izuku and took a step back with a red face. Milikas, it's just that I used to talk to you when I was lonely. I know it sounds silly, but I couldn't leave the house. I was younger and didn't have many friends because of it. So sometimes I would go to the little shrine my parents made for you, and there I would tell you about my days. It really helped me back then. Deku understood what Milikas meant. Milikas was a prime target for kidnapping or murder. He even received requests to kill him. So it was to be expected that he had to be in a safe place, and with his parents working all the time, he didn't have that many people he could talk to. Instead of inventing an invisible friend, he would talk to the brother he really wanted, who he thought was dead. Deku, well, I don't really know you, Milikas, he said calmly, and Milikas looked at him with quivering lips, clearly some sort of rejection. Deku, but I'd like to meet my little brother. Milikas gave a big smile and ran to Deku and hugged him, while Izuku ruffled his hair. Deku might not be much of a fan of her parents, but that doesn't mean she's going to ignore a lonely boy who just found out his dead brother was actually dead. Growl. Deku couldn't suppress a laugh. Deku, are you hungry? Milikas didn't look up, but his cheeks turned pink. Milikas, I was nervous about Rias-ne-sama's game, so I didn't eat much. Deku, then I should prepare something for my little brother to eat, he said, making Milikas smile. Milan, Saphira, and Ryu, when they heard him talking about food, ran to the kitchen quickly. Scene change. Milikas, and then he blew up the entire arena with a single attack. Izuku was chopping some vegetables, while making food for Milikas, Milan, Saphira, and Ryu. Milikas told Izuku's 3 self-styled girlfriends about his battle against Riser. Milikas, Oniai-sama was really cool, he said in awe. Ryu, it was to be expected from my husband. she said with a proud tone in her voice, getting a drop of sweat from Deku and a bulging vein from Saphira and Mulan. Mulan, he's not yours alone, she said with anger plastered on her face. Saphira, but we expected something like this from the master, she said with a tone of desire and lust. Deku knew he had announced it to the entire underworld, and it probably wouldn't be long before the entire supernatural world knew of his identity. Izuku just shrugged his shoulders. Anyone who came to bother him he would kill. It was quite likely that the underworld would try to do anything, since knowing that the one nicknamed the strongest existence was actually the son of Cerzex Lucifer, the Crimson Satan, and Graphia Lucifuge, the strongest queen of the underworld. Especially the old men on the council who would think they had authority over him. The Gremry clan, when everyone underworld knew that the king of the Mad Dragons was a Gremry, would receive many marriage proposals that, it is more than obvious, that he would refuse, since nothing and no one would rule in his life, especially nether worms. In the underworld. With Graphia Lucifuge had a bad day. It's really been a tough few weeks, but this day has surpassed them all. It all started when Riser Phoenix started pressing the issue of his engagement to Rias. Cerzex disapproved of the deal, but his hands were tied. His position as Satan did not allow him to get involved in the clan's personal affairs. The Phoenix clan, knowing that Rias was against the marriage, agreed to let the two children settle the dispute in a ratings game. They had to be grateful they were given that option. The next meeting between the two nobles. But what had caught the most attention was by far Izuku Midoriya. Graphia had been immensely surprised to learn that the Black Swordsman was in Ko and also very worried about her husband, but were surprised to learn that he is helping Rias. The moment she looked at Izuku, she had felt something she only felt when she was with Milikas, a feeling that made her want to hug that boy and not let him go, especially after she had seen the heterochromatic eyes he possessed that for a moment looked like his son's eyes. Graphia thought it was an illusion, the eyes she hadn't seen in over 17 years, the eyes of her eldest son. Her heart clenched when she thought of her son. Graphia was overjoyed when she found out she was pregnant. Finally, she would have a child, a baby who wouldn't have to survive the terrible wars that nearly drove the demons to extinction. They prepared all the details before the birth. An entire wing she owned was redecorated and prepared to house the baby. Employees were hired, selected by Graphia itself after rigorous background checks. They bought all the toys a child could want so their child wouldn't be left alone when the parents were at work. All this for nothing. Her son, her beautiful little boy, was born without demonic power. She wouldn't have cared if she were anyone other than Cerzex Lucifer's wife. So what if the child didn't have any demonic energy? It was her baby, the most beautiful thing she'd ever held in her arms. But she was the wife of the underworld leader, and that made her son a target. He would be in danger if he were a demon. A demon without power would have been torn apart by the clans. Her husband had consulted Izuku Beelzebub, their friendship ensuring his silence. But even the brightest mind in the underworld couldn't tell them what happened, and he couldn't save him, and with that, died his only hope of holding him back. They couldn't protect him, not from his own kind. So her husband took her son and left him in front of a human orphanage. Graphia didn't want to let him go. What choice did she have? And she could still see him after a while, at least that's what she told herself. Cerzex announced that their baby had died. They buried an empty coffin, built a small shrine, and waited for the day they could see their son again. But the day has not yet come. Her son had disappeared from the orphanage along with the orphanage that had disappeared without a trace. She had no way of finding her beloved son again. Cerzex still had the scars she inflicted on him the day she found out her firstborn was gone. But life went on. Graphia became pregnant again, and their little Milikas was born. He helped her close the hole in her heart, and she gave him all the love she could. Gradually, she began to think less about the child she had lost. Even the days she saw Izuku Midoriya and those motherly feelings surged through her. She denied back then, the boy she met could not be her son. His little boy didn't have green hair with black. His son had no reason to be in Ko. His son didn't have black eyes with pinkish red. No, Izuku Midoriya couldn't be her son, because that meant he was hiding right under her nose. That meant she could have hugged the puppy and told him how sorry she was and begged his forgiveness. In fact, Grafia was scared of what would happen if Izuku were her son. Would he hate her for leaving him? Would he curse her? Yes, she was scared, because the only thing more terrible than not knowing where her son was is knowing that he rejected her. So she hadn't told Surzex anything about the boy and stayed at work, too afraid to investigate the boy who could be her son. Then again, she really didn't need to. Deku managed to show off her heritage in a very impressive way after all. She should be angry. Angry at Izuku that she couldn't find her son's power, and even angry at Surzex and herself for not waiting a few more days to see if her son's power would develop, as it clearly did. But she no longer felt anger, only pain. Her son knew who they were, knew about their family, and didn't even try to contact them. Her son wanted nothing to do with her, and the thought broke her heart. She couldn't think of anything else, not even or truly what she was told until the Queen of Rias spoke. Until she told them how she thought she didn't want him, she couldn't hold back the tears anymore. Her son thought she didn't want him. She should never have abandoned him. I should have taken her son and disappeared with him. But it was too late for that. She could only regret the mistakes she had made. And now, to make matters worse, Milikas was gone. She hadn't even thought about how her second child would react to her older brother being alive. Another mistake she now had to pay for. Milikas is gone, and even when she sent her maids and butlers to search all her properties, they couldn't find him anywhere. Hello? Grafia's head spun at the sound of Deku's voice. She found Rias talking on the phone. Rias, hi Deku, I wanted to thank you for what he did personally, but we're a little busy as my cousin disappeared. Grafia closed her eyes. As if Izuku needed more reason to believe she was a miserable mother. Wait a minute, Rias. There was a short pause, before Deku continued out loud. Hi Milikas, didn't you tell anyone you were coming to visit? Grafia froze. Milikas had followed her brother? No Oni-sama. Grafia felt relieved when she heard her youngest son's muffled voice on the phone. He hadn't run away, he wasn't kidnapped, and he was safe. I didn't think much about it. He continued. Oh well, no problem. Rias, Milikas is here now. Tell them I'll bring him to the Occult Research Club after he's finished eating. Sorry, but I have to disconnect the call or the eggs will start to burn. He told Rias that he agreed and hung up. Venelana, good. This is perfect, we can take Milikas and meet our rebellious family member at the same time. Her gaze hardened and she turned her attention to Surzex and Grafia. Venelana, and you will have the option of justifying your action to him, Surzex, Grafia. Surzex and Grafia nodded a little apprehensively. With Deku. Ding dong. Deku raised his eyebrows as he heard the campaign play. It looked like he was quite popular for so many visits. Sighing, he got up from the table where he was reading a book with Milikas, Mulan, Saphira and Ryu eating. Ophis was still already Cow's brigade and Tiamat was running some business in the underworld. Deku, you four can keep eating, I'll just see who's at the door, he said while Milikas happily ate. Deku walked to the door and opened it. Closing his book, he saw that in it was the entire Gremory clan. Deku, that was fast, he said disinterestedly, going back to opening his book. Venelana took a step forward. Venelana, family problems must be resolved as soon as possible. Smile. Good evening, my name is Venelana Gremory. She gestured to the oldest redhead in the group. Venelana, this is my husband, Zeoticus Gremory. We are the parents of Rias and Surzex. Nice to meet you, Izuku-san. Deku didn't answer anything for a moment, just reading his book. Until he started to move. Deku, Milikas is in the kitchen, follow me, he said as he walked to the kitchen with everyone following him. In the kitchen. Clan Gremory made a group inside the girl. Zeoticus, Venelana and Surzex sat at the table, while Grafia stood behind her husband. Rias and Milikas retreated to a corner. Rias was having a conflict with his thoughts, and Milikas was still happily munching on a bowl of food. Behind Izuku were Mulan, Ryu and Saphira looking seriously at the people in front of them. All eyes turned to Deku, who was still reading his book peacefully in front of everyone. Deku, what do you want? he asked in his nonchalant tone, still reading his book. Not bothering to see Xiaticus, Venelana, Surzex and Graphia in front of you. Xiaticus, we want to know if you will be with our family? He asked calmly, though inside he was nervous at the look he got from Venelana. Ryu, Saphira, and Milan narrowed their eyes at the redhead's question. Deku, that's a selfish wish, he said, now looking at Xiaticus. Nobody understood what he meant by that, but soon Deku continued. Deku, do you want me in your family after everything that's happened? He asked, causing Surzex and Graphia to cringe. Xiaticus, a Gremry? He looked at Surzex with a stern face, before continuing. Xiaticus, don't abandon your family. You are my grandson Izuku, so we want you in our family. You will have the full support of the clan. Deku didn't answer, just remained silent. In fact, the entire room was in awkward silence. Deku, then why did you abandon me? He asked in a playful tone, causing Surzex and Graphia to back off. And Xiaticus and Venelana be silent. Deku, I have no interest in being a Gremry. I'm Izuku Midoriya, Shiva's right-hand man and nothing else, he said with complete indifference, going back to reading his book. The demons widened their eyes, while Surzex and Graphia looked down sadly. Surzex, do you hate us? He weakly asked his son. Deku, I don't hate you. What I feel is something different, a feeling of indifference. To me, you're just a bunch of strangers, he said, making the Gremry clan members look sadly. Deku, I don't feel hate or anger for abandoning me. I don't feel a desire for revenge for what they did to me. In fact, I even like to bathe in blood. It's the only fun thing in my life. And it made me meet good people, he said coldly, though in the last part his tone softened. All the members of Clan Gremry looked fearfully at the ground, while Graphia was one step away from crying. Venelana, I understand, but even if you don't want to be part of the Gremry, you're still part of the family, she said while trying to make conversation with Izuku, but Venelana's gaze turned playful. Venelana, so who is she? Only by the tone Izuku used when he spoke of good people. Venelana, thanks to centuries of experience, assumed she was a girl, and even in that situation, she couldn't help but know. Deku turned his attention to Venelana, while a smile formed on his lips. Deku, a special person, he said, causing all the demons to turn to him with curiosity. Venelana, where is she? She asked with a smile, for as a good grandmother she should know that. Deku dead, he said with no visible emotion in her voice, causing everyone to widen their eyes. Surzex and Graphia in particular, as they couldn't believe what they heard. Deku went back to reading his book, while the silence made everyone uncomfortable. Deku, although I don't care, I admit I'm curious as to why. So if you want to talk, I'm all ears, he said, turning his attention to Surzex and Graphia. Both demons looked at him. Surzex, I'm sorry, Izuku. I'm sorry we turned you in. We wouldn't have been able to protect you. There are still many demons who want the return of Satan's old families, who want to destroy our government and lead us to a new war. And there are still more demons who are happy with our government, but they would never accept a demon born powerless into a demon family, let alone a Satan's family. They would all have tried to end his life and we couldn't have stopped them all. One mistake, one hole in our security and you'd be dead, he said, expressing all his feelings. Deku, it's a plausible reason, but I don't really care, he said before looking at Graphia. Deku, and what do you want? You can't have come here to apologize and pretend we're a happy family, can you? Graphia, she spoke in a shaky voice. Graphia, I just wanted to meet you. You are my oldest son and I love you so much, he said as tears formed in his eyes. Graphia, the day I had to give up on you was the worst day of my life and I'm sorry I couldn't be there for you. I wanted to watch your first steps, hear your first word and watch you grow. I understand if you want nothing to do with us, or if you hate us because we abandoned you, but I couldn't just walk away, not when I've just met you again. Deku looked at her with his neutral expression. He really didn't care if she was going to cry or not. He had no feelings, and seeing his mother crying was proof of that. Surzex, you are my son, he said after getting up and hugging his crying wife. Surzex, giving up on you was the hardest decision I ever had to make. To find you disappeared into the orphanage I left you in. He closed his eyes for a moment. Surzex, I've done terrible things in my life, but I never hated myself more than that day. I'll take it if you don't want anything to do with me, but I'd be happy enough to call you my son. Deku put his hand on his chin and pulled Saphira closer, asking her to make some tea. Deku, my parents are Shiva and Parvati. The man who gave me a home and a family and always supported me when everyone else abandoned me, and the woman who reached out to me and always took care of me when I needed it. You will never replace them. Author, I'll take Kali and Durga out of the story from this chapter, he said seriously as he watched Saphira bring her tea. Well, there was also Ganesha, but Shiva's son was always irritating Deku. Ganesha was extremely attached to Deku to the point of being suffocating for the Mad King. Wherever Ganesha went, he was always bragging about, my little brother this, and my little brother that, as well as being very clingy. Surzex had a pained expression on her face as Grafia continued to cry on her shoulder. Deku simply looked at them sipping his tea, while one of his memories came back to his mind. Flashback. In his memory it was possible to see a large house in a forest. It was a simple wooden house that exuded an air of comfort. The forest was dense and surrounded by an immense amount of magic that remains hidden. In one of the rooms of this house it was possible to see Izuku lying on the bed comfortably. He was with his true appearance, and his crimson hair extended, and his heterochromatic eyes blue-green and silver looked at his ceiling. You woke up, a voice said next to Izuku. Turning his gaze to the side, the demon saw a beautiful girl hugging him. She had long hair as black as night and very light lilac eyes that shone. Deku, sorry, I didn't mean to wake you up, Celine, he calmly said to his girlfriend. Celine just smiled before approaching and kissing Izuku passionately, and the Mad King responded with the same love. After pulling away, they both looked at each other, while Izuku had a doubtful look. Deku, what happened? He asked, looking into her eyes. He knew that when Celine was worried or thinking about something, she had a sad expression, and he didn't like to see her sad. Seeing her like that made him very worried and hurt. Celine, it's nothing, just that you remember what we talked about yesterday? The god of calamity turned his gaze to the ceiling and sighed. Celine always tried to convince him that he should go to his parents and forgive them. Deku, Celine. Celine, I know you're indifferent about this, she said before looking deeply at Izuku. Deku, but give them a chance. I know they didn't abandon you like that. You don't need to forgive them, just give them a chance. Even if you don't do it for them, do it for me, she said calmly as she looked into Deku's eyes. Celine looked at him with so much love and affection that Deku couldn't help but smile. Deku, okay, I'll give them a chance. He spoke with a sigh, as he couldn't deny a request from her. Celine smiled before straddling Deku and placing her hands around his neck. Celine, I knew you would understand my point, she said as she kissed Deku lightly. Deku, all for you, my ray of light, he said as he caressed Celine's face that she blushed at the nickname. Celine, how you're like a big marshmallow inside, she said smiling, earning a snort from Deku, who looked at her with a smile. Celine, but don't think you're going to get what you want, little boy, he said with a negative sway. Deku huffed while pouting and a stray dog look. Deku, just a little, he said as he moved his hand towards Celine's ass and squeezed it lightly, generating a moan from the girl. Celine, what a pervert you, huh? Didn't you forget about last night? Honestly, the only one that surpasses your power is your lust, she said while huffing cutely. Deku, said the girl who chased me and took pictures of me, I saw that you even had one of mine in the bath and I never found out how you did it. Celine, you're my boyfriend, I can admire you, she said with a victorious smile. Deku, we weren't dating back then, he said, earning a raised eyebrow from Celine. Celine shook her head like what Deku said was stupid. Celine, we were, but you didn't know that, she said it like it was obvious. Deku just laughed because he knew he would never be able to oppose Celine. End of flashback. Deku shook his head slightly as one of his memories came back to him. It looked like Celine had actually marked him even after death. Deku sighed and turned his sinew to Surzex and Grafia, who were sad. Deku, right? He said, getting everyone's attention. Deku, I don't have any feelings for you, but if you give a chance to earn my trust, it's good to waste it. Surzex closed his eyes for a moment before smiling at him. Surzex, I'm grateful that you're giving us this chance. Izuku, thank you. Grafia just stood there, her body slightly shaky. She fought the urge to hug Izuku. Deku, maybe we should talk about the consequences my little stunt will have? Surzex, we can no longer keep its existence a secret. He replied after a moment, agreeing with the not-so-subtle change of subject. Surzex, many demons have seen it. We'll try to keep at least the other supernatural factions in the dark, but it's only a matter of time before they find out. Deku nodded. In fact, he didn't really care that much if the news got out. He was kind of glad he didn't have to hide. Surzex, there will be people sent to watch you, but they probably won't be too bold while you're in Devil's territory. Deku, and the demons. Surzex, well, you are the Mad Dragon King, the strongest existence. And demons respect strength, after all. However, there are many underpillars who felt affronted by their very existence. A demon so powerful that he is not an ally of the underworld will seem an insult of the highest order to them. Zeoticus, we'll deal with them. I just got my oldest grandson back. I'm going to heaven before I let those ancient fossils take him. Deku changed his expression to an amused one. Deku, well, you must have a lot of questions, right? The reason you didn't feel power from me when I was born, he said, making everyone look at him. Surzex nodded quickly to Grafia, as they very much wanted to know. Deku, well, it's true that the moment I was born I was weak. And for a moment my demonic power didn't circulate. Everyone looked at him a little confused. Surzex, and why wasn't power felt in you? He asked, shaking his wife's hand. Deku, my skill had seen my body as weak and so it decided to use its ability to change. Then Alana, the weakness of demons, light, she said in understanding. Deku nodded his head. Deku, exactly. My skill sucked all my demonic power to modify my body, and that's why you didn't feel it. Surzex and Grafia widened their eyes upon hearing this. What they thought was Deku being weak was actually him becoming stronger. Deku, if you had waited a few more hours my power would have returned, he said, causing Surzex and Grafia to look down in regret. Rias, so how strong are you? She asked, getting everyone's attention. They turned their attention to Deku as they were also curious. Deku, well, when I was born, my demonic power was compared to an ultimate class demon, and I could vaporize an entire house without even wanting to, he said, making everyone's eyes widen. If Izuku had all that power, he would be a super devil. In fact, not even Surzex was born with that amount of power. Deku, at 5 I beat Shiva and at 7 I beat Great Red. And now I am considered the strongest existence, he said calmly, which made the demons, not just the demons but Mulan, Ryu and Saphira look at him in disbelief. At the age of 5 he could already face the god of destruction, Shiva. With that alone he couldn't even be classified as a super devil, because his power went far beyond that. He was already at a totally outsized level. But now, winning the Great Red when I was just 7, it was surprising to say the least to anyone who would listen. Deku noted that everyone was perplexed, with the exception of Grafia, who was still staring at the ground with a sad and tearful gaze. Deku sighed and decided to do something Celine would probably approve of. He got up, getting everyone's attention, and walked over to stand in front of Grafia. Deku opened his arms and said, Deku, you can hug, I know you want to, he said while looking at Grafia, who had tears streaming from her eyes. No other word was needed when Grafia threw herself against Deku, hugging him, crying to his chest. Surzex smiled and, seeing Izuku's approving look, joined the hug. Everyone smiled as they saw the interaction between parent and child. Rias, if you're my brother's son, does that mean I tried to sleep with my nephew? He shouted, getting everyone's attention. Even though Izuku was her nephew, she still had a crush on him but still felt baffled by it. Everyone laughed at Ria's expression as Deku looked at her. "Deku, perverted," he said, making everyone laugh, and Rias blushed and tried to say anything but stuttered. "Deku, it wasn't enough for Saphira, Ryu and Milan as perverts, and to think that I was almost abused by my own aunt. I couldn't marry like that," he said with fake sadness as everyone laughed at Rias, Ryu, Saphira and Milan. They didn't even look like they were weird just now. They looked like a family. The arrival of the exorcists. A few days later. It had been a few days since Deku had his fight against Dees and his revelation to the supernatural world. Since then, the supernatural world was in chaos. In fact, not even that was able to describe what was happening in the supernatural world. The fame of Izuku being Shiva's right-hand man was already immense, as he represented the god of destruction, and in addition to being the Mad King, and along with the Black Swordsman being one of the greatest mercenaries in the world. Then, upon discovering that both were the same person and to finalize her identity was none other than the son they thought was dead of the Crimson Mao and his wife. The world was in chaos. Many of the factions were totally scared and didn't want to get involved. Even those who wanted to recruit Deku didn't want to get involved for fear of Shiva and him being allied with the Hindu faction. And no one wants to mess with a faction that can easily destroy any other, along with the fact that Deku is allied with the Destroyer himself and his fame as well. Only the demons who didn't seem to be satisfied with this, as they wanted Izuku to ally with them, and Surzex and Clan Gremory had the last few days very busy as they had to contain and explain this. Surzex had even announced and said that any demon that tried to threaten Deku would have to answer directly to Surzex and would be killed for doing so. Izuku was very pleased with this as he didn't want to have to destroy demons like he did with angels and fallen angels. Speaking of Deku, we could see him walking calmly towards his house. After Zeoticus knew he was his grandson, he had to build a decent house so his grandson can live. And now he was standing in a much larger mansion that he lived in. Freeing himself from his thoughts, he entered the house and went straight to his room to sleep. The next morning, Deku woke up to the sound of his alarm clock ringing. He groaned and looked doubtfully as he felt his body being hugged tightly into a familiar soft and smooth body, while his hand was being pressed between her gorgeous thighs. Even his elbow was being held between her large breasts. While he didn't mind staying like this for a few more minutes, he really needed to get up to do his morning routine before he could go to school, and if that wasn't enough for Tiamat, Ryu, Saphira, and Milan, so did Akino. Looking slightly around him, Deku saw that Rias was sleeping completely naked next to him. To this day he never understood why she slept naked. He thought about getting up, until he felt something moving above him, just below his chest. Lifting his head a little to look down, Izuku could see a lock of long black hair spread across his chest, but he could also see Akino's peaceful expression. His face didn't change at all as he felt Akino's qualities being pressed tightly into his stomach. His shirt had been lifted a bit. He could see and feel Akino's smooth skin. Her arms were wrapped around his hips, hugging Deku tightly against her body. Akino started to move against him, rubbing her body against his. Deku cursed when he saw Akino's violet eyes slowly open and look around, and finally land on her stomach. A small smile appeared on his face, and Akino reached down to caress Izuku's private parts slowly but steadily through his boxer, marveling at the sight. Violet eyes met Izuku's eyes as he tried to get out of this situation as quickly as possible. Akino's seductive actions were driving her hormones wild, and not only that, but it would be a big mess if Rias woke up right now. These two were going to fight again. It happened whenever Akino tried to provoke Deku like that, and he didn't want that to happen in the morning, just a few hours before school started. Slowly, Akino moved her body so that her face was right above Deku's with her possessions on her chest. Her hand still caressed his crotch slowly as she lowered her face and licked his seductive earlobe, Mentes, sending a shiver down Deku's spine. "Akino, good morning, Deku-sama," she whispered low in his ears. She really didn't want Rias to wake up right now. This was a good opportunity to make her own move. Akino knew she couldn't compete with Rias or Tiamat's daughters and Tiamat herself for the first position in her heart, but she wouldn't let any other girl come in sixth. Deku, good morning, Akino. He spoke calmly, though he was surprised. This girl was getting more and more dangerous every day. Her teasing had taken it to another level, going as far as adults can, but he couldn't help but feel good while her hand was doing this to him, and he still was. Boxer now. Deku wondered what it would be like when Akino used her hand directly. Akino, era yufufufu. Her laugh made Deku look back at her. Akino, you looked very excited this morning, I wonder. She said more seductively and put a little more force into her caresses, making Izuku feel a chill. Akino, if you're always so excited every morning, or is it because you have me all over you, petting your not-so-small soldiers, like that? Deku, Akino, we should get up soon. He tried to argue, but Akino's hand was doing something amazing to her crotch, although he still wasn't aroused. Akino, don't worry, Deku-sama, a little fun in the morning won't hurt. She smiled seductively and pinched his earlobe playfully. Now all she cared about was spending some time, alone, with Deku. Akino knew that Rias and the others were sleeping right next to them, but it turned her on even more when she thought about what would happen if Rias or the others caught them like that. Deku felt her hands enter his boxer. Although the Mad King wanted to stop her so he wouldn't get into trouble, he had to admit that part of him wanted Akino to continue. Akino's seductive smile widened when she felt that her hand would reach her reward. She would be the first of all the girls who have feelings for him to really feel what he was like, just a little more, and she would make 100 steps forward, and the judging by the size of the tent. What she felt just by touching it lightly would drive her crazy to have it in her hands. But suddenly she felt a hand wrap around her wrist tightly, preventing her from going any further. At first, Akino thought it was Izuku's hand preventing her from touching him, but when she felt a familiar crimson aura envelop that hand, she saw that it was more feminine than Deku's. Her smile turned into a smirk as she turned her head to see a pair of angry blue-green eyes looking straight at her. Rias, Akino, what are you doing? She asked slowly but dangerously. She had woken up early, hoping to spend some quality time with Deku. However, when she opened her eyes, what she saw was Akino, naked as the day she was born, licking Deku's earlobe with a seductive smile, her hand caressing Izuku's boxer, earning a few moans from the red-haired boy. Ria's anger towards her queen reached a whole new level when she saw Akino's hand making way for Deku's boxer. Rias acted before Akino could go any further. She took the black-haired girl's hand and squeezed it tightly while releasing her aura to prove her point to her rival. There would be no way for Rias to let Akino or any other girl step in front of her, no way. But little did they know that Saphira had already fun with Deku. And Saphira was looking forward to the day when they found out that she received a reward because of Rias's nobility's training. The tension in Deku's room increased as Rias's killing intent slowly reached its maximum. Her hand was trying to pull Akino's out of Izuku's underwear. But Akino was slightly stronger than her, so Queen had no problem standing her ground against Rias's strength. Akino's gaze was the same as Rias's, but she still kept a seductive smile on her face, which, in Rias's opinion, was the sickest, sadistic smile she'd ever seen. Akino, Rias, go back to sleep, we're having a great time here. Akino's smile widened when she saw a mark appear on Rias's forehead. She always liked to tease her Ray, but now she couldn't help but feel a little annoyed by Rias's appearance. Akino was close, very close, and she knew it, but this selfish princess always wanted to have everything she wanted, and only she stopped her before she could go any further. But it was okay, she would have a lot of opportunities in the future. Now living under the same roof with Deku, maybe she could sneak in a bath while Rias was watching those animes of hers. Rias, Akino, your room was above us, go back there and enjoy your perverted stuff there. She scolded her queen. She believed she actually educated Akino enough the last time they fought each other. Akino, us? Rias, last time I checked there was no we, this one belongs to Deku-sama. She pointed her unoccupied hand at the door that led to Rias' room. Akino, your room was, and always will be there, Rias. So please go back there quietly and leave Deku-sama with me. I will take care of him for you. She finished with her hand running over his chest in a seductive way. Suddenly, before she could do anything, Rias got up and threw herself on Akino's body, throwing them both out of bed with a pillow in her hand, waking the others up. Deku, hey, stop it, you two! He yelled, getting up, and spoke to both of them, hoping that Akino's attack was finally over, but displeased that Rias and Akino were together against each other again. His hope that fighting wasn't what he had to face earlier in the morning of shattered. He remembers that he is training Issei and soon ignores the two and gets dressed and then leaves the room. And when he turned around, he saw everyone entering the battle too. Giving an irritated sigh and moving his finger, the pressure of gravity affected everyone's body. He saw that Rias was completely lying on the floor, then turned his head to Akino, who had her upper body on the floor with her butt up. How could the sadistic queen do that under the pressure of gravity? He would never know, and he didn't even want to know. Mulan and Ryu were on top of each other with their naked bodies, and Saphira was still in bed, since out of all of them, she was the only one to stay still. A mischievous smile formed on Izuku's lips. Deku, these are your punishments for fighting each other so early in the morning. Stay there and the magic will wear off in an hour maybe. His smile widened when he saw the shocked look on their faces. That would be just a small taste of what he had up his sleeves for women. Deku, see you later, ladies, and please remember to behave when the spell is deactivated. He laughed out loud as Mulan, Ryu, Rias and Akino swore at each other and shouted vulgar words at each other. Things would definitely look interesting in your house. Deku closed the door behind him and turned around, immediately seeing a brown head crash into him. Deku, Issei? You woke up early, he said, surprised to see that Issei had already woken up. Issei, I heard a fighting noise and I couldn't sleep anymore. Besides, you said you would continue to train me, he said with a monotone and no expression on his face. Deku's eyes widened at the slightest before he nodded in agreement. Deku has been training Issei in his subspace, where time runs different from reality. After Issei's perversion was removed, the boy turned out to be a genius in controlling his sacred gear, which made both Izuku and Drake surprised by this. The brown boy, the boy who had brown hair and at the end the color turned black from training. Issei had a high compatibility with dragons, and this allowed him to access more of Drake's power, and if he stays that way for a few more years in subspace, Issei will be able to perfectly control all the power of the Red Dragon of Domination, and also control the Juggernaut Drive without its life energy being spent, and luckily, Izuku had a magic that could restore the life force of beings. And that really helped Issei's progress. Soon the boy will become a real monster in a battle and not even Drake's rival, Albion and Hakuryuku in the slipper. The boy had even managed to use Drake's finishing move, the Burning Hell of Burning Flames. It was Drake's ultimate skill, flames that can incinerate anything, including the souls of others, until nothing remains, as well as being nearly impossible to extinguish. The training was really paying off. Deku had given Issei a lot of equipment, and among them was the Draconic Earring. Draconic Earring. Item rating, SS+++. Description: the earring that carries the soul of a mighty evil dragon. Effect 1, Scales. With the dragon earring equipped, your entire body will be coated with the scales of the dragon that was sealed inside the earring. Effect 2, Dragon's Fury. With the dragon's hatred inside the item, its attack power, defense, vitality, dexterity and magic increased exponentially. Effect 3, Dragon's Breath. With your mouth, the most powerful dragon skill will be activated. Breath of Chaos will be activated. Effect 4, Dragon's Claws. His hands have become dragon claws capable of cutting through the toughest materials with ease. Effect 5, Death. By making your target name the evil dragon inside the ring, the opponent will be killed instantly. Effect 6, Theft. When killing an opponent stronger than you, the skills belonging to the enemy pass to you. Effect 7, Dragon. You can become a dragon, have the strength, magic, defense, vitality of the evil dragon sealed in the earring. Description of use: equip it. Once you have equipped the item, it can no longer be taken out. Effect 7, will not work for more than 1 hour. If this time has passed and you have not returned to normal, you will forcibly return to normal and enter a coma state for a week. Effect 6, will only work on opponents stronger than the user. Izuku had also given the 8-headed blade and the Hydra armor to Issei, who had been recognized by both tools. Author, if you want to know what the Hydra armor and 8-headed blade are, look in the story Izuku the Hell God in the chapter Udada. Izuku was in disbelief when he saw Issei use the 8-headed blade without suffering the punishment of losing his sanity the more he used it. But soon a smile formed when he saw that he really was creating a monster in the future. Issei had a high affinity for the element of darkness, which would cause him to be mistaken for an evil dragon in the future. However, the boy doesn't care and just wanted to be strong, letting go of the dream of being a king of the harem. And Drake was more and more proud of his bearer, who could reach a level that none of his other users reached. Some time later, currently Deku was walking with Issei through the corridors of Ko Academy towards the Occult Research Club. After the busy morning with Akino, Rias, Milan, and Ryu, the Mad King had gone to train Issei patiently. Now the two were talking. From what it looked like, 2 exorcists were in Ko City and had called a meeting with the demons, and Rias had asked for both of them to be there in case something went wrong. Author, Issei left Rias' entourage, okay? Deku and Issei quickly headed to Rias' club room while they were talking. Even outside the room, they could feel the aura of the 2 exorcists who were present. Sighing, Issei knocked on the door a few times before opening it. Just as he and Deku thought, Rias' nobility was standing behind her. Rias was sitting on a sofa while Akino was making tea and cookies for the guests. The first was a young woman with chin-length blue hair with green bangs on the right side and brown eyes. She wore a church battle attire consisting of a black, tight-fitting, short-sleeved leotard with shoulder pads, fingerless gloves, matching biceps and knee-high boots, all adorned with straps. This costume is worn under a white hooded cloak with gold and blue accents. She also wears a crucifix around her neck. The second guest was a young woman with long, light brown hair with violet eyes. Her hair was pulled back into 2 ponytails, each tied with a blue elastic band. She wears the standard church battle attire, the same as the blue-haired one with a few minor differences. She wore a kind of scarf around her neck that emanated a certain amount of sacred energy. The 2 exorcists present were respectively Zenobia Korda, the wielder of Durandal, and Irina Shido, Issei and Izuku's childhood friend. The demons inside the room noticed the 2 before turning to the guests, as Rias nodded slightly. As the 2 girls turned their heads to see who had just entered the room, and Irina widened her eyes as she saw the faces of the 2 people who entered, and Zenobia Money showed a bit of surprise. Issei, hey Irina, how long? He said in a monotone as all the demons widened their eyes when they saw the way Issei spoke. Deku, it's been a while, Irina. Irina, Deku Issei. She spoke with a shaky cry of eyes. To the bewilderment of everyone, including the demons, Irina shot out and hugged Deku and Issei tightly, and they returned the hug. Scene change. Rias, before we start, would you like to explain why you 3 know each other? She asked, feeling a very unpleasant sensation bubbling up inside her chest. The crimson-haired heiress just found out that Deku knew one of the girls who came from the church, and that didn't please her at all. Deku didn't say anything as Issei floated in his thoughts, talking to Drake about training. Irina smiled and looked at the 2 boys. Irina, they are my childhood friends. I met them when we were in a park, she said, smiling as Rias waved lightly. Irina, Deku and Issei are important people to me, she said as she ran her hand on the scarf she had around her neck that had been a gift from Deku. Zenobia next to Irina can't help but sigh that her friend is known to a demon, and on top of that the Crimson Satan's son. The entire church was in shock when they found out that the king of the Mad Dragons was the son of Surzex Lucifer, and the shock extended to the angels as well, as this was something totally unexpected. Although the angels were a little scared, as Izuku had destroyed half of the sky and killed several angels just for angering him. Deku looked at Irina and asked, Deku, so what do you want here? Zenobia coughed as she got everyone's attention. Zenobia, okay, let's get started then. Recently, the holy swords Excaliburs that were held by the Catholic Church headquarters in the Vatican, the Protestant Church, and the Eastern Orthodox Church were stolen. The moment Zenobia spoke, everyone got a serious look. There was no doubt that everyone was very nervous and cautious, except for Izuku and Issei, who seemed indifferent. Even the high-class demon also felt like them. Of course they tried to hide. It cannot be avoided, those fragments of Excalibur, despite being fragile but still holding a power capable of killing even an ultimate-class devil if it were in the hands of a professional and skilled wielder. However, among Rias nobility, there was one that caught Deku's attention. It was Kiba. The Prince of Cool look was making the look pretty hateful. It was an appearance of pure malice and hatred. He was looking at the group of exorcists grudgingly. If something happened. The Excalibur in his was no more. It had been broken during the Great War of the Three Factions. They had tried to reform Excalibur using alchemy, but because they were not God, the sword could not be completed and it split into 7 parts. Deku could only scoff at it. The Excalibur of this world, even the original, could barely compare to the Excalibur he had in Subaru's hands. No, so as not to offend Excalibur at Subaru's hands, the Excalibur that King Arthur wielded was already strong even by this world's standards. Izuku admitted that the range of abilities was interesting, but still not worthy of being called Excalibur. Rias, so what do the stolen Excaliburs have to do with this country located in the east of the world? She asked calmly. Zenobia, the Catholic Church owned 2 Excaliburs, including mine. The Protestant Church also had 2. Also in the Eastern Orthodox Church there were 2. The latter disappeared in the previous war between God, demons, and fallen angels. An Excalibur was stolen from each church. Those who stole escaped to Japan and brought them to this city. Rias, it seems my territory is full of incidents. So who stole the Excaliburs? He asked with a frown. Zenobia, the ones who stole it were the Grigori. The demons widened their eyes at that moment. Rias, were the holy swords taken by the fallen angel organization? No doubt. But surely it must be the fallen angels who stole them. For high-class demons, holy swords are not of much interest. Besides that, we are demons, she said seriously. Zenobia, we know that the main culprit for stealing the Excaliburs is one of the Grigori leaders, Kokabeel. Rias, Kokabeel, one of the leaders of the fallen angels who survived the previous wars since ancient times. I never expected to hear the name of the one that appears in the Bible, she said, surprised. Zenobia, our request no. Our order is not to have any demons meddling in the battle between us and the fallen angels by the Excaliburs. In other words, we came here to tell you not to interfere in this incident. Rias' eyes changed after she heard the way Zenobia spoke. Rias, that way behind that speech of you, Zenobia. Is it moderation? Are you thinking that we can collaborate with fallen angels? Maybe we can join them to do something about Excaliburs? Zenobia, headquarters thinks it might not be impossible. Rias was very angry. An enemy comes into her territory, then told her not to get involved and not to intrude. They also said what they wanted, saying that they would not forgive them if they made an alliance with the fallen angels. Rias' pride as a high-class devil won't allow her to keep quiet about it. Zenobia, superiors don't trust demons and fallen angels. We were ordained as if holy swords were taken from God's side, then demons would be happy too, right? The fallen angels would also profit from this for these reasons alone. It won't be strange for them to form an alliance. That's why we're giving you a warning. If you form an alliance with the fallen angel Kokabeel, then we will eliminate you all. Even if it's Mao's younger sister, look at Deku. Or even his son. Zenobia remained serious as she ignored Rias, Akino, and Kaniko's furious gazes. Before Izuku could say anything, Issei lunged at Zenobia, pressing her neck against the wall. No one except Deku saw Issei move, which surprised everyone. Issei, measure your words, you bucking exorcist. Who do you think you are to talk like the Mad King? He asked curiously as he squeezed Zenovia's neck. Zenobia started foaming at the mouth, trying to escape Issei. But soon Issei felt a sword aimed at his neck. Irena, wait, Issei, forgive my friend's attitude. If you don't release her, I'll be forced to use force, she said seriously. Issei looked at her with a mocking smile. Issei, that's scary. Squeezes tighter. What is Irena Shida going to do? It's not just because we're friends that I can't kill you. she said, looking coldly at her, taking the sword from her neck like it was nothing. Irina, you leave me no choice, Issei. She raised her sword up and a light started to go out, making the demons minus Deku cringe. A red gauntlet appeared in Issei's hand, surprising Irina and Zenobia. Irina, that's... Issei, that's what you're seeing. I am the user of Longinus boosted gear, where Drake, the celestial dragon, resides, he said as his gauntlet formed a red energy. Issei, are you going to attack me? He asked, releasing the grip on Zenovia's neck and pointing his hand at her. In her other hand, another gauntlet formed aimed a dark energy at Irina. Issei, you're going to die. Deku, enough, Issei. He said seriously, making Issei stop and apologize. Issei, sorry. He went back to the couch next to Deku. After a few seconds, Zenobia managed to recover but looked at Issei in frustration as Issei smiled in amusement. Rias, seeing that everything had calmed down, she decided to speak. Rias, if you know that I'm a Mao's sister and that Izuku is his son, that means you have a lot of connections with the church's superiors. Then I will. We do not form an alliance with fallen angels. Never, in the name of the House of Gremory. I won't make you tarnish our Mao's name, she said seriously, making Zenobia laugh. Zenobia, foo. Hearing what's good is enough. I had to warn her just in case Kokobile is hiding out in the city along with the 3 Excaliburs. If anything were to happen, I would be the one hated by the pack at church headquarters. Well, let's not ask for cooperation. Rias, do you want to retrieve the Excaliburs from a frame with just 2 of you? It's reckless. Arrogance has its limits. Are you trying to die? She said in an astonished voice. How the hell were 2 exorcists like the 2 of them going to face a quadro? Irina and Zenobia had steady gazes. Zenobia, yes. Irina, I have the same opinion as Zenobia, but if possible I don't want to die. Rias, you came here to Japan prepared to die? Belief in their doctrine is extreme, as always. Zenobia, don't speak ill of our beliefs, Rias Gremory. Irina, right. Also, the church decided that it would be better for us to eliminate all the Excaliburs at once than to leave them in the hands of the fallen angels. Our goal is to get the Excaliburs from the fallen angels. To achieve that, it's okay for us to die. The only way to fight Excaliburs is with other Excaliburs. Rias, and is that possible with just the 2 of you? Zenobia, well, let's not die in vain. Deku and Issei sighed at the fearlessness in his voice. It was good to be brave like that, but it would be stupid if they were willing to throw their lives away so easily. Rias, you look confident. Do you have any secret weapons? Zenobia, maybe. I'll leave that to your imagination. After that, the 2 just looked at each other, and the conversation stopped. Irina and Zenobia looked at each other and stood up. Zenobia, so let's say goodbye now. Come on, Irina. Rias, so you won't drink your tea? I can make you a snack. She smiled at them. Zenobia, I don't need it. Irina, I'm sorry. Irina apologized with her hand. They didn't accept Rias' offer, as when only 2 of them tried to leave, they both stopped suddenly and looked in the same direction as Asia. Zenobia, coldly, are you the witch Asia Argento? I never expected to find you in a place like this. Issei's eyes went cold and he was about to get up when Deku stopped him, saying that it was not necessary to care about a simple arrogant brat. Asia's body shook after she was called witch. Irina seemed to have noticed too and looked at Asia. Irina, are you the supposed witch? The former holy maiden? They say you have the power that can also heal demons and fallen angels, right? I heard you were sent somewhere after being exiled, but I never thought you would become a demon. Asia didn't know how to react to Irina and Zenobia. Irina, it's okay. I won't tell the superiors what I saw here, so don't worry. People who are around the Holy Virgin of Asia will also be shocked. Asia made a perplexed expression at Irina's words. Zenobia, but to become a demon. The one who is called the Holy Virgin. You fell as low as you could. Do you still believe in God? Irina, Zenobia, there's no way she, who has become a demon, still believes in God. she said with an astonished face. Zenobia, no, I can smell her belief. It might be an abstract way of saying that. But I'm sensitive to these things. There are people who betray the teachings and are still guilty of not being able to forget the teachings. I can feel something similar coming from her, she said with piercing eyes, and Irina looked at Asia with even more interest than before. Irina, is that true? Asia, do you still believe in God even if you became a demon? Asia, I just can't seem to let it go. I believed that all my life. She answered the question with a sad expression. Hearing this, Zenobia took her sword out of the cloth and pointed it at Asia. Zenobia, that's right. So you must be cut by us this instant. If you go now, I can cut you in the name of God. Even if you have sins, our God will forgive you. Zenobia approached Asia with her sword pointed at her. Deku looked at Issei annoyed, and the brown-haired boy with black tips quickly waved. Issei lunged at Zenobia with his hand on the tip of the Excalibur Destruction, and to everyone's shock except Izuku, no wounds appeared on his hand. Issei, you damn it! How dare you point your sword at her? I'm going to break every bone in your body and send you back to the church you're working for with this suicidal thing, he said while punching Zenobia to the ground. The flames of Drake's burning hell of burning flames formed in his hand. Issei, I'll burn you alive until there's nothing left of your existence, he said furiously, taking the Excalibur Destruction from Zenobia's hands and pointing at it. Irina paled in control and tried to stop Issei from killing her friend, and the Excalibur Destruction was in Issei's hands and the sword didn't even deny being used by him. What surprised both Zenobia and Irina, as well as Rias and her nobility. Irina, let's go Zenobia, we're done here, she said, trying to get Zenobia out. Zenobia, wait Irina, the Excalibur Destruction, she said, trying to stop Irina. The light brown-haired girl stopped and turned to Issei. Irina, Issei-san, please return the sword. Issei just shook his head. He at first didn't want to give it back, but as the sword wasn't his, he couldn't do anything about it. Zenobia approached her cautiously, while Issei stared at her with narrowed eyes. Issei left his sword on the floor and walked away towards the couch where Izuku was. Zenobia, seeing that he walked away, took the Excalibur Destruction but couldn't lift it. Irina, since he returned the sword, let's go Zenobia, before you create even more trouble. Zenobia, it's not coming out, she said, perplexed and wide-eyed. Irina, what's not coming out? She asked, curious. Zenobia, Excalibur Destruction doesn't want to leave the ground, as she's refusing me as a carrier, she said with eyes even wider in disbelief. Irina also stared in disbelief. Excalibur has just refused its own wielder. Everyone turned their attention to Issei and saw him talking to Izuku. Issei felt the stares and turned his attention to everyone. Issei, what happened? Won't you tell me you can't get the sword off the ground? He asked, looking coldly at Zenobia. He advanced a little and put his hand on his sword and raised it without much difficulty, surprising everyone except Izuku. Issei, see? I can get up. You who are very weak. He placed Excalibur Destruction in Zenobia's hands. However, Zenobia was thrown to the ground with her hands crushed. Zenobia, too impossible, how did a holy sword accept a demon? She screamed in amazement along with everyone in the room. Izuku looked at everything relaxed. Issei, who knows, but if she accepted me, that makes me her owner, doesn't it? He asked, turning his attention to Izuku, who shook his head in response. Irina and Zenobia couldn't speak in disbelief. Issei took the Excalibur Destruction that was in Zenobia's hands. Issei, thanks for that magnificent sword, he said, happily running his hand over the blade of the sword. Issei looked at Izuku, and he smiled at him. Issei, with that my training will be able to progress, isn't it, sensei? He asked, getting a nod from Izuku. Deku, yes, with this sword your training will be better since I can't give you a sword. Issei, I know. He gave a frustrated and weary sigh. Give all the equipment and items given by Izuku, it didn't contain any sword other than the 8-headed blade, but the problem with this blade was that it is very bloody, even though Issei doesn't suffer from the sword's curse. The blade's unconditional desire for bloodshed was too much to contain, so it was difficult to train with it. Zenobia wanted to complain but was stopped by Irina, who pulled her out to get her into more trouble, besides the fact that she lost an Excalibur. Kiba, wait. He muttered under his breath and created several demonic swords to block the way. Kiba, I won't let you guys leave here like that, he said with a murderous look, but not at Irina or Zenobia. It went straight to that Excalibur that Irina was holding. Zenobia, who are you? She asked with a slight look, even though she was still being affected by the shock of seeing that she lost Excalibur destruction, but facing a demon like that wasn't a problem for her. Kiba, I'm your senpai, he said, creating a demonic sword in his hand. Kiba, although I was apparently a failure. Scene change. With Izuku. He was currently inside the shower, as he let the water flow freely from his face to his body. The son of the Mao hoped to be able to enjoy high school life freely without worrying about anything, but he saw that he was totally wrong and problems always found a way to make his life difficult. Kiba challenged Zenobia and Irina, and they accepted. Thus, Rias Gremry's servant fought the church warrior. At first, Kiba held his position against Irina practically and fought her with no problems, but his hatred for Excalibur made the blonde knight cloud his movements, and he was easily defeated by Irina. Izuku can only sigh at this. The Mad King had also discovered that Kiba, Kaneko along with Saji and Irina and Zenobia had gone after Fried Selzen. This resulted in a battle where Fried managed to escape and Irina and Zenobia had gone after him, but were intercepted by Kokubile. Izuku turned his attention to the door and said, Deku, come in, Saphira. The door opened, revealing Saphira with only a nearly transparent towel covering her body. Saphira, Era Master, she said, sensually releasing waves of insatiable lust towards Izuku. Deku, what do you want, Saphira? He asked, turning his face to her with a smile. Saphira blushed at the smile and gave a seductive smile and licked her lips. Saphira, I want to wash your back. Deku looked at her for a moment and replied. Deku, do you want to wash my back? And the others? Saphira, Fufufu, don't worry, master, they didn't come back anytime soon. Deku can only laugh, even though he doesn't have a body as slender and bulky as his sisters and his mother and the others. She was the smartest and knew how to manipulate even her mother if necessary to fulfill her goal. They were alone at home. Kokubile. With Issei. He was opening his eyes. It was already 6:30 p.m. and Tiamat, Ryu and Milan still hadn't come back. He was hugging Saphira totally naked. They didn't have a piece of clothing covering their body. Placing his hand on his head, memories of a few hours ago came to his mind and how he had hexed with Saphira. Saphira was also slowly opening her eyes as she had a satisfied face. Sapphire, master, she said, opening her arms and hugging Izuku. Saphira, Fufu, you were very violent to me, master, she said while she didn't feel both legs. Deku, don't blame me, you were the one I wanted, he said calmly, and then I sit down and a magic wave. Deku and Issei? Where is he? He asked, turning his attention to Saphira, who just smiled. Saphira, he's in subspace training. It looks like he's already reached the Juggernaut Drive and is now training with the Excalibur he received, she explained as she got up from the bed. Deku, and Tiamat and her sisters? Saphira, they haven't come back yet. I'm crazy with envy to show the brand, besides that you also have my brand, she said as she placed her hand on her breast seductively. Then turn around and show a black and white dragon mark. Deku looked at himself and saw that on her arm there was a mark of a white dragon. Deku, I see. Clothes formed and covered his uncovered body, while Saphira went to her room to wear an outfit too. Deku, I'm going to see Issei. It's time to reveal the most powerful Red Dragon Emperor to the world, he said with a smile, remembering how powerful Issei is becoming. In fact, Izuku is pretty sure that his rival, Hakuryuku, isn't even on the same level anymore. Issei had received a lot of equipment from Izuku, and this exponentially increased his evolution. Deku even heard Drake boast that its wielder was the strongest in history. The Mad King didn't want to lose a rare gem like Issei. The boy was simply a monster in terms of evolution and completely mastered Drake's power, even burning hell of burning flames. And as a bonus, Issei even had Deku's blessing. With Issei, he was training hard with Excalibur. After he received her from Zenobia, he didn't stop training with the sword to master her power. While he may have only spent a few days in real life, in subspace years have passed. That is, in a few days he acquired the power of years of training. Issei had finally taken a break to rest and wiped the sweat off his shirt. Drake, I'm proud of you, Issei. You are the best bearer in history. No one has ever been able to master my power to the fullest, and not even master the Juggernaut drive at its maximum strength. The Welsh dragon said, very proud and confident. With Issei as his wielder, the chances of defeat for Albion were practically nil. Plus the boy was receiving training from the Mad Dragon King, the strongest existence. Issei, thank you, Drake, he said dryly. He couldn't feel emotions anymore, so he acted nonchalantly. Issei, besides, I wouldn't be able to reach the level I am without the equipment Deku-sama gave me. Deku, in that you're wrong, Issei. Deku's voice caught Issei's attention, who quickly turned his attention to the Mad King. Issei, Deku-sama, he said, kneeling down to Deku. Deku, raise your head. I told you to stop treating me so respectfully, we're friends. So relax, he said in a calm tone. Issei, I see, what happened, Deku? He asked monotonously as he stood up. Deku, we will reveal you to the world, Issei, he said, smiling and taking Issei's head and placing it in his arms. Issei, reveal me? Deku, yes, Kokobile is fighting Rias right now. It's time to show the results of the training, isn't it? He said calmly, smiling at Issei. Issei, will I have to fight that crow? He asked with a cold face. Deku, yes, although he is no longer an enemy to you. Issei, so I just have to quickly finish, right? Deku got thoughtful a bit. Deku sighs, yes, but try to at least have some fun. Issei, I'll try, he said, making Deku sigh heavily. Scene change. Surrounded by a barrier were Rias and her nobility facing a 10-winged ally and Freed, who had a maniacal smile. Rias stared at the being that flew above her with hatred. Rias, what do you want? The 10-winged fallen angel just laughed. Kokobile, this is our first date, daughter of House Gremory. Her red hair is beautiful. It reminds me of her brother that I hate enough to make me want to throw up, he said with an amused tone. Rias' anger started to rise. Rias, nice to meet you, one of the leaders of the fallen angels, Kokobile. Is my name? Rias Gremory. Also, I will add one more thing. We are from the House of Gremory. We are one of the furthest from the Mao and also one of the furthest from him. If you're here to discuss politics with me, then it's no use. Kokobile used his magic and summoned a person. Kokobile, this is a gift, he said when playing the person he summoned. Everyone went quickly and caught the person who was falling. The person was revealed Irina, covered in blood and many bruises. Kokobile, she came to my base. So, I welcomed him. Well, I couldn't take the other two, he said with a laugh. Kokobile, I wouldn't do something stupid like badmouth a Mao. Well, if I kill your sister, Surzek's anger will be aimed at me. That wouldn't be bad. Rias glared at Kokobile with furious eyes. Rias, so what's your reason for contacting me? Kokobile answered Rias' question with joy. Kokobile, I want to see you furious, using the city as a base and Koa Academy as a starting point. So Surzek will also show up, right? Rias, if you do something like that, the war between God, fallen angels and demons will start all over again, you know that, right? Kokobile, that's what I'm wishing for. I thought Michael would start a war if I stole Excalibur, but what he did was send holy sword-wielding exorcists. It's boring. I'm really bored indeed, that's why I'm going to make a fuss at Surzek's sister's base. Look. Sounds like fun, right? Rias, you're a battle fanatic, she said with hate. But Kokobile laughed with glee. Kokabeel, yeah, that's it. I was bored and remained bored after the war between the three sides. Azazel and Shamsa were not interested in an upcoming war. They then started collecting something boring like sacred gear and started doing some weird research. As if something useless is going to be of any use to us. Anyway, I'm going to start a battle involving the Holy Sword, Rias Gremory. To start a war, just go to school where Surzex and Leviathan's two little sisters stay. The place must also be filled with demonic powers so that I can enjoy the chaos, and also a good place to unleash the real power of Excaliburs. It's a good place for the battlefield. Freed, ha, isn't my boss the best? Your madness is the best. So I'm also looking forward to doing that. He even treats me like one of them. Kokabeel, am I the first in the world to be in possession of so many Excaliburs? I also received an element from old Balba that allows me to wield holy swords. Now I'm in a hyper mode that allows me to exercise all of them, you know? I am invincible, I'm wonderful, I am the strongest. She said, spreading her wings and showing her power that made all the demons cringe in fear. Kokabeel, fighting you might be good, but only that other pure-blooded demon in this town can give you any challenge. He said while everyone's eyes widened as they realized who Kokabeel was talking about. Kokabeel, won't you show up? He asked sarcastically as he turned towards the roofs of Ko Academy. To the demon's surprise, the sound of footsteps was heard from that direction, and when they looked it was possible to see Izuku walking calmly. Kokabeel, so you're the Crimson Satan's son? If I kill you, will Surzex come here? He said playfully. And soon he got a maniacal smile on his face as in an instant he created a spear of light. The intensity of the light was such that the demons couldn't even look at it. And he shot Izuku with everything. Deku looked bored at the spear and then blew on it, so that the spear of light was transformed into particles. Kokabeel, ha, it's really Surzek's son, he said, laughing madly. Deku just stared at the ground. Never would he look at someone as inferior as the fallen angel. Rias, what are you planning to do with the Excaliburs? Kokabeel moved his 10 black wings and shifted his body towards the school. Kokabeel, ha, let's have a war, son and little sister of Surzex Lucifer, Izuku Midoriya and Rias Gremory. With a large magic circle that dazzled everyone's view, Kokabeel and Freed disappeared. Rias, Deku, what are we going to do? She asked as she approached Deku. Deku, first Asia, heal Irina, he said, getting a nod from Asia. Deku gave Irina a small look and held out his hand for her and Asia to disappear. Sighing, Deku turned his gaze to Rias and her nobility. Deku, let Sona know about it, and go to the academy. I have to see if Kokabeel has any extra allies, he said, getting away from Rias. Deku just snorted and Issei appeared in front of him. Scene change. Rias' nobility advanced inside the academy building, reaching the courtyard that was in the middle of the school. In the middle of the school, there were 4 swords that were releasing a lot of light while floating. With these swords in the center, there was a magic circle scattered around the school. In the middle of the magic circle was an elderly man, short, with glasses, gray hair, a mustache and black eyes, who wore a priest's outfit. Kaneko, what is this? She asked uncomprehendingly as the rest of Rias's nobility approached. Valper, I'm going to merge these 4 Excaliburs into one, he replied as if he found it amusing. Kokabeel, Valper. How long will it take for the Excaliburs to assemble? The club members looked up. There was Kokabeel, who had the moon in the background. He was sitting on a chair in the sky while looking at them. He was cross-legged and showed a confident expression. Valper, it won't even take 5 minutes, Kokabeel. Kokabeel, so that's it. I'll leave the rest to you. He turned his attention to Rias. Kokabeel, is Surzex coming? Or is it Seraphal? Rias, in place of Oniai-sama and Leviathan-sama, we. With a snap of the man's fingers, a great spear of light was made. It was easily as big as a 2-story building, and the energy emanating from it was incredible, powerful, and mesmerizing. Everyone was on guard immediately. Then, with a quick flick of his hand, he sent a great spear into the gym. The spear pierced the gym quickly, blowing up said gym and making it disappear into nothingness. It was erased in seconds, making everyone pale at the sight. The spear of light was the only thing he tested, other than the big pit that was the spear of light itself. Kokabeel put his face in his hand and made a bored expression. Kokabeel, well, looks like Surzak's son isn't here either, how boring, he said, sighing. But soon he saw that Deku was in front of Rias with a calm expression. Kokabeel, now. I will make everyone fight my pet I brought from hell. Keep me entertained for a while. I doubt you can get through something like that, but it's always an amusing thought, to say the least, he said, snapping his fingers with an amused expression on his face. Then, from the depths of the darkness, there was a sound from the ground rumbling as it approached. This was something that far exceeded the demon's expectations. 10 meters high. He had a big body. He had 4 legs, and each was thick. Also the claws that grew from each leg. The eyes that glowed in the darkness were red. From his mouth, what he had were dangerous-looking fangs. The fangs were close together, and from the gaps there were white breaths coming out. The animal that most resembled him was a dog, but this dog had 3 heads, and they all leaked fire from his mouth. Rias, Cerberus, she said with a voice full of disgust. Izuku lost interest, as he thought he would see the real Cerberus, but this one was just a simple copy since the real one was protecting hell. Rias and Aquino quickly spread their demon wings and flew above the Cerberus. Cerberus growled as one of its heads launched a huge jet of flames at the 2 devils. Aquino, so naive, she said with a malicious laugh. Aquino stepped forward and quickly summoned a magic circle, creating a blizzard that totally froze the 3-headed dog's flames. Rias, take this, she screamed as she appeared behind Aquino and fired a wave of her power of destruction. The impact was so great that it destroyed everything it touched due to the nature of the demonic power. Quickly one of Cerberus' heads launched another jet of flame against Rias' power of destruction. Hand finished, the other 2 heads spat another 2 waves of fire at Rias, who was having a hard time resisting. Kaneko, opening, she said when jumping against Cerberus. Kaneko quickly rushed forward and punched Cerberus in the head, forcing the immense monsters to retreat. Aquino, take that too, she screamed as she pointed her hand to the sky. Thunder rumbled in the sky as an immense flash appeared in the form of lightning that crashed at full speed against Cerberus. Cerberus recoiled as black blood seeped from its wounds as it growled. The demons were already holding back as victors, until an immense wave of darkness emerged from the ground, and when it disappeared another Cerberus was revealed. However, before the huge monster could do anything, one of its heads was ripped off and torn apart to everyone's surprise. When the head was separated from the body, it turned to dust and disappeared. Everyone turned their gaze to see who had done this and saw Zenobia with a sword in her hands. Zenobia, confident I came to help. After saying that, Zenobia went cutting Cerberus' torso. The dog howled in pain because he had lost one of his heads. Cerberus' torso split in 2 after taking a fatal blow. There was smoke coming out, and Cerberus was starting to vaporize. Zenobia pierced Cerberus' chest to finish him off. At the same instant, Cerberus' cup turned to dust and disappeared. Aquino and Rias, deciding to finish their enemy, increased their powers to the maximum, causing a crimson aura to appear on Rias and a yellow aura on Aquino. Rias, Aquino. Aquino, yes, thunder, resound, she said as she raised her hand. Aquino lifted her finger to the sky and began to control the thunder. Her fingers were pointed at Cerberus. Cerberus tried to get out of the way after noticing thunder coming towards her, but he was stopped when countless blades pierced his legs. Kiba, I won't let you escape. Thunder fell on Cerberus after he lost his moves, thanks to demonic swords. Cerberus' howl was drowned out by the sound, and his body was reduced to nothing by the thunder. The moment the big dog disappeared, Rias pointed her hand at Kokabeel. Rias, take this, Kokabeel, he yelled angrily as a gigantic mass of demonic power shot out of her hand. Kokabeel only stretched out one of his hands. Kokabeel, is that it? He was blocking Rias' shot with just one hand. Kokabeel aimed his palm towards the sky. The shot fired by Rias changed direction, rose into the sky and disappeared. Kokabeel, quite disappointing this power, Gremory," he said, earning an angry growl from Rias. "Valper, it's complete." The 4 Excaliburs, which were placed in the center of the school, began to create an incredible amount of light. Kokobile started to applaud. "Kokobile, the 4 Excaliburs will become one." A divine light began to spread across the field. Because of their shine, most covered their faces with less. Except Izuku, who faces everything like he doesn't care. When the light disappeared, there was the holy sword in the center of the school, emitting a bluish-white aura. Valper, because of the light created when the Excaliburs came together, the magic on the ground was also completed. That city will be destroyed in less than 20 minutes. The only way to cancel this spell is to defeat Kokobile. Kokobile, freed. He caught the attention of the lost priest. "Freed, what's up, boss?" The white-haired priest emerged from the darkness. "Kokobile, use Excalibur on the circle. It will be the last fun. Fight. And for that, use the Excalibur that came with the fusion of the other 4. Freed, right. Vish. My boss knows how to use people recklessly, but I'm honored to have Excalibur-chan turned wonderful something like that. Yuhihi, I'll just slash some demons now." He made a macabre smile as he held the Excalibur. Zenobia turned her gaze to Kiba. "Zenobia, hey, Rias Gremory's knight. If you still agree, are we going to destroy that Excalibur together?" "Kiba, will it be okay to do that?" Zenobia giggled when she heard Kiba. "Zenobia, it won't be a problem if I collect the fragment of Excalibur that is acting as the core. As Freed is using it, that is a holy sword that is not a holy sword. Even if it was a holy sword, it's like any other weapon. It changes depending on the person using it. That's a sword of heresy." Kiba and Valper started talking, while Priest started talking about his life and the reason for the guinea pigs. Kiba addressed Valper with great killing intent, hating the priest even more for the stupid reasons he killed so many people. "Deku, looks like the knight has finally reached Balance Breaker," he thought as he saw the light envelop Kiba. When the light faded, Kiba was revealed with a serene expression on his face. "Kiba, Valper Galilei. As long as I don't kill him, there will be those who have suffered the same fate as us." "Valper, Humphrey, it's been said for a long time that research always comes with sacrifices. Haven't you noticed yet?" "Rias, you don't do it, you have to finish this yourself. Overtake Excalibur, you are Rias Gremory's servant. My knight will not lose to a mere Excalibur." "Akino, Yudo-kun, I believe you." Rias and Akino started encouraging Kiba. "Kaneko, Yudo-senpai, please do your best." Kiba started crying when he saw the motivation his friends were giving him. "Freed, ha, why are you crying? Are you singing with joy like a little ghost? It's really a nuisance. It's totally the worst. You know I hate this song. Just hearing that makes the hairs on my skin stand on, and I don't want to hear this anymore. I'm totally at my limit. I'll cut you to pieces and calm down with this final Excalibur that merged with 4 of them." Kiba stared at them with confidence in his eyes. "Kiba, I will become the sword of Bucho and her comrades. Please respond to my feelings now. Sword birth." Kiba's sacred gear and the spirits of his companions blended together. He started to line up and shape up. Demonic power and holy power were combining. When the energies will combine, it was revealed a single sword in Kiba's hand that emanated a holy and demonic aura. "Kiba, Balance Breaker. Sword of the Betrayer. You receive the power of this sword that has the power of light and demonic powers with your own body." Kiba quickly advanced against Freed, who parried the blow with his sword, but the aura of the Excalibur he was holding was fading. "Freed, does this sword surpass the originator of holy swords? Are you kidding me? Bucket now." "Kiba, if it was the real Excalibur, then I couldn't have one. But this Excalibur cannot cut my feelings and my comrades. It's only 4 out of 7 shards. You've separately overestimated your own powers. Don't mess this up for a second." He advanced with used speed, moving even faster than Freed could see. Wake up, the photo of the priest's body disappeared. He only managed to trim some of them. It was as if Kiba was playing with him now, and he made cuts on his body, and he felt the full extent of the powers that were in his body. "Freed, why? Why aren't you getting it right? You're supposed to be the incomparable holy sword Sama, aren't you? Shouldn't you have many legends of being the ultimate sword? How can you cut me, you stupid bitch? He made no attempt to hide his displeasure at the blond young man, swinging faster and faster, rapidly slamming his sword Excalibur, moving faster with his body and sword vibrating at the same time. Kiba, however, was able to keep up with the blade cutting and slamming against the blades, sparks flying between them. Zenobia, keep it that way. She put her right hand in the air. Zenobia, St. Peter, St. Basil the Great, St. Denis, Santa Maria, please hear my voice. The space before her hand distorted, reality curving, causing the air to ripple like water, lighting up one side of her face as the distorted space began to emit a faint golden light. Without any hesitation, she plunged her arm into the distorted, shoulder-level space before stopping and reversing her course as she pulled something out. Durandal. Zenobia reached out and grabbed the sword hilt, and the chain snapped. Zenobia, in the names of the saints residing within this blade, I will release it. Durandal. Deku smiled at the sight of that weapon. It was strong compared to this world, but it would be quite inferior in worlds he had already visited. He was thinking about taking Excalibur and creating the real Excalibur to its fullest potential. And then use Durandal to give Excalibur even more power. And then give it to Issei. Kokabeel, Durandal? Valper, weren't you the wielder of Excalibur? Not just Valper, even Kokabeel couldn't hide his astonishment. Zenobia, wrong. I was originally the wielder of Durandal. But I was also chosen as the holder of Excalibur. That is all. She made a pose with Durandal. Valper, absurd. According to my research, no one has reached the stage where they can practice Durandal. Zenobia, of course. Even in the Vatican, they haven't made someone who can artificially exercise Durandal. Valper, then why? Zenobia, unlike artificial holy sword users like Irina, I am a born wielder. Valper was speechless. Zenobia lifted her head, a superior look on her face. She then turned to Kokabeel and Valper, along with Freed as well. Zenobia, Durandal is a sword that devastates beyond what people can imagine. Cut everything it touches. You don't even hear me most of the time. That's why I have to keep her in another dimension, otherwise it would be dangerous. I, the owner, have difficulties with that. Now, Freed. Thanks to you, we can have the decisive battle between Excalibur and Durandal. Right now, I'm shivering with pleasure. Don't die with a single hit, right? At least use Excalibur to the fullest. Freed, leave me alone, that's not even allowed. I hate you and your sword, get out of my sight right now. Durandal began to emit more holy aura than the Excalibur that Freed held. Freed, is that even allowed? Has a situation like this turned out? You bucking bitch, I don't need any of that for this scenario. He charged Zenobia with incredible speed, swinging the Excalibur. Geikian. With a single lateral blow, Excalibur shattered. Because of the pressure given by Durandal, there was a big hole in the school field. Zenobia, so, it's just a small power of the holy sword, huh? She can't even compete with my Durandal. He gave a sigh, looking bored. Freed, are you serious? Are you serious? Was the legendary Excalibur-chan broken to pieces? Horrible, this is really horrible. Was it wrong to use something that was broken from the start? The superficiality of human beings. The madness of the church. I want to grow up having a glimpse of it. Kiba quickly lunged at Freed with his sword and slashed at him. Kiba, did you see that? Our powers surpass Excalibur. Freed fell while blood oozed from the wound Kiba made on his shoulder and the side of his stomach. Valper, on the other hand, it felt like life had just left him, seeing what he was seeing, the sword that Kiba had. Valper, Ho demon and holy sword. Impossible, the opposite of two things cannot merge. What are you? I also don't understand what you're supposed to be. It makes no sense. This is beyond any expectations I had. I just can't allow this thing to happen in front of me. Kiba, Valper, Galilei, get ready. He wouldn't hold back anymore. Valper, on the other hand, had a perception surpassing him. Valper, I see, I understand now, holy and demonic. It will be the explanation, if the beings representing the two become unbalanced, so, not only the Mao, but God as well. He didn't finish when a spear of light pierced his chest, leaving everyone shocked. Kokabeel, Valper, you were remarkable. The reason you came to this conclusion proves it. But I don't care if you're with me or not. I could have done it myself from the start, he said, laughing. Kokabeel quickly spread his wings before stomping to the ground as everyone was dazzled by the former cadre's overwhelming presence except Izuku, who was still staring at everything. Izuku snapped his fingers and the shattered Excalibur shards appeared in front of him. Kokabeel's eyes roamed everyone before laughing. Kokabeel, you have a very peculiar choice of servants, Surzek's sister, the rest of the Holy Sword Project, Batakiel's daughter, an excommunicated nun and a yukai. You have strange tastes like your brother. Akino, don't compare me to him, he said as he cast a lightning bolt at Kokabeel that it easily deflected. Rias, I won't forgive you for insulting my brother Armao. More than that, the insults you've done to my servants, I will demand your life in return. Kokabeel, then come and destroy me, he said, laughing at what Rias just said. Zenobia was going to advance along with Kiba, but a voice stopped her. Deku, stop. Deku's voice sounded with such authority that even Durandal stopped glowing. Everyone suddenly stops to see Crimson Satan's son with a bored look. Deku, Kiba, you just awakened Balance Breaker, don't use it without considering your power level, he said, making Kiba lower his head. Deku, carrier of Durandal, you rely too much on a weapon you can't even control. That's pathetic. Although I have to say that Durandal is indeed a magnificent sword, he said, earning a serious look from Zenobia, though she couldn't disagree. Deku, Rias, don't be a hypocrite. He is a 10-winged fallen angel. You never had the slightest chance of defeating him, and don't believe in this luck or fate thing, or you might regret it, he said seriously while Rias just huffed annoyed. Two swords appeared in Deku's hands. Zenobia and Kokabeel were surprised to see them. Zenobia, D. Durandal? Kokabeel, the real Excalibur? He said, a little surprised to see the sword. Deku, who might want to do that? An anvil appeared in front of Issei and a hammer too. He started hammering Durandal and Excalibur, and after a while the swords merged into one. Kokabeel, impossible, how the hell did you combine Excalibur and Durandal into one sword? Deku, ha ha ha, that's easy. As God is dead, control over heaven has become stable, that is, merging these two magnificent weapons is not impossible. Zenobia, D. God is dead? She said, perplexed. Deku, that's what you heard, Zenobia. Both God and the original form Mao are dead, and Michael has started to run heaven in his father's place. What you've been serving for so long was just a ghost that doesn't exist, he said nonchalantly, which made Zenobia scared. She had a panicked expression that was unbearable to look at. The active believer. God's servant. A person who lived serving God as his mission. If the existence of God was rejected, she lost her means to live. It was natural for her to stay that way. Deku, sorry for the delay, Kokabeel. But I really don't want to get my hands dirty with little things like you, he said, making Kokabeel angry. Kokabeel, when I kill you, I will be blushing the strongest existence, and I will prove that the fallen angels are the superior existences here. Zenobia looked puzzled at Deku. What do you mean, was he the strongest existence? Deku, I see you're confused. Pleasure, I am the king of the mad dragons, the mad king, the king that everyone fears. He threw the junction of Excalibur and Durandal into the sky. The weapon's holy glow lit up the entire sky, making it seem more vivid. This alerted the angel factions as they felt the powerful sacred energy. Deku, it's yours, Issei. He told the boy to appear in the sky and take the sword. Deku, give her a name. Issei took the sword and began to carefully examine it. The sword seemed to react to Issei's swings and released colossal amounts of light. Issei, I'm not really good with names, but I think Excandura would do, he said, making everyone fall back. Deku, what a bucking ugly name. Issei, give it a better one then. Deku, Star Sword. Issei stopped for a moment, and saw the gun in his hand glow because of the name. Issei Star Sword? Deku, yes, Stellar Divine Sword. The weapon releases colossal amounts of light and holy energy, which made the entire sky glow. So I associated it with the brightness of a star. Issei can only smile when he sees the sword shine brightly. Issei, okay, looks like she liked the name. So let's go Star God Sword. The sword glowed even brighter, which would have blinded anyone if they saw it. Issei, are you ready, Kokobile? Kokobile just smirked. Kokobile, don't think you'll defeat me just because of this sword. Issei just looked at him coldly. A crimson glow took over Issei's arm, and when he disappeared it was revealed that a red glove manifested covering Issei's entire arm and looked extremely like a gauntlet and a dragon's claw. The gauntlet in Issei's hand was the boosted gear, the Red Dragon Emperor's Gauntlet, one of the 13 sacred gears listed as Longinus, and was where the soul of Drake, the Red Dragon Emperor, and one of the 2 heavenly dragons resided. However, it looked totally different from the original boosted gear. The gauntlet looked much more like a dragon's claw. Kokobile's eyes widened when he saw the gauntlet in Issei's hand. Issei, I'm also the current Sekiryutai, he said as he extended his hand showing the boosted gear. Kokobile and Zenobia widened their eyes upon hearing what Issei said. Kokobile, oh, Sekiryutai? He asked stuttering, even though he didn't know if there was any fame around the current Sekiryutai. A heavenly dragon was still a heavenly dragon. Drake, indeed he is. The Welsh dragon's voice echoed through the place. Kokobile, the Welsh dragon. Drake, the being in front of him is, in fact, my host Star-Lord. Issei, you've had your proof, haven't you, Kokobile? Let's have fun. Kokobile snapped out of shock and looked at Issei angrily. Kokobile, you brat, how dare you come face me? I am a 10-winged fallen angel, a superior being with countless years of experience. Don't compare me to you, he said as he created several spears of light and threw them towards Issei. The boy just looked calmly as the spears came towards him. Issei just shook his hand a little and all the spears that were thrown nullified each other. Issei, you know Kokobile, do you want to know why Sekiryutai didn't show up after so many years? Since Hakuryuka had already appeared. Kokobile just stared at Issei seriously. Issei, I've been training with the Mad King until now. I even got the blessing from the Mad Dragon King, he said, surprising Kokobile. Issei, this blessing allows me to copy any spell or ability I see just once. For example, divide. Drake's voice echoed as everyone's eyes widened. Kokobile, the divine dividing skill, the power of Albion, the White Emperor. How the hell would the Sekiryutai possess this power? Issei, did I just say no? The Mad King's blessing allows me to copy any spells or abilities I see only once, as is the case with my rival's power, he said, laughing. Issei, goodbye, plucked crow. He snapped his fingers and thunder began to rumble and lightning crashed wildly on Kokobile. However, the Kokobile still survived. Issei, oh? So you survived. What a shame. Fire started to break out around him as everything burned. It was Drake's burning hell of burning flames, the Red Emperor's ultimate skill that burns the enemy's soul and body until there is nothing left. Issei, the skill that Drake sealed. His most powerful skill. I have complete control over him, he said, raising his finger as a colossal pillar of Drake's flames formed. The pillar crossed the sky like it was nothing as everything was roasted to scorching temperatures. Issei, feel even your soul being burned, he said indifferently as he moved his hand so that the pillar was towards Kokobile, who didn't even have time to dodge, and was hit. Then only Kokobile's cries of pain and helplessness were heard that felt his soul being burned. Issei, when will you get out of there, Hakuryuku? He asked, looking at the building where a white armor appeared. Hakuryuku, it seems it could detect me, my rival. A voice came out of the armor. Issei looked at his rival with disinterest. Issei, I don't feel like getting into a fight. I already know I'm going to win. Albion, looks like you haven't educated your host, Drake. Albion's voice came out of the armor in a serious tone. Drake, ha 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 ha, unfortunately not so, my arch rival. I'm not in the mood to fight you. I don't want to fight anymore, he said, surprising Albion and the host of the missing dragon. Albion, what do you mean, Drake? He said seriously and at the same time in disbelief with what his arch rival just said. Drake, that's what you heard, Albion. I don't want to fight anymore, besides you wouldn't have a chance to defeat me, he said proudly, which made Albion and his host serious. Albion, not being able to defeat you? What a proud red shade. My host is my strongest wielder, the strongest white dragon emperor ever, he stated seriously, but there was pride in his voice. In response to this, Drake just mocked. Drake, really? How much has he mastered his power? Can she use the Juggernaut drive? Albion, she is already my strongest user. She can use the Juggernaut drive for hours and hours. And hers? Drake began to laugh uncontrollably, which left Albion surprised at his arch rival's attitude. Drake, ha 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 ha, how pathetic, Albion. My host has already mastered all my power, he is already stronger than me. He unlocked all of my sealed techniques. He has completely mastered the Juggernaut drive without making it waste its life energy. And to add, he has full control over my ultimate skill. He managed to overpower the former bearers and make them yield on the basis of brute force. It has evolved my sacred gear to the new completely different level. And even more. He stopped for a moment to laugh even more. Albion looked shocked by what he was hearing. Where the hell did Drake manage to find such a monstrous wielder? Someone who is able to fully master their power and unlock all sealed techniques, not suffer when using Juggernaut drive and everything in between. Drake, and more, Albion, my wielder was trained by the Mad King for the King of the Mad Dragons, the strongest existence, and try to know what he did to my bearer? Albion and his host were shocked. Was the wielder of the Drake trained by the King of Destruction? And what the hell did the king do to the boy? Drake, as I said, the Mad Dragon himself trained my host, and what's more, he received the same blessing, he proudly declared. Drake, you are no longer an enemy to my host, Hakuryuki. You will have to train even more, and if you are curious to know what blessing my bearer received, it was to be able to copy any magic and ability he sees just once. He laughed proudly with his bearer. Drake, my user copied your split ability, Albion, he said, surprising Albion. Drake, but I really wanted to fight you, Albion. However, my host thinks this fight is unnecessary, so I just agreed with him. Our struggle will always result in the death of our bearers. And I, with all my heart, do not want my current bearer to be killed in a battle against you. Well, which would be impossible with his power level right now, he said in a sincere tone. Albion, so you're giving up? Drake, no. My wielder will accept any challenge the Hakuryuku asks. But he will not fight to the death. Hakuryuku, fight me now, Albion's host shouted excitedly. Drake, it seems your wielder is a fighting fanatic, Albion. Let's get this over with, Issei. Issei just nodded in agreement. Issei, come on, Hakuryuku, he said, looking coldly at Hakuryuku. Hakuryuku, come on. She didn't finish when Issei appeared in front of her and kicked her against a building. Hakuryuku was sent away by the kick, while Issei stared with boredom. Issei, how pathetic, just one kick was enough to send you this far, he said indifferently, but soon he saw Hakuryuku rise in the sky. Hakuryuku, you're strong, very strong. Hakuryuku's helmet was breaking, and when Issei saw Hakuryuku's appearance, Issei, woman? He said cautiously as his eyes narrowed. Hakuryuku, let's go with everything, Albion, she screamed at the dragon inside her. Albion, are you sure, partner? Even though it's hard to admit, but the bearer of the red lizard is stronger than you. Hakuryuku, trust me, Albion. The vanishing dragon just sighed. Your host was someone very fanatical about fights. Divide, 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 divide. Albion's voice rang out as Issei felt some of his power being taken away from him. Issei, so this is the white dragon's skill? It really is an amazing skill. Divide. Drake's voice rang out as Hakuryuku felt half of her power being taken away from her. Hakuryuku, my power. Issei, Drake spoke, didn't he? The Mad King has given me a blessing that allows me to copy any spells or abilities I see just once. He said, disinterested. Issei, what's your name? I at least want to know the name of my rival who is no longer my rival. He said cautiously as he stared at Hakuryuku seriously. Hakuryuku, you're pretty cold, aren't you? Issei, it's not like I want to. He said indifferently. Hakuryuku just sighed with him. She could already tell by the look in his eyes that he didn't have any kind of emotion. Hakuryuku, my name is Valerie, the current owner of Divine Dividing. Issei, I see, nice to meet you, Valerie-san. He bowed slightly to her and appeared in front of the girl, much to her surprise. Issei, I don't want to fight anymore, besides, Albion wouldn't want to see its wielder dead. He said, holding out his hand for the gray-haired girl to have a support to get up. Deku, come on, Issei. Deku's voice caught the attention of Issei and Valerie, who turned their attention to him. Issei, calm down, I'm already leaving. He said calmly as he helped the girl to her feet. Issei, well, that's it, Valerie-san, see you later. Valerie, wait. She said, making the two boys turn their attention to her. Issei, what do you want? Valerie, is he the Mad King? She asked, pointing to Izuku, who was looking at her curiously. Deku, I see you're strong enough, but you're still not strong enough to become Issei's partner. That's what you want, right? The law of dragons has come into the picture now. He said, starting to laugh as Valerie widened his eyes and blushed slightly. Deku, it would be a curious relationship. The beautiful lady behind the cold, indifferent boy. It would make a nice soap opera. He said, putting his hand on his chin. Deku, a relationship between the two hosts of the celestial dragons. This is exciting. I want to see the day Issei falls in love and stops being so cold. However, if she couldn't make him fall in love, she would suffer from the dragon's fall. What an interesting story to create. He said, and although both heavenly dragons were hesitant, they wanted to see their companions happy. So they wouldn't mind if they had some kind of relationship. Besides, Valerie has always been looking for a strong husband, and finally, after so much searching, she managed to find someone worthy of her. Although, the most difficult task would be to make him fall in love, as it seemed that the boy had no emotions. Issei just looked disinterested. He wanted to go back and train with the stellar divine sword to improve his proficiency with the weapon. Deku, let's go back, Issei. I hope the next time we see each other, you will be strong. Valerie just pouted. Valerie, I'm not a monster like you, king of destruction. Deku just smiled at the answer. Deku, see you, descendant of the original Lucifer. He said to Valerie's surprise. Valerie, how do you leave it to her? Issei, goodbye. He said coldly as he saw Valerie look at him. Valerie, bye, Issei-kun. She said, gesturing with her hand. Deku, no, you have to be more daring. She goes after him with the full intention of stealing his virginity. He said with a thumbs up, while Valerie blushed heavily. Deku, you're so easy to tease, ahaha. He said and disappeared just like Issei. Unexpected visit. Several days later. It had been several days since one of the leaders of the fallen angels, Kokobile, had attacked the city of Ko, and everything had returned to normal. Although everything in the city was normal, the supernatural world was taken aback by the mention that Kokobile had been killed easily by the Sekyutai. Kokobile was very famous in the supernatural world. He was one of God's generals before he lost his grace. I was considered one of the most powerful angels and commanded entire armies, and also of a power comparable to Mao and Seraphim class beings. Killing him was an unexpected achievement for the Sekyutai's reputation. Although what drew the most attention was that the current Sekyutai had been training with the Mad King, and that he was already one of the strongest existences. Nobody knows the history of the current Sekyutai. They only know that he was a pawn of Rias Gremory who ceded him to the Mad Dragon King. Currently, in the occult club room, it was possible to see all of Rias's nobility together with Deku and Issei, who were sitting there calmly. Rias, this isn't a joke. she said while frowning. Rias apparently found out that Azazel walked into his territory and wasn't happy about it. Rias, actually, even though it was decided that the meeting of demons, angels and fallen angels would be held in that city, to think that suddenly, the governor of the fallen angels who intruded on our territory would interfere with our business, she said while shaking with rage. Deku just looked at Rias and her irritation for nothing. Rias, however, I wonder what happened besides not knowing your moves. It's hard to move here too. The other side is the ruler of the fallen angels. We can't even get in touch with him, she said while thinking deeply. Surzex, Azazel has always been like that, Rias. A voice made everyone present turn their attention to the origin. Rias, oh, Oni-sama. She stuttered in surprise at the appearance of her sister. Surzex, Azazel won't do anything like Kokobile did a few days ago. He can make a joke like he gives last time, though. The governor will come earlier than the scheduled date, he said, smiling calmly. Beside him was his wife and queen, Graphia Lucifuge. Surzex and Graphia's eyes turned to Deku, who was sitting calmly as he was served tea by Issei. Surzex, I'm glad you're okay, Izuku, and I'm grateful that you took care of Kokobile. He spoke kindly to his son, though he could feel the sadness in his words too. Deku lifted his face and turned to see his father and mother. Deku, no problem. Besides, it wasn't me who defeated him, it was Issei, Dad, he said, surprising everyone except Issei. Surzex and Graphia's eyes widened at what they heard. Did Izuku just say Dad? A smile formed on the faces of the Crimson Mao and his queen, who were happy. Surzex, hey, my little sister. This room looks like a murder scene. I wondered how it is possible that this place is full of magic circles, while many young women gather here, he said as he surveyed the room with a cheerful smile. Rias, doubt Oni-sama, why are you here? Surzex delivered a printed form to fill out. Surzex, what are you saying? See you in the classroom soon, right? I'm also thinking about participating. I want to see my sister working hard on her studies up close. He smiled before turning his attention to Deku. Surzex, and if possible, see my son too, he said as he and Graphia waited for Izuku to react. Deku was looking at them and waved with a smile. And that cheered Graphia and Surzex. Surzex, very well. Rias, Graphia, right? Are you the only one who would say that to my brother? Graphia nodded before speaking. Graphia, yes, school reports go through me, who has been heavily entrusted with the Gremory family's programming. Of course, I am the queen of Surzex-sama, so I report everything to my master, she said, making Rias sigh. Surzex smiled slightly before starting to speak. Surzex, even though my duties as a Mao are difficult, even if I have to take a day off from work, I wanted to attend my little sister and son's class visit. Don't worry. Our father had seen it too, he said calmly to Rias' despair. Rias, that's not true, isn't it, Oni-sama? To leave your job and come here, the Mao cannot treat a single demon in a special way, she said with an embarrassed tone. Surzex, no, that's my job, well, Rias. In fact, I thought about holding the conference between the three factions at this school. I came to inspect the meeting place, he said, making everyone's eyes widen except for Issei and Deku. Rias here? Seriously? She asked and widened her eyes too. Surzex, this school somehow seems to have fate tied to it. My younger sister, the Mad Dragon King, who is my son, the legendary Sekiryutai, the wielder of the demonic Holy Sword, wielder of the Holy Sword Durandal, the younger sister of the Mouse Seraphal Leviathan, is linked to this place, and Kokobile attacked this place also. This is a phenomenon that cannot be labeled as coincidence. Strong powers blend together, it's like the movement of waves. And I think the origin of that is Izuku, he said calmly, and looked at his son, and Izuku had to agree with that. Zenobia, are you the Mao? Nice to meet you, my name is Zenobia. Surzex, good morning to you, Zenobia. I'm Surzex Lucifer. I received the report from Rias. Holy sword wielder Durandal has been reincarnated as a demon, and it was even mentioned that becoming my sister's family. Truth be told, I was doubting my ears when I first heard it," he said, smiling. "Zenobia, I didn't think I would become a demon either. To be reincarnated by the side of me that I swore to kill, I told myself that I would regret it, and that such a move was quite bold. Yes, that's it. Why did I become a demon? Despair? However, at that moment, actually, everything was fine. But is it really good to be a demon?" she said as she started to think deeply. "Surzex, ha ha ha, it's great that my little sister's family has a lot of interesting people. Zenobia, being reincarnated, you may not understand your own path, but I want you to support my sister as part of Rias Gremory's family. I'm counting on you," he said calmly. "Zenobia, if it's a request from the legendary Mao written in the Bible, then I have no choice but to do it. I don't know how much I'll be able to do, but let me do what I can." After hearing Zenovia's words, Surzex smiled. "Surzex, thank you?" After hearing the great Mao's thanks, Zenovia's cheeks turned a little red. "Surzex, now then, let's continue this difficult conversation elsewhere. However, I'm in the human world. It's night. Do you have any inns open now?" he asked calmly, looking at Rias. Everyone was silent for a moment before turning to Izuku. Izuku opened one of his eyes in doubt. "Deku, what?" he asked because he wasn't paying attention. "Scene change. Delicious," said a voice as he set a large glass of beer on the table. Right after the conversation with Surzex, all of Rias nobility along with Izuku and Issei went to the Mad King's house, which was the closest. Currently in Izuku's house were the members of the Gremory house. Surzex was sitting on one of the sofas with Grafia next to him, and in front of him were Zeoticus and Venilana who, when they learned that Surzex was going to Deku's house, immediately went together. In front of them was a large table full of diverse drinks, and the most varied foods possible from sweet to salty. Further to the side was Rias and her nobility, as each of them also had plates of food in their hands. Izuku came from the kitchen as he brought more dishes and set them on the table. "Grafia, do you want help?" she asked, turning to her son. "Deku, no need, just sit back and relax a little, Mom," he told the strongest queen of the underworld to happily nod. "Venilana, I must admit, Izuku, your food is great, much better than that of the Gremory house cooks," she said while smiling and tasting the food. "Surzex, indeed?" he said, smiling with Grafia nodding. "Deku, cooking was one of the most fun things I found, besides creating weapons like the one I gave to Issei," he said calmly as he turned his attention to his mother. "Deku, I could teach you some recipes if you want," he said calmly. The silver-haired woman widened her eyes before nodding with a small smile. Ding ding. The doorbell rang, attracting everyone's attention. "Surzex, are you expecting a visit?" he asked, getting a negative nod from Deku. Izuku walked to the door slowly and opened it. "Deku, who is it?" he asked as he opened the door. The moment he opened the door, his eyes widened and he had a surprised expression. "Finally found you, brat," said a female voice that bears a seductive tone but with immense power behind. She was a tall woman with long burgundy hair that streamed down her back, and her eyes were a deep crimson red, and she had an athletic build and a body that would make women cry with envy. "Deku, what a surprise," he said as a smile formed on his face. "Won't you invite me in?" asked the woman playfully. The woman standing in front of Izuku was none other than Skathak, the Celtic immortal witch, the god slayer and a trainer of heroes from the Ulster cycle, and also considered a teacher of the Deku. It was a surprise visit. The witch made her appearance before the demon of destruction.
Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video, please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.